think it would be a PR issue at the very least.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. So I just show up and fucking. I know there's some neighbors now.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure the neighbors will fucking like their shit.
Yeah. Some are for them, some are just like the nail salon here. They like them because they do the business. Like you being parent.
Yeah, it's like, okay, pathetic lives.
Yeah. Just don't see any kids.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can tell them why. There's nothing you can say to them to be like, oh,
Yeah.
just that Scientology stuff. You don't want to hear about that auditing. Why are 12-year-old girls asking grown men in audits about masturbation? How is that happening? How is that okay? How do you take a planet that way? Explain that to me. That makes no sense.
right, welcome, chat. I'm gonna just hang out with you for a little bit, but I'm gonna be in the back here working on things, get my van situated, and so welcome. Is that not dry yet? Oh, kind of dry. I fucking hate the word It's just a filler word. No reason to say anything. Lara, he just put it up. Armstrong, hey Lara, Queen Lara. Hi, chat at work, but sneaking in. Has the sign been up all night? No, I just got it up. Just got it up. Just got here. You know, I think I had a lot of frustration last time because I was spending so much time talking to people and not like doing. I spent a lot of time, like an hour sometimes, just talking to a random person, and sometimes that's just a waste of time. No, I'm gonna take off Monday and Tuesday. I want to be able to hang out with my boo. So she's working now, so I'd rather do work. I'd rather be out here than waiting. But what was I saying? A couple comments, a couple things real quick. Harold Light Cody, thank you. Information gathering sessions. Yep. We're just here. We're here. The live stream is for my safety. It's for an act of protest. It's my lifeline. Yeah, it's hard. You got it. You figured it out. I am a dickhead. And I keep saying not even high. Emblematic. All right. You want that to be the word emblematic? I don't know what emblematic means, so help me out. We could do a word of the day. The first person, I guess, who says the word of the day is the word of the day. Is that how we're doing it? Then back for Henry. Didn't miss too much this time. Okay. What was I going to bring up? Oh, I've gotten a couple emails from people about my use of telling people if they're okay with masturbation and anal sex. And I pondered it for a few days, and I'm comfortable saying it. And if it makes you uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but I think it's necessary to say it. And represents a larger emblematic. I think it's necessary for people to hear it. What if I want to protest on our days off? That's fine, babe. I just want to be with you. I just want to have the ability to know that I've been out protesting. I won't feel bad, and that I can spend a couple days with you and not protest. And your very essence is a protest. And pounded it. Yeah. So I've had and for some people. This is the thing with criticism, right? There's like somebody who criticizes all the time, telling me I need to focus on the tax-exempt status. Tax-exempt status, this is the key to it. This is the key to it. That shit's getting annoying as fuck. You know? I understand, like the first 5 messages, we're at like email number 70 with the same thing, critiquing why this needs to be focused on. Like, I'm about to block that person because it's like unsolicited advice all the fucking time, right? Well, there's 70 emails over 6 months. 8 months. But then I had another person email me with the criticism about saying the anal sex, and they said that they didn't feel comfortable saying it to me. And I really don't want people to feel uncomfortable with criticizing me. There's certain moments when criticism is not going to go over well. Usually, to criticize, like right now, is a good time to criticize, or to have a different view, right? When I'm in action, like, and the cops are breathing down my thing, and I'm highly emotionally charged, that's not the time to criticize. Read the room, right? Read the room. That's not the time to criticize. Private emails are a good place for doing it when it's not like in the public. Sometimes it's nicer for like a little more specific criticism to it be done on an email, but I'm not going to attack you, especially if it's your first time ever like saying something. But here's also a word of suggestion. Don't just come in and make an email where it's just criticism, because that criticism is not going to be taken well. Say some nice things first and then make a criticism. And that goes so much farther. But like, read the room when to criticize. And I don't mind a little unsolicited advice. Lockpicking girls, I don't know which one you are. I'm not sure what email it is. I've gotten a lot of emails. It takes sometimes months for me to respond to an email. I read them. Something's changed about you. You're doing better at talking to people. Nice. Yeah, a compliment sandwich. There you go. Seating. Nope, they have not paid me. I know that child auditing. I believe that child auditing is still going on because no one, A, denies it. 1. 2, that there's never been any policy that I've seen that changed it or called it out. So that's why I know it's still going on. Or I don't know, but if I were to bet my money, it's going on still. Yeah, it's still going on. Okay? Period. Well, you just don't fucking come in and attack somebody. That's not all you just say. I always, if I have criticism, I usually butter people up. I say nice things to them. And they're true nice things. It's not just yeah. And without any type of public disclaimer that it's not working, that it's not happening, it's fucking happening. And whether it happened, whether a child asked a man yesterday about anal sex or masturbation or 50 years ago, to me, it's the same fucking thing. It just because it happened 50 years ago doesn't make it anything less than what it is. And I have a serious problem with Tory saying that it's not happening and that there's no evidence of it. I have a serious problem with saying that Serge and Laura either A, are lying, or B, that it happened so long ago that it doesn't matter. No, it fucking matters. And I have to agree with Serge that they have to fucking, that these people, these older people in Scientology, if you were OSA or part of the OSA thing, Claire, all these people, even though you're speaking out about it, you were still involved in it. And to deny it and to say that it doesn't matter, not only is it fucked up, but it devalues the victims. And I know that people say that I devalue the victims. And I'm seeing the language, and and I feel like a lot of those people, like Mitch and all these others that are saying that it's not happening, are they were responsible and for that. So yes, period, end of fucking story. There's no fucking debate with me on that. The child auditing is the most fucked up thing that matters. I don't care if it happened 50 years ago. I don't care if it happened 50 fucking years ago. And there's no DCFF channels coming in. And here's a great thing for you. Pushing me to look at emails is annoying as fuck to me. Okay? Literally, like at the Magic Castle, I got like 40 emails of screenshots of the license plates. I don't have time to go through 40 emails. I'll get to some of them eventually. I physically can't do it, nor do I want to do it. If you have something important that needs to be said or be known, you say it in chat. You know? Mitch made the film that Masterson and minor Lauren were in about children being standard tech auditors. Check your email. And I do check my emails, but like I just don't get to respond to all of them, right? I went through like 10 emails on the whole fucking, yeah. Well, Jody, I realize that, and that's why I'm verbalizing it right now, so people understand where I'm coming from. Like Streets and Jess, they don't check their emails at all. Okay? They're not, that's not, I don't mind people sending me emails. What I mind is people telling me to check my email. That's what I mind. Well, the 70 emails were over a long amount of time, and like people want to like give me and like it's just, you gotta be careful with the advice, man. And if you want it to work, if you want to really get your message out to me, you have to like slowly enter it in. Even some people who just send me one thing and say something, I'll consider it. I consider it, right? Yeah. No, I do need to explain it sometimes because there's new people. There's people who don't know me well. There's people who stopped watching me and then started watching me. There's people who stopped watching me because I didn't respond to their email. So every once in a while, I got to set my boundaries and tell people how I feel and what I feel and, you know, the space that I'm in. Yes, I don't like seeing people message you to check this, check that. It's just, we check the emails when I need to check my emails. I check my emails and I read them. I don't respond to them all. And sometimes after about 2 or 3 months, I sit back and I go to my email, right? And check the email because there's a lot of good information. What happens is there's a lot of good information of like events that are coming up, about people, about situations. I'm more interested in those types of emails. And that's why I check my emails for intel, right? I'm here and I have an ability to get as many views as I have and have the support because what I'm doing is working. But I also am where I'm in my position because I do take criticism and I try to work on things that I need to improve on. And so it's just it's a catch-22. Yeah, the intel gets swamped by people giving it advice, and that's I would much rather have intel with and guess what? If I don't know who you are, if you haven't given me much intel, if you haven't done much work, if you haven't made much phone calls, if you haven't called into the city council meeting, if you haven't shown up in person, if you haven't sent things, you're less likely to get advice through to my brain. The more you help and the more you're helpful and involved in it, the more likely I'm going to take what you're saying and take that to heart. But when you come out of nowhere and you're really not doing much and I don't know who you are, it doesn't mean that you aren't doing anything, but I don't know what you're doing, and to me you have less value. And unfortunately that's just how it goes through my thing. I even talked to Davey. Davey's been emailing me here and there. He's been sending stuff. He came yesterday, dropped off stuff. I didn't even remember having the phone conversation with him because I'm having so many conversations with so many different people. And that's not even to say that not even my phone calls that I'm doing either, right? So the phone calls take a lot of time and a lot of things. And just because you're not doing Scientology related things doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to offer advice, but you have to understand there's like a whole pecking order to it, and it's about proximity and experience with the people and all that. And so I do check it, I do read it, because I do find a lot of stuff very valuable. And I felt bad that I didn't even remember the conversation with Dave, or with Sharts. And I remember some of it, but like, and when he brought it back up, email is the best choice of documentation for paperwork. Unfortunately, there's some people that email a whole lot more, and it becomes too much for me. And I can't get through it. And I don't trust anyone enough to handle it for me. Right? And I also don't want to lose that personal touch of having that personal touch, because I'm not better than anybody. I'm the same as everybody. I hold the same value as everybody else. A lot of people message me, and I might get 10, 15, 20 messages before I respond to one. And a lot of my friends, like my close friends, I call them once every like 2 months, once every 3 months. Because I've been so busy, even my parents, I call them, I don't get a hold of them right away. And so there's nobody, my close friends are not on daily or weekly or even monthly basis with me. They're on a couple month basis on me, and I call them, we catch up, and that's that. I'm fucking super busy. I can't be on the phone. I can't be emailing. I have a lot of friends, and not saying that in a bad way. So I'd like to set my boundaries. I like to say what I feel. I like to let you know what's the best way to communicate with me. So if you want to communicate with me, this is how you communicate. And I'll read the emails. I'll forget about them. I'll come back and then go through them, and I try to organize them. It's overwhelming, especially when I have a big day. There's 50 emails in there on a big day. When there's a big day, lots of information going, I got 50 emails. I can't spend the time emailing. Yeah. I'm spending a lot of time talking to people while I'm here, and I do need a secretary, but I don't trust anyone enough to be my secretary, and that's no. I just it's a very would be a very special position, and yeah, I don't know. I trust some people. It's just I don't know. I'm not there with anybody yet to read my own emails, my personal emails. You have a relationship with a very important lady. Yeah, well, yeah, I got a girlfriend too on top of it. Like before, it was it was easier to spend. I had a lot more free time to spend, doing the emails and all that. And I still have a lot of free time, but like my brain is not right in the sense of I have these stopping points that I'm having trouble with of not getting past simple tasks that should take 5 minutes. I can't do it because my brain's not allowing me to do it for whatever reason. Just because I'm overwhelmed at all the different little things. No, the talking to people is everything. Talking to people is everything. It's building the relationships for people, like in the local area, especially if they're actually they've taken the bait, right? And you got this fish on the line, and if you don't put in that 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of talking, you lose that fish and the whole purpose why you're being there. And it's just that one person that's going to change it. And sometimes I feel like this is a waste of time, but the Scientologists I met last week from being here and talking to me, that is so important. That there was somebody here to talk to them, but also to give information. Now, that person said that he knew of a rapist he raped somebody, and they put him through auditing sessions, and he got moved up. So just getting that information from him, like sometimes it feels like a waste in here, but like that one moment, him saying that to me is why I'm here. Well, I'm not even in my personal email. That's why I can't get into my YouTube account. The lore of D.o.A. No, people don't have, there's a lot of people that don't understand that they just are killing somebody with too much information. And there's no amount of times I say it of keep your emails short and to the point. Everyone fucking sends me long emails, and I read most of them. Yeah, and I just have a whole lot of friends just in general, besides just like my activism and protesting friends. And so like I'm just getting overwhelmed, and like I feel for your guys' health issues and shit. I don't want to know about it in the emails. Like I just don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about all my family's cousins and aunts' health problems. When you pass away, I want to know when you die. I keep my health shit to myself for the most part. I just don't want to know about it. It's too dark for me. Unless it's a physical disability, like you can't hear, you can't type, or you have Tourette's and that's why you're yelling at me, like that type of shit. Like I don't want to hear about it. Just because there's so much information coming through that I have to filter it somehow, and that's something that could get filtered out. All the health shit, I don't need to know about it. A lot of my audience is in their 50 to 70, and they're all going through. They all have different health issues, right? And I'm not trying to be like fucking mean or anything, because I do care. I do care. No, and I appreciate all like and I want you to know that I appreciate the emails. It's just it's hard to get people to filter what needs to be sent and what doesn't need to be sent. Yeah, and it has gotten very heavy, and I know a lot of people who've gone through have had a lot of rapes or molestations or any of that stuff, and that shit like I I carry that. I don't want to carry it, and and I don't mind it being shared with me. I'm glad that people feel comfortable sharing with me, but it's dark, and and so the health problems, it's just too much. It's just too much. Straight up. I'm getting it all out. We've had this talk many, many times. And sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sorry about your health issues. Like, there's times where I don't mind them. But then it's just like, I'm overwhelmed. And like, so I'm not going to talk much longer. This is a video journal. And I want to be using my time doing other stuff than reading emails and stuff. But I don't want to, I feel like when people don't have the email read, they feel like I'm better than them. And I guess that's what I don't like, is that, you know, like, oh, he doesn't have time for me or anything. And I don't have time. I would rather not use my time on that. And so I don't think I'm the same as everybody else. That's one thing my mom was big on, is just like, we're equal. And like, I don't want, I'm not better than anyone because I have 1,000 views or 10,000 views or 70,000 views. That doesn't identify who I am, right? And it doesn't put me in a position. It puts me in a position to spread a message. And that's what it is for me. Do I like having all the followers and the views? Yes. I'd be lying if I said I didn't like that. But my goal, it's just a means to a goal of exposing this. So, I'm going to go back into the back of this van and get this thing. I'm going to get a bunch of shit done, including maybe doing some mind map on Streamer Wars channel. This is just going to serve as a briefcase survey of the intersection of L. Ron Hubbard Way and Fountain Avenue. There seems to be a lot of briefcases that cross here. And like everyone who sent me health stuff, thank you. I just of the thousands and millions of subjects you could talk about, I prefer you stay away from those health issues. Share it to the whole world. I prefer it not even being on my chat. I really prefer it not being in the chat. And I know after being sick, people like kind of, you know, coming in after that. And, you know, you've been in the hospital or whatnot. I prefer you didn't bring that into the chat. The negative. I prefer that negative energy not come in if we could avoid it. As much as possible. As much as possible. This lady is the firecracker. That's what the comment section is for. Yeah, I guess I try to control the comment section because when people when you say that a bunch of people died over here, a bunch of people died over there, it kills the vibe. It kills the vibe. I try to create a vibe in here, right? A little more. I want it to be more happy and funny, right? Not on the Now, if you want to talk about like, and here's where like yes and no. Like I love like health issue talking, like natural remedy, not like herbalist stuff, like herbs, like promoting growing that, the health benefits of that, all that type of stuff. Even like stuff in like the for cancer, different ideas on how to fix the problem, not the problem itself. Does that make sense? Not talking about the problem, talking about solutions for the problem. Maybe that's more the issue I have, because talking about the problem is so bleak and like doomsday, right? Oh, the Illuminati, the satanic, they're drinking blood of the children. Like I want the solution, not the fucking problem. Does that make sense? Am I like not making sense? Am I speaking in some type of weird fucking, yeah, I don't know. Tenfold makes sense. Totally makes sense. And obviously, and solutions are good. Yes, solutions comes with solutions. Yes. All right. Coffee enemas. Sure. If you want to talk about putting coffee up your booty, then that's what you want. Need Timu. Yeah, we need some Timu Borat. I watched the chat. I watched that. Rewatched that this morning just to get a laugh. I love, because I miss the chat sometimes because I'm dealing with, actually talking to the person. I can't be talking and looking at chat at the same time. And I absolutely love coming back, watching the video with chat and just reading chat. Like, I love just making chat happy. I love when there's like 40 all laughing faces, like crying laughing faces from 40 different accounts, not all just one account. Just like diversity of people who are laughing. And when Timu Borat that was the chat comment of the day. And I love those comments of the day to make everybody, like, that was funny as shit. And I'm not funny, but like a lot of you are, or you're witty, or a blind squirrel gets a nut once in a while. And to be able to reread that out loud, that humor, and we take the most of the praise for the humor, but it really is the person in chat with the witty comment that makes the streamer humorous. And sometimes people don't even see it because it happened earlier. Yeah. So there's that. I'm gonna keep on sending a message until the message is heard by Dolls. Reenactment with Dolls. I saw that I was blocked on Twitter. And I was like, I got blocked by Dolls. I was like, I'm sad. And so I had to call. Yeah, I was sad. I went and read the message. I realized that I wrote the other person's name, Kristen's name, in the email when I meant to be talking to you about her. And so I found the emails today, the correspondence between me and her, and I was going to send them to you, and I realized that I literally put her name in it, and I don't like what she's doing. I don't like that she's like stalking your fucking account and taking the comments and sending them to the fucking our favorite I don't even want to say her name, but then I'm like the AP, sending them to AP and fucking and tracking everything you said. I guess you put out her first and last name in a chat somewhere, and that's what bad thing you did or something. Allegedly, I don't think that that's anything. If someone's fucking with me, I'm gonna call them out by their first and last name. It's something that I would do in all instances. So I have your back. I've had your back the whole goddamn time, and so know that. And I'm gonna fucking put this on all the different platforms until I get back in touch with you, and I get on the unblock list. Okay, because I really like you. You are a friend, and I don't like people fucking with you. And so, like this morning, instead of going through 1,000 emails, I was dealing with that. I made a phone call. I was on the phone for half an hour over that. I checked the email. I checked the messages, and I was going through all these relationships that I have to fucking like keep up on and water them, because a relationship is like you plant the seed, but you got to water and you got to give sunlight, or it might grow like, yeah. So that was what I was working on this morning, was being like, what happened to my dolls? I absolutely adore everything that she's done and made, and so yes. Yeah, so there's that. And that's the shit, that's the stuff that people don't see, the time spent and just keeping just friends. And some of you are a lot more difficult than others. But some of you are worth fighting for. And sometimes it takes time to fight for that person, or, you see how shit play. There's just so many factors. Yeah. And that's what's made me successful, I think, is those relationships. Right? Those relationships have created a very strong web that I could fall back on at any moment, anywhere in the country. And so it's hard to quantify the value of those phone calls and the time taken to talk to people on the phone and to water those relationships, but it's important, and it's very, very time consuming. Very, very time consuming. Alaska, nice. Who's that? Cat? All right, we're gonna take a walk. We'll see if there's anyone in the cafe. Same car parked in the 15-minute loading zone. No ticket. Same car over there. No ticket. Same 3 cars. I'm really tired of this shit. This is dangerous. This is not ADA compliant. You can't just be covering this shit up. This is the fucking public sidewalk. We'll have to fuck over there. All right, pack it up. Pack it up. This is where you learn that you're not as free as you really are. Time to pack it up. This is when you realize you're not as free as you are. This is not how freedom feels. Those emotions you're feeling right now, freedom. Those emotions you're feeling right now, that's not freedom. I know you are not really allowed to feel those emotions, but some of us, this is not what freedom feels like. This is not what freedom feels like. I promise you. No amount of auditing could change that, right? There's that little feeling you got in your body that questions how free are you really? You're feeling a little bit of it. You might not feel it tonight, but tonight, right before you go to bed, you're going to be like, was that crazy agitator really true? Saying the truth about freedom? So event, there's a lot of stuff going on here. We have armed guards now here. What could go wrong? What could go wrong with armed guards protecting the public street? Body cams. You won't see any of the body cams in court, though. What church has armed guards? That's a good question. I don't know. Do you do any other churches armed? Are you guys protecting people, or are you making sure that people don't leave? Because I keep seeing you guys telling people to go inside. And so that's curious to me, sir. You're also not the friendliest crowd, and you are masked. I mean, what churches have armed masked security guards hiding their identity? These would be questions I would ask as a concerned citizen. I would question why armed men in masks are telling people to go back inside when someone in the camera comes and talks about freedom. It's not Halloween yet. Jesus. So we're getting back to the whole mask issue. We got some concerns. Armed masked men. They weren't all masked before, were they? This is kind of a new thing, yeah? And what we're observing every time we come here is that all these people eating in the cafe, they're not allowed to be outside. So you have armed men with masks on telling people to go inside when someone comes out. Think about that. I mean, that's eventually this will hit the right area. And then blocking the public sidewalk, literally curtains are closed for what? The fuck are we looking at? Why is the public road blocked? Why can't we fucking park here? What the fuck is really going on? Why wouldn't they be doing child auditing? They could do whatever the fuck they want. Of course they're going to have a bunch of pedophiles and rapists in there. Of course. We can't even get the public street open. This has been happening for at least 16 years that we know of. That's scary. This is why I'm going to continue coming back here. And this is not normal. This is not normal for a church. No church. And I've gone to a lot of churches. I spent a lot of time at my church. Our family church. Not my family, but like the church that we attend. I'm going in the back and I'm gonna get some shit done. I'm gonna leave you guys to it. I've given you the rules of chat. If you're drinking and you need something to drink to, just have a shot or a sip of beer every time you see a weirdo walking by with a briefcase. Okay. Where's that fucking garbage can? Where's my other phone? There's the other garbage can. Where's my other phone? We could build a snowman. These are some great things to be talking to the city councils. We have armed guards and masks behind closed curtains. Like, to me that should be important. I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating on it. Do you want to build a snowman? Where's all that tank? Where's my other phone? Where'd you fucking go? you go, phone? Oh, there's the phone. Where's fucking shit? What was the name of the YouTube channel? What was the name of the YouTube channel that the name of the YouTube channel that Name of the YouTube channel that Eyes the Truth 4 had the number 4 in it. It was the one with the bunk beds. Anyone Operation Seafers? Okay, I knew Julie would be the person with that answer. Why did I know Julie was gonna be the one with the answer? Operation C for yourself. Search. Not a bunch of shorts. We'll put Scientology. Why is it doing that? Operation. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chi. Subscribe. Oh.
I looked at the good and the bad. There was a lot of good stuff that happened tonight too. And I figured it all out. That you guys have to do some
It sounds like my laugh.
Your TRs and all can talk in this situation. So that means no matter how And Yvonne, you didn't even call Yvonne. I'm gonna let you go. Right. Okay, now that I have, where's Justin? Okay, but I wish she was here because she needs to be here. You know, one thing that I see, with you guys is you need to be more into, and, your basics are out. I'm talking about, like, if you come into the zoo and go on, like, there's a way you're necessary, and there's a way, like, there's students, you get products, just go yes, sir, you go and get it, and it's like, it's just, it's actually, to be honest with you, it's just pure like that. I actually, it's interesting watching. It's interesting, like how you guys talk to each other, Even if a guy goes crazy, then you're not to react to it. If they want to react, then don't react. And I don't do that because it's a very cheap production. It is. It's so much faith until nothing can happen. Oh, good. Glad you're here. I don't know. I thought it was something that I liked about this book. But I think that we can do with each other. This is my favorite one. I'm not going to read all of it. This is very long. It says, if you are going to make over how you wish you would like to be treated by others, just figure out how you would want people to treat you. You would possibly, first of all, want to be treated justly. You wouldn't want people lying about you or falsely or harshly demeaning you, right? You would probably want your friends and companions to be loyal. What do you mean by loyal? Okay, good. You would not want them to betray you. You could want to be treated with good sportsmanship, not hoodwink nor trick. You would want people to be fair in their dealings with you. You would want them to be honest with you and not cheat you, correct? You might want to be treated kindly and without cruelty. You would possibly want people to be considerate of your rights and feelings. Now, that doesn't mean people would be that way or not, but if they're not, you don't have to react. So the guy that's pissed evidence that we should watch, especially, I don't know, for me, I can get this. Okay, now, is this guy like, is he clear? I think a lot of these things is clear. Is he just perfect? Or is this really a banked organization? Where there's no ARC. Oh God, there's no ARC. There is. Holy This is God, right? So you go, well, what is this guy doing? You know, like, it's and then it's that means that it says, if you have any defects or shortcomings, if you made a mistake, you might my goal is to be more, not perfect. Rather than concentrating on censure and punishment, you would prefer people for forgiveness, correct? You might want people to be benevolent toward you, being stingy. Your possible desire will be for others to believe you, not doubt you at every hand. You would probably prefer to be given respect, not control. Possibly you would want others to be polite to you and also treat you with dignity, right? You might like people to admire you when you did something great, like you did something. You would probably like others to be friendly with you, like some you might love that. And above all, you would want to be and to be acting with integrity. Okay, he goes into more, but what I thought, I looked at this tonight, and believe me, I have a lot to look at. And I looked at the good and the bad. There was a lot of good stuff tonight too. And I figured it all out. That you guys got to use each other for what you're good at. And you don't count. It's not going to stay like that. But you're going to have to cope because I'm telling you, we're already on the roller coaster. And we're going. I'm telling you, it's amazing. So, let me give you an example where I'm talking about. Like, you have to have a life. And you have to have DO.
What up?
Those two things you
Doing good. How are you?
have.
Good.
And any of the Div 6s that don't reflect that, except for you, but then eventually you have to have people come into the org as well. Now, so what are people good at? Well, Damon, for you guys, is good at GI. Now, if he gets GI, he might get a rifles. But if the guy just made 20 G's, I'm just saying how you guys, I've done your post. If he just made 20 G's, and nobody else in the goddamn division makes 20 G's, it's not like I'm on David's side. I really felt it. Then he don't want to hear about he didn't get any arrivals because he didn't say the same thing. He didn't get no fucking thing. So, okay, he needs some polishing up. He's rusty. He is. Damon, but he can certainly close better than any of you that I know of. Maybe that isn't true. If it isn't, fine. I'm just saying what I am. So, okay, so have him make the income. Give him a big quota, make him do it. Feed him cycles, help him out. And then you guys get the arrivals. Okay. Michael, if you ran across me, that's right. That's right. You would go and you would get the arrivals, you know what I mean? And maybe you and him would go out sometime, depending. You're going to have to be a team, and you're going to have to look at the plus point in each other. And you got to make a pact between you that you never carry together. You just don't. You don't let your day go. You don't let it loose. You can always control your day. We all know that. You know you can get your TRs in and not traumatize. Because behavior is only what you know. And unless it's somebody traumatized, I just go down. Who did that very same thing? I wonder who in their family used to do that. And some of your guys robbed jobs at agents are quite amazing. Damon, you are really good when you get going. You are really good. And I went, I thought to myself, somebody must have teased Damon, they used to just taunt him. Where he's ready. He's on guard. I can see these things. But you know what? We don't have to do it. So you guys need to make a conscious move that we're not going to do that to each other, no matter how bad it gets. You just can't do that because it stops production. Human emotion and reaction is the primary production. So, because I can't stop someone from coming in the area and be an HNR, but I can have you keep your TRs in. And, you know, like, because if we were close TRs where even if we're not, you're supposed to be able to handle or control any situation with TRs alone. Either in an auditing environment or no auditing environment. You just, with TRs alone, can control any situation. So that means no matter how HNR a person is, you can just handle them. Okay, I think if you do that, if your basics, that's what I'm talking about, basics, you know, it's yes sir, it's not all this talk. God, I get upset about all the talk. I don't want to hear that. I got 100 girls to talk to. You think I want to hear every time I ask them a question, well, sir, the reason why it is this way is because, no, I didn't do something. But the real reason why I didn't do something is because you don't produce a goddamn thing and I can't do anything about it or what. Come on. I don't want to hear that all day. I don't want to hear it 100 times. I'm scared to talk to somebody. You know what I mean? Because I know I'm going to get all this shit. Right? You see, I just justice for my shit inside that. Right? That's not the way to do it. It's wrong. So, I'm going to try and get as many people as I can into your division. You are going to have a lot of people. But I don't want them to go into the division with H&R upset. Because I
Have a
would
good day, bro.
No, you too.
I don't want to work with you like that. I don't. I don't want to work in there. So, you know, you got to think about that. If you were a new person, well, we could ask her, what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, so definitely would branch out and to some place where people will place me well, and I know that what I can get from my money from my phone. I wasn't really get like an overflow it or like overflow. And then because even if I don't have enough money and if my money is really hard earned, I would like to spend them on something like good quality thing. Because right now economy is really bad and people don't have a lot of money just to spend. It's something that they don't get good feeling of from. So they trying to
She's talking more about the big six.
yes,
Because
that's
you know,
it.
for a
That's
week,
it.
how what you see.
I mean, each other.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
that's
not
what
sure
they
if the big six is do not.
I did observe a lot of stuff. I'd rather not to say right now.
Well, I think that's their answer. We're not laughing at you, we're just laughing at ourselves, honestly.
You know, one thing, there was somebody that came there and there was a conference like, and a lady was walking there, and she asked me that when I was thinking of something there, I said, wow. You know what happened was? That, but you know, people remember that you listen that. Yeah, but I went to see one big part of that, and I had to really go down. For half an hour talking to somebody said, somebody that said, what law is this? Now you just, you heard, myself. I said, I'm not saying I'm like this holy man now, you know, you have to bow, big time. No. But I'm just, you know, like, I don't know. People have observed it. I'm not as I was. No, seriously. I mean, I can attest to that. I'm not as. But it's a public area. And that's where people see those things. And I understand with her, I've been, you know, trying to keep things rolling and keep her smiling and stuff. So.
Anyway, okay, so I think that if we keep that one thing in, then we'll have a lot of people. And that's really all. I'd like for you guys to get together and work out the rest of your statistics that you need to make it through. And, God, I thought it was I did not know that we did
Super Beets Heart Chews offer a convenient, delicious, plant-based way to support healthy blood pressure and circulation. And because it's natural, there are no stimulants and no jittery feeling. Double your potential with Super Beets Heart.
20, 180. That's how many clients I'm going to get you, and that's how many days it's going to take me to do it. And I will do it on a pay-on-results basis, and I will guarantee it works, as I have done for more than 2,000 agency owners, coaches, and consultants. If you're interested, click on the ad. Hey, my name's Charlie Morgan. I've got an important message for you, and it's that you do not need to bombard your niche with cold emails and endless follow-ups to get clients. And you certainly don't need to hire an army of appointment setters, and you most certainly
So you guys, so how does it work? Like, but still some person gets paid. Let's say you got didn't get paid, some person still get paid. That's for the money that you know. Wow. Working for free, huh? You got him? Oh, Jessica? is still over there, and it's only to come here and do whatever.
Well,
You can secure it, so that is. Because I just check my email, nobody wants to message me, nobody comments,
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach thousands of...
this one, do not go on liberties with public or non-Scientologist member who are not family, like to the movies or whatever. Like demonstrate to.
Oh, damn. Non-served member's house, have dinner, spend the night, or otherwise utilize their home, the place of residence. It says public / non-served member's house. Why don't you supposed to accept any like extraordinary gift from family, like a credit card, and things like that?
So can we apply it? Okay, good test. Good.
Insight. Not hard to describe. Unbelievable. So we saw the and I'm thinking that it was distributed around the world, but we saw it at flag just, just an hour ago. Unbelievable. Hair-raising. It was just fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And then afterwards, Chairman Boyce happened to be in town, he said, so he could do a briefing. And the briefing was, take everything you've done and technically and so forth. Yeah. So, 3 hours coming out, and nobody said, can we get this happening now? And he said, a trainee, they're going to send our flag, and they're coming in waves, and I thought, oh, he's talking about me. So, I got hands, what, you like me that much? To be one of the super special people that get to experience this incredible summer at flag. D.o.A will be around all summer, he says. They'll be sure things get started perfectly. And I'm going, wow, okay. Well, I'm glad I kept my orders down to just a few. Anyway, I'll be going to another terminal tomorrow morning and getting rolling because I intend to get through this clearing course ASAP, post haste, and then, get in my training. And having a very good time. Hey. Kyle came to me. The boy is wearing a mustache. Yes, so tell Erica. Her man is wearing a mustache. He looks great. And so a lot of fun. Steve Carlson from Hawaii. Jimmy Steer from Chicago. Sherry Albers and blah, blah, blah. Oh, thank God I knew half their names. And tell Melvin I met Sherry. The tech sec at the Three Winds, the captain of the Three Winds gave me a hug, and then the husband, the senior CS Three Winds, I met them along the way, so had a very good time, but staying totally on purpose, and gonna get to the clearing course and bang, be on the training. So, but I've been having a hell of a good time, and staying totally on purpose, and the route was fabulous here. I miss it, and I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, bye.
Hey, kids,
Sir?
whoever, can somebody get the stats line? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
because I want to go over the production. These are, God, you're not really running. Yeah. Like, we have product comments that might know all, but we actually, shut up. We actually got product comments and resolved products. Now, if you at your product conference, if you're going over numbers, then you should check this. You should job engagement check your team, if that's what you're doing. If you're going in and saying, oh God, I can't see anything. That's not but if you say, okay, balls, 1, ice cream, 2, cake, 3. If you're doing that in your product conference, then you're probably good at talking about this and understanding this story. So, because it's a product conference, what do you do at a product conference? Okay, good. So that's what we did this morning. These are the, oh my God. I've been over the student points without the basics, without the knowledge. Because that's now in census. So that was something, because then we saw we had those two together. And you should see the stats. I have them right here. This is the student points just without anything else. And this is the student points. This is the D.A.A. points. So what do you say with this? But then you're off exactly what the direction was. Get back on purpose. We've been operating on purpose. We haven't even been managing this. Because if it was managed, I mean, like, this is like we're confronting. We're not like, this isn't PR of myself. And I'm not trying to PR. It has not been managed. Maybe it was managed, but I don't think so, because I wouldn't want to say I managed. I wouldn't want to stand up and say I managed. Then, let's see. I want to read like where we stand with the rest of the days. But I don't like to compare myself to the rest of the days. I don't like to compare myself to anybody or anything. I don't. That's the way I've been my whole life. So I don't think that there's any caveats. That there is. I don't care what it is. It can be achieved if you want to achieve it. Even if you know, I saw a shortcut. I know that was said. You're not going to be able to do it. I saw a guy who was short. And he played on our team in Chicago. Because that guy was the best passer you ever saw. And he had all those giants. And he was in there, this little guy, right, on the basketball team. And he was passing. And he was a great star. So anything you can achieve. That's just because of faith operates by posture. And you can be anything. I don't care if you're skinny, tall, short, fat, overweight, underweight. It's not like all correct weight people are successful and overweight people are. That's awful. Anyway, here's how we stand. 185. Ashraf has 128. CCN has 111. Don't let that be. LAJ has 68. And LAF has 62. The PT full lineup, 638 of what's been done. ALA 85. Asher Day 78. Asher up 148. CCN 150. I'll actually tell you something. And LAJ and F together, that's 60. So the winning team, CCN. But look at the comparative. Like, it's outrageous. Hey, they have double the biz we did. Well, that's news for about 1263. If they don't come on schedule, but I plan to pass up to some. I don't know all the stuff. TCN has like 2,500. That's double paying. Just to give you an idea. It is really a very thing that you can't have another talk. Okay, so now we're gonna go.
Book a flight, unlock a hotel deal, breathe deep.
Burnout. We all experience it at some point. It's so important to me that I've actually been working on it in therapy. In fact, with the help of BetterHelp,
hanging out for a couple minutes with y'all. If that will work. Grab that first. Probably put that down there. Yes, I haven't fired it up, but I got it all put together. Lara had given me like a couple towel bars, so I spray painted the edges. put the towel bars outside. I could use them inside, but I want them outside for the for when I go swimming and shit. When I'm at the beach or the river, I like having the towel bars on the outside on the van. Not my last van, but the van before I had them on the outside, so I could just fucking go to the beach and set them things up on the side when they're wet. Okay, got my Minions glued on, my Ant-Man, my Astro van. Let's get this mirror, see if I can get this mirror bonded. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try it anyways. Oh, damn it. I threw away the other one. Motherfucker. Not going to work. It's too heavy. Oh, that's not gonna work, motherfucker. Fuck you. You fucking motherfucker. Just making a mess. Going backwards. Everyone loves going fucking backwards. I can prop that up maybe somehow. I'm having problems. I'm having problems with the rear view mirror. I'm trying to get it up so I get the backup camera working. Just for security purposes. So I can see what's going on behind me. I bought a cheap one at, well, not a cheap one, I don't know, a cheap one, I guess, in the terms of cheap ones. The AutoZone's always a little more expensive just because you're buying it right there when you need it. Yeah, and like the epoxy didn't work, and it was specific for the mirror. And like, let's see here. Oh shit! There's more kids, man. And then I had it on for a while, and then like the weight of the camera knocked it off. I don't remember seeing any kids before. Damn, I think I gotta buy a whole fucking new one. When I epoxied the knob on, I epoxied, there's the mirror, there's like a little bracket that attaches to the mirror, and then there's the thing that it slides into for the rear view mirror, and the set screw wasn't holding it in, so I epoxied inside. Now I can't take it off because it's epoxied, and I can't hang the mirror because it's too heavy, and I think that's just gonna be a fail until I figure this out. Taxi. Okay. I see him on the Fruit City, right? Okay. Sorry, my van's so big, it just gets in the way. Here comes security. Don't talk too much. Look at this. She's looking for she's waiting for a taxi. shit's so crazy. Armed security. She looks like my grandma, Marion. Marion. So fucked to see this shit. Almost forgot that. I'm here. About to jump back in the back there. No, thank you. Julie was mad about let's see. I'll tell you. What you see is what you get.
Talk a lot about being children of Scientology. Okay, pause that. Great. So I'm not going to show this on stream. That's not the one.
I'm just seeing people complain.
Yeah. You know.
Julie's gonna go on the Wizzy after all that pedophile shit. Really, Julie? Come on. You're really gonna go on the pedophile defenders chat.
Who are part of different religions.
I don't know. You have to give me proof that they are in the wrong. They have the right to practice and believe what they want to believe, etc. So,
yeah. And you know, whether people agree with it or disagree with it, right? They still, like, you may not make that choice for your children, but you know, people who are part of different religions, no matter what that is, you're going to raise your child in that religion. That doesn't make it illegal, right? But I would also imagine that if there were actually illegal things going on, that by now, you know, it would have been uncovered.
Right, and if they're protesting, bring forth something that's concrete.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just seeing people complain.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring up on the screen something for everybody.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I was happening with Canada. Yeah.
How far back do you go in that protest world of viewing and watching, and who were you watching?
This goes back a couple of years.
Really? Okay. How did it start for you?
D.o.A.
Oh, so D.o.A. hasn't been in LA protesting Scientology for 2 years. So you've been watching D.o.A. for a couple years then.
Right. And
gotcha.
so
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've been watching D.o.A. since what? Since the truckers convoy?
Right after he left.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right after he left.
Because like during the truckers convoy, he didn't really live stream, did he?
Well, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
He didn't. He was uploading like time lapse videos of the truckers going into wherever their destination was for the night when he first got out there.
You see, I knew about what was happening with Canada.
Okay.
You know, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. You know, I mean, they're, speaking out, speaking up, and, they're protesting and whatnot. And next thing you know it, this happened in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So I started to follow that, and I actually was following Today with Julius.
Oh.
Okay.
Today with Julius, streamer. She ordered a calendar, got me to autograph her calendar. So she has an autographed calendar of mine. Had problems with a bunch of different people. I talked to her on the phone once in a while. Because she's like a libertarian, allegedly. But like, now everything's like, you're literally on the Scientologist Wizzy. Not only is he a Scientologist, he fucking supported a fucking pedophile. Like, I don't give a fuck about what you think about me or anything. How can you be on the fucking platform of somebody who fucking supported a pedophile? Like, there's no forgiving that. And these people are like, ugh. And it's interesting, there's a cycle. There's like a cycle for a lot of people. She had like I've met her before. She lives up in like the very tip of like Pennsylvania, Ohio. Like right on the Lake Superior, the Great Lake Superior. She came and gave me $20. I was leaving my friend. I went and visited my friend from Texas. His mom lives right, like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes from the area she's in. And I was just driving the coast there, and she noticed that I was in her area, and so she came, gave me $20, $20 jewelry. Yeah. And I think I blocked her. I think it was her that I blocked for the Julie or this other Julie. I'm not sure, man. I got the Julies fucking confused here at this point. And Yeah, she's been on my panel a few times. Then you got blocked for 3 weeks. Was it because of your criticism of Aaron? See, that's where I was confused. There's a confusion. Was it because of Aaron? Your criticism of Aaron? See. All right. So, see, that's where I was confused. Anyways, long ass email, please read that shit. It's important. We'll put you in timeout for 24 hours. Okay. But you're not that Julie. See, I thought you were that Julie. I was confused about that shit. See, this is hard to keep up with it. Julie B is a chat's Karen. The chat crier. Kelly's Karen. Had you blocked too, huh? Yeah. Catch me at the wrong time. Yeah, I was blocking people for that. I was like, don't cause division. What the fuck are you doing? And this other Julie got mad at me. Yeah. Oh. See, I don't even know who I blocked. There's been so many names and screen names. There's been thousands of screen names. And thousands of emails. Yeah. I only have one. No, I have a lot of parasocial relationships with people. I guess she's jaded, but I can't believe she's talking to Wizzy and sticking up for Scientology. But here is the line on that though. They're talking about Scientology. They're talking about Scientology. It's a Scientologist talking about Scientology publicly. They're talking about Scientology. They're not talking about anything else. They're talking about their hatred of me. And I don't know why Julie would like, yeah, fucking Wizzy's just such a piece of shit. I guess I'm a hypocrite because I leave him in sometimes. Because I like how he is. It's just like a certified Scientologist, someone who's sticking up for him. I don't know of any others that I know of in terms of like mods. Keep going. Flew with the one that was hanging around with you on behalf of AP Buck Von Lori. No, like, Julie stuck up for me for Von. She didn't like Pluck. She didn't like AP. A fascist?
And then I don't know, you know, D.o.A. was like crazy. You know, he was like,
Yeah, no, I'm familiar.
Yeah. That was wild. And so, anyways.
So you're one of the people that followed D.o.A., perhaps supported him, and then was at some point turned off by what he was doing. That safe assumption of
Yeah, that's safe to say. I mean, I don't dislike him.
Right. But you stopped watching.
So.
Right. What
Yes.
what was it for you that made you stop watching?
What was it? What?
What was it for you that made you stop watching?
Stop watching?
Yeah.
Oh, the trip to California. Yeah. So,
okay.
became a little bit disgusting for me. It was kind of like revealing, and it was like, oh yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was not able to get on board with. Yeah.
On board with what?
I feel like there's something you're
holding
sort
back.
of hesitant to say.
Let's get it out, Wizzy. Hold on.
It was gross.
It's gross.
You know, he claims to be a libertarian, and it's like, really? No, I don't think so. No. You're not.
I don't know. Libertarian anarchist, maybe. Jesus.
How does that matter?
I'm hesitant.
It matters. It does matter. I have very well. I align with a lot of the libertarian.
It matters.
Jesus, I take that as an insult, Julie Curtis.
It matters.
Do you follow streamers based on their political leanings? Is that
he's?
I went to dinner with Michael Badineric. He was the.
Do you
follow
was
streamers based on their political leanings?
The libertarian ticket for the president against Bush and Gore.
No, I just.
I went to dinner with the guy.
Simply walked away. I walked away.
Walked away.
Yeah, no, I can't. You know.
These fucking people.
You've watched. You've followed. You've seen. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I can't get on board with this. And I just walked away.
But what Wizzy protecting a pedophile is okay, Julie?
So.
Come on.
I personally believe that Scientology has the right.
What? I can't believe this. As a libertarian, you're advocating as a libertarian for Scientology. Are you insane?
That there's been. I don't know. You have to give me proof that they are in the wrong. They have the right to practice and believe what they want to believe, etc. So.
Yeah, but yes, but there's kids.
Agree with it or disagree disagree with it, right? They still like, you may not make that choice for your children, but you know, people who are part of different religions, no matter what that is, you're going to raise your child in that religion. It doesn't make it illegal, right? But I would also imagine that if there were actually illegal things going on, that by now, you know, it would have been uncovered.
Right, and if they're protesting, bring forth something that's concrete.
Imagine if you guys had some of those big ass projectors.
I'm just seeing people complain.
I got one. I got one. I haven't done it here yet, though. Now, you might have just motivated my ass to get it up and going.
I got faith in you.
Thank you. Damn.
Please hold. Okay, pause that. Great. So let me pause this out.
Come on, Wiz. We're gonna speed you up, man.
Please hold. Okay, pause that. Great. So
Well, Julie
I'm not gonna
too.
show this on
Julie could use
stream.
1.5. We'll do 1.5.
Please hold. This one here. No.
1.5 speed.
So this
It's almost
this
normal
video
speed
here,
with Wizzy.
Shift this over a little so you can read it. This is on Laura FM's channel. And if you're at all interested in sort of the lore of Scientology and the lore of the anti-Scientology streamers, the people protesting, this is an interesting video to watch. It's LFM TV. It's called Kids in Scientology. Chat with Serge Delmar at Literally Serge. Watch that. It's an hour and 22 minutes of what you might call misunderstoods. If you've not been in Scientology, I think it's going to be difficult to understand what's going on. They talk a lot about being children of Scientology. But me personally watching it, I didn't feel as though they help people who haven't been in Scientology to understand what it is that they are against and what it is that their issues are with Scientology. Maybe, perhaps, they could find a way to explain it to non-Scientologists to get people sort of behind them more. But it's interesting to hear them, because I watched that video, Julie, hoping that I would understand their concerns and what they're upset about. I still hear the same thing. They don't like the fact that they were kids growing up in Scientology and having chores and responsibilities as learning life lessons.
Oh, okay.
Right? These are two extremely intelligent people who I can see the effects of Scientology on them in the way they communicate, the way they have clearly been successful in their lives. And I think a lot of that has to do actually with Scientology. From what I've seen, those who have been a part of Scientology end up in their lives, right? If that makes sense. To a certain extent, they're given some tools to work with.
Yeah, so Wizzy's like my nemesis. Like, he was one of the persons at the convoy, the People's Convoy, that was like trying to get me to come back to the convoy and not make a bunch of noise. Like, Wizzy's a fascinating, and he has a hatred for me like no man, like crazy. And this is before I got there. But anti-native, it's insane. It's like but at the same time, it's good. Like, if you like look at it from a different perspective, here he is talking. He's literally talking about going and looking at Serge's video. He's literally moving traffic from his channel to Serge's channel. Right? He is, and not any reasonable people watching that. Like, I think some people might stumble into Wizzy and not know Wizzy's history to like understand Wizzy, that he's a complete dirtbag. But there's Yeah, well, that he covered up and protected this pedophile bandit. Yeah, and so it's interesting that the hatred of me brings in conversation about Scientology, about the abuses of the kids, and that's the counter argument. Oh, Lara dug trenches in Hemet. That he's trying to justify that as chores, right? That's how he's passing off that abuse. Yeah, he's and Streets knew him as sleeping on pallets out here, which is wild that he actually knew Chris. And like the Antifa's kind of and Chase they don't like Wizzy. Wizzy's like hated. And Rooster was his mod, and I believe that the YouTube channel Mary Todd is her channel, and they were identifying protesters like by they were trying to track them down and find their names. And they were tracking them. I believe they were tracking them. So, but that's a whole little rabbit hole of Wizzy. Yeah. The Chomo thing is real windy. All the same cars. I'm not being mean. I had no clue he was going to protect them. No clue that he was going to protect them. Yeah. Is it threatening the Magic Castle or not far off the reserve? No, I don't think Wizzy. Talking about Wizzy. Like you were watching him and didn't know about him. He was when I first met him, I thought he was a cool guy because he knew how to like film. That's he's a professional. He knows what he's doing. He was in the Dolly Grip Union. But he's such a like idiot, and he's been like wanting me to be in jail so bad. He even came and sketched a picture of the courtroom in West Virginia. He acted as a whatever the picture person is in the courtroom. Stenographer.
Some tools to work with that have clearly helped them to become the adults that they are today. I didn't spend that much time in Scientology personally, nor did I do that as a young person. But like I've said before, Julie, I've seen a lot of young people, people that I would consider family, that have young children growing up not the same way in Scientology, because I don't know when the two of them left Scientology, but I know that the claim that they make is being a child within the Sea Org, and the Sea Org doesn't allow children. If you're an adult and you get pregnant as a Sea Org member, you're not allowed to stay in the Sea Org. So I'm not sure. They don't really talk about that, so it's hard to understand where they're coming from and where that changed. I believe both of them have been out of Scientology for a number of years.
Right, yes.
Right.
I saw.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's I don't understand how like you can't be more specific. When I watched that video, the hour and 22-minute long video of them talking about what their issue is with Scientology, they seem to leave out some very truthful portions of their experience, and I would imagine that they don't want to credit Scientology with certain things.
They seem to just have complaints.
Seem to just have complaints, right? And those complaints, typically, from what I've seen expressed, is that they were not punished. It is a punishment, right? Like, were you punished as a child?
Me, yes.
Yeah. Were you grounded? Like, what was punishment?
Grounded. You're grounded.
You're grounded. So
stand in the corner, you know.
Oh, you got the stand in the corner? Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't have stand in the corner when I was a kid, but.
Okay, well, I also had the soap in the mouth, you know.
You got your mouth washed out with soap, okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, no big deal. Yeah. Now, mind you, I was raised in a church.
Oh, interesting. Can I ask what faith?
Lutheran.
See, I don't know much about Lutheran. I see Lutheran churches. I don't know anything about the Lutheran faith.
Is
it basically Christianity?
Yes. Lutherans are basically Roman Catholic rebels.
Roman Catholic rebels. Okay.
Yeah. You have Martin Luther, who in 1517 posted the 95 Thesis on the Catholic door, claiming this has to change, that has to change. He was exiled to Germany and blah blah blah. Next thing you know, Lutherans were born. You know. So he's the one. He was the one who made the Bible readable to and available to everyone in numerous languages and whatnot. So, you know, but hey, was he right? Was he wrong? I don't know.
Yeah.
Have no clue.
I would imagine you grew up in a fairly strict household.
Strict but loving.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And what is the purpose for that strictness?
The discipline.
Right.
Learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm not seeing with the anti-Scientology protests. I'm just not seeing where. Just show me the problem. Show me the problem.
Yes.
Because as far as I'm concerned, the anti-Scientology, as of this point, is violating their First Amendment right.
Which
freedom
is the problem, right?
What are you talking about?
That's what Scott is facing.
What are you guys Julie, you're insane.
Potentially. Which we saw that arrest happen. Or
Holy fucking shit.
Police officers to arrest him. They were going to ticket him and cite him and.
Yeah, hold on, let's pause for a minute. I apologize ahead of time and now just for listening to this chaos. Yeah, it's but unfortunately I have to listen to it. I have to hear it. I can't quantify why I have to, but I have to listen to it. I'd like to hear the opponents of anti-Scientology's thought process, because yeah. So if you have issues with this, then you're just gonna have to check out for a little bit. I just want to hear it. I can't explain why, but I want to hear it. And I think Wizzy's the biggest piece of shit, so he's a Scientologist.
Inform him of a court date. No, he wanted to be arrested. He got upset about it. But yeah, that is a problem.
That's not productive.
No.
Not productive at all.
No. Can you imagine why the Scientologists ignore him?
I'm ignoring him, so
it's actually sort of the best thing you can do, because one, he hates to be ignored. Right. And then last night or the night before, I can't remember, because I don't watch it live. I watch the replay.
Yeah. I'm a replay person as well right now.
I like to be able to skip forward to the good parts. There's a lot of nonsense and stuff that happens in there. But he was out in front of the Magic Castle the other night, and I don't know if you saw that. He had this guy come up to him and treat him the way he treats other people. He did not like it at all. And then there's this other guy who shows up who's been out there at the Magic Castle before, and he's in a different part of Hollywood. And it's a very busy street there, coming into Hollywood off the 101 freeway. And these guys, they're getting in his face, just like Scott gets in people's faces. And he does not like it at all. And he's screaming for the police. And he was, doxing. He crying like, the police can't get here fast enough, because, he's treated them so well. He's treated the police these officers. He's actually quite lucky that they even show up at all. But
he's actually a hypocrite. He's a cop calling pussy.
Kyle says, I am such a liar. You are in the chat every chance you get until you get blocked. Thanks for acknowledging the fact that I get blocked. And not every chance I get, because Kyle, I was only able to chat in one of Scott's chats. And I don't remember if it's the Lore of DOA or the other one. In the chat every chance you get until
A hypocrite. He's a cop calling pussy.
Kyle says, I am such a liar. You are in the chat.
He's actually a hypocrite. He's a cop calling pussy.
Kyle says, I. They're quite lucky that they didn't show up at all, but.
He's actually a hypocrite. He's a cop calling pussy.
Kyle says, I am such a liar. You are in the chat every chance you get until you get blocked. Thanks for acknowledging the fact that I get blocked. And not every chance I get, because Kyle, I was only able to chat in one of Scott's channels, and I don't remember if it's the Lore of DOA or the other one. He has me blocked on his main channel. He's had me blocked for a long time because Scott cannot take pushback at all. The minute he gets any pushback, you saw it happen. Maybe you were watching the other day, Kyle. He had a hard time getting pushback from me. I'm never saying anything nasty. I'm not attacking him personally. I'm not attacking his audience. I'm asking him questions about his protest and pointing out problems in what he's saying and how he's attacking older women, people he doesn't know anything about, people who have an absolute right to their religion, a religion that I don't want anything to do with anymore, haven't had anything to do with for 10 years.
Sure, Lizzie.
But my issue is with Scott.
We know.
And Kyle, I'm not sure if you know the lore of DOA truthfully, but Scott pulled me into his protest from day one showing up in Los Angeles. So that is why I'm a part of it. That's why he calls me his pet, right? Because he thinks that, one, I help him, and two, he believes that spreading these untrue statements about me and his belief of what I have in my life and what I do in my life and the people that he thinks I'm connected to are complete bullshit. And so that's why I continue to make an appearance in there, because, yeah, I keep an eye on him, and I absolutely have receipts of when he's talking about burning down Scientology, the threats that he makes, the arrests that he gets into, all of these attacks on people that he has no right to attack. Yeah, I enjoy keeping track of all that stuff.
I personally think that D.o.A. Scotty is behaving very fascist. Absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
Fascist and help the audience understand.
Absolutely.
Now,
hey, we're in time and a half. This ain't normal speed. Julie and Wizzy both talk they have such pregnant pauses that time and a half is like normal time. Right? We're listening to time and a half. Only way to listen to Wizzy. Just turn it up. You'll thank me later. And it's still boring and painful. Fascists. A fascist? The merging of state and corporation with high levels of patriotism? Is that who I am? Come on. At least that's what I think the definition of fascism is.
Help the audience.
Absolutely.
Now, fascist and help the audience understand what exactly you mean by that.
Absolutely. D.o.A. Scotty is behaving very fascist.
He is, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Now,
we'll go to 1.75.
Fascist and help the audience understand what exactly you mean by that, because I like specifics. Right? I want to know what you think is the fascist behavior of Scott.
The fascist behavior is, this is how it is.
We're in 175.
Do what I say. This is wrong. That's right.
Yeah.
And that's how it's going to go. That's fascist.
He demands you believe what he believes without proving to you why that is.
Exactly.
All those people that are in that restaurant, he wants you to believe what he's got in his head about the owner of the restaurant. Right? And for him to say that that's still going on is what he's trying to get these people in this restaurant to believe, and why they shouldn't support that restaurant.
You're talking about Logan Bell?
Yeah, Scott has nothing, so he has nothing to lose. The people that he attacks, like Francois Costner, who tried to get him to stop in the most legal way she could, got completely fucked. Because now, their lawyer used a tactic, which is complete bullshit, because these people aren't journalists. They're fucking live stream I want to say mercenaries. They're an attack squad. Attack squad going after this woman who is running a business.
This is awesome.
That's it. A live streamer is an entertainer. They're not a journalist.
No.
In nothing. They're so yeah. I mean, who are they going to attack?
Is it a hate? What did he call it? An attack squad?
Next.
Right. Well, his new attack dog, well, who he's after is the Magic Castle, right? Because the Magic Castle has a magician there who is involved in Scientology, right? Again. Okay. So now,
yep.
What do you need? I know you can go outside. His weird side note, his buddy was here.
Is that Tucker?
Yes.
Okay.
His buddy Sophie was here overnight, and we all went to the family went to the Mummers Parade here in Hagerstown last night, and we got back. Destroyed Tucker's doorbell. I was so mad. She's a little devil, but so I gotta get him a new doorbell. He's got nothing to push on to go outside, so maybe that's why he's here. But it's okay. All right, you can get out. Go on. But yeah, the Magic Castle has a magician there that he's been protesting, and he's demanding that the Magic Castle cut ties with this magician. And which is funny because Scott, when he got to LA, wanted so badly to go to the Magic Castle.
Yeah,
and somebody got him in with Laura, and apparently Laura made an ass of herself and got them thrown out of there.
Yeah.
So the Magic Castle is invite only. Not anybody can go to the Magic Castle. It's an incredible place. I've been told. I just never really had the chance. Anyway, but I've heard amazing things about it. It is a magical place. It is a Hollywood icon. And so he's out there protesting it again last night or the night before, whatever it was. And that's his new thing. But for some reason, the one guy had shown up once before and said he was the king of something or another. So Scott calls which reminds me, Scott calls the police. And he's the dispatcher.
Scott calls the police. Okay.
Yeah, Scott calls the police. And
Scott calls the police.
Yeah, he's got dispatch on the line, and the dispatcher says, "So what are you wearing?" He goes, "I'm wearing dark shorts and a gray t-shirt."
Oh, I guess I can't call the police.
Like a king. He doesn't tell them that, right? It's like, oh man, you can't even be honest to get the cops there. It's like, it is so disingenuous what Scott does, and where had I seen him harass people and like tell them to leave?
Yeah,
because they all do that. All those activists, you don't have the right to be someplace in the opinion of these activists. But then the minute somebody came up to him and told him, "Get the fuck out of here, you don't belong here," right? He's got a problem with it, which I found just magical. Scared him off though, because he did leave after he made his police report, and like he couldn't even say with a straight face what had happened, because the guy didn't touch him, and he said they were.
Well, let's talk about the panic attack. Let's talk about the panic attack.
Oh, went to get the police there the one night. Oh yeah, that was some really bad B acting. Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Right, because they know that if he says he's injured or something, that gets everybody there quicker, right? And so by having a panic attack now, an ambulance has to get there, which then means the police have to come faster.
Exactly.
So it is comical, and Scott has managed to turn his entire protest into comedy. The thing that's not funny about his comedy is how it affects other people, and people who don't know him, like, dude's harmless, right? He's an asshole, but he's harmless.
Right.
But if you're a woman and you're walking into the Church of Scientology and you don't know Scott, I can only imagine how scary that must be. To have this guy come up on you, making these accusations, and they're not. He expects them to talk to him. He expects them to acknowledge what he's saying, but they know it's not true, and there's no point to acknowledge what he's up to or what he's saying. So then he's like, oh, see, they won't say anything to me, so therefore I must be right. That's his acknowledgement of this action that he believes is happening, right?
Yeah.
So, and I kind of try to explain or help people understand, what auditing is and what the difference is in different types of auditing. Because there's not always auditing that occurs where you're on the e-meter. There is auditing that doesn't happen with an e-meter. So.
I'm going to say it. Julie, just like Vaughn. That's why Vaughn and Julie were fighting. They're exactly alike. They're the exact same language, and it's exactly the same. They're Benedict Arnold. I love it. It's funny. It's funny hearing people the things that they try to justify.
So yes, children can't get audited. just like children go to a psychiatrist when they've had an e-meter. There is auditing that doesn't happen with an e-meter. So yes, children can get audited just like children go to a psychiatrist when they've had a traumatic experience in their life, and they're going to talk to that psychologist about their traumatic experience, however they do as children, right? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
But also too is in order to be an auditor, you have to be a trained auditor to deal with the levels of auditing that you might be talking about that would involve certain things, right? So there's that too. So I don't quite understand. And they also use the term children for 16, 17-year-olds who, what is it, Serge, when like he showed a video of a girl who, she's the daughter of a big, wealthy Scientologist who, I can't remember his name, who has done extremely well financially. And this little girl gets up on stage and gives a speech, and it was impressive. Like, I don't think I could have given that speech that way. Incredibly bright, articulate young lady who is outdoing her age group in skills and what she's learned from her father and through Scientology, I would say. But compare it to like the Doogie Howser TV show, right?
Okay. Well,
right? How many kids are there that accelerate through high school and college, and these what are they called when they what's the term for a child who prodigy, right? Child prodigies are amazing.
How old was she?
She might have been 12, 13, 14 years. I don't remember. She's very young, but she like probably outdoing most adults in her skill and presentation ability, right? And I watch these former Scientologists just give this girl such a hard time on his, Serge's live stream. And the chatters were so disgusted that this young lady was incredibly bright and skillful in her presentation of what she was doing. And, I can't believe Scientology did that to her. And I was like, wait, a successful child is bad? Like, I didn't understand how they could have this disdain for this young lady who clearly has been given a leg up and a start. Like, I couldn't imagine having that kind of start at that age.
Discipline is not all that bad. It really isn't.
Discipline's relative to the child, right? Not every kid requires a lot of discipline. But somehow we need to learn lessons about life. And, oh, sorry.
What the fuck was that?
We need to learn these lessons, right? We need to learn that we don't just grab and take things, right? And so there's ways to learn that. There's ways to teach these basic rules of discipline and etiquette and whatever it is that you're trying to get, right? That's how we grow up as children. Yeah, buddy, I know. He doesn't like when I live stream. That's what he really doesn't.
My question is, where is the evidence of abuse? Where is the evidence of abuse?
There isn't. They just don't want children being in and around the church. And they had an experience that they don't like because they were forced to do something. I don't know about you. I was forced to go to catechism. I was forced to go to Sunday school, right? Like, was it awful? Did I, get no, of course not.
Now, hold on. Did you get cookies?
I did. I got a lot of great things.
Well, see, there you go.
Right.
I mean, how bad can that be to get a cookie?
Yeah.
Just listen to me for a little bit. Let me teach you some morals, some values. Let me teach you, we're going to go outside and play in a little bit, okay?
Yeah,
have some cookies, here's some juice, just listen. Hold on, I mean.
And I don't know that.
It's not that bad.
No, it's not. Now, again, I'm not dismissing their experience, right? The problem is they're really not clear about their experience.
Exactly.
I feel like they leave out an awful lot. They're trying to create something because they're mad at whatever. Serge is gay. Serge is married to a man. I believe they're married. And they travel the world. They're successful. I'm not sure what his problem is. If anything, coming from Central America and maybe not knowing English, it seems as though Scientology taught him English, gave him a life inside the United States, did a whole lot for him that I don't believe he acknowledges. He says that he was trafficked.
This is why everyone hates Wizzy.
Brought him to the United States.
Right.
That's part of Scientology, right? It's all a show.
Wizzy's usually hated by everyone. Wizzy is like, people love to hate Wizzy. There's a thing about Wizzy that there's an absolute hatred. And he proves it more and more. Like, when you think you can't hate him anymore, you just hate him even more. Because, yeah. So that's his character, the lore of Wizzy. So yeah, I've been dealing with him for quite a while now.
It's all a show, NQ says. I agree, it's all a show. It's the same with Laura. Laura talks about being a part of John Travolta's staff and taking care of his children, and she's excited to say that she knows John Travolta. Like,
she's definitely not excited.
how they were treated. I didn't like that, boo hoo.
Yeah.
It's kind of like.
And they're 45-year-old adults. At least,
Exactly.
well, I think Laura's at least 40. I don't know how old Serge is, but he's got a young-looking face. But the way he talks and the number of years that he goes back in Scientology, like he was in the early days of Scientology, right? Which also sort of, if you think about when the time that most of the Scientology materials, whatnot, these are old writings. L. Ron Hubbard died in 80s, 70s? I don't even remember when he died, but he was an old man. He was born 1900. He grew up in a whole different time, right? And
Right.
your thinking and your generations are so different. And that's the stuff that they complain about, right? We've grown as a world and a society so much since then. And the Scientologists, they don't live in the, like, I'm a rational human being, Julie, and I'm also very skeptical of everything. So in essence, I'm probably not the best Scientologist. But, I was also willing to, not be so critical of certain things and understand, okay, this is what this is coming from, this is what this is, let's see how this works. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I get the fundamental theory of, the processes and what you're trying to do and how the mind works, right? Which is the important part. And so as a basic principle, you have a couple of different ways to deal with what you do in your life and the things that affect you and how childhood memories, adult memories, you yell at somebody on the road and then, or somebody yells at you on the road and you're having a bad day and all of a sudden you're repeating that same thing that they said and you're like, oh, okay, my mind is something that exists and memories and whatnot. It's a fascinating world. It absolutely is a fascinating world. And Dianetics as the basic book that I remember being a child and seeing the ads on television for Dianetics, read all about it. That sold to a lot of housewives back then, apparently. And it was a big thing, but doing some Dianetics auditing and understanding how you work through a situation that you were in at some point in your life and you talk about it and not to say that it can't happen through some other vehicle, some other psychologist or whatever. It's one of those things that it's going to, you need to work it out, right? And get past it. You figure out how to do that. And it works different for everybody. And look, everybody, telescopes here. What does telescope have to say? I'm a skeptic. Doesn't mean you're not a telescope. You literally don't listen. I'll play the message for you again. I haven't been in Scientology for 10 years. I played the message the other night. Maybe you weren't able to listen to it. But let's see, here's this it. No, that's Steve. That was Steve. I've had a number of phone calls from Scientology. Let's see if this is it. Let's see. Please hold. Let me find it.
This is 1.75.
Here, this is the one. I'll play it for you because it's from Scientology. Telescope. Maybe you'll believe the Scientologist.
It looks from your file like you haven't done anything in Scientology in about 10 years, and I'm concerned about what's happening. I'd like to help.
She's gonna help. I don't call her back, right? They are, what's the word I'm looking for? Persistent. The Scientologists.
I personally think that it was nice for them.
I don't know anything about Xenu. I'm not advanced enough to know about Xenu. Other than it's a rumor. It's one of those things. I don't know if it's real or if it's not. I've watched the Leah Remini video, so I guess that's pretty accurate, right? Because she's one person I actually trust. And like I've pointed out, well, I trust her because I knew her family. Well, family members. I'm not going to get into specifics. But we used to spend time. She's concerned. Yes, Tara, she is concerned that I haven't been around Scientology for 10 years. But to Telescope and people like Telescope, I am all right, Telescope, you're a piece of shit.
I think that's nice that she was concerned.
Yeah, it's pointless. You just you come in here and you bring nothing and you actually ruin it for everybody else. So we're just gonna say goodbye to Telescope for 24 hours. Join us next time with something more interesting, Telescope.
Those 24-hour timeouts.
I know. Ouch. Yeah. GS. What's the topic here? She says joining us. We have Julie, and Julie and I have been talking about Scott, aka D.o.A, and why she no longer watches him. That's what we've been talking about. G, welcome to the show. Telescope's in the corner. Yes, he is. He'll come back with something else. Tricky says, oh, WYSIWYG triggered. Tricky, you're more than welcome to come up here. I'm sure you have lots of questions. And as you've seen, I'm very open with my answers and happy to talk about it. So you're more than welcome to. But if you just want to make these comments that, oh, I'm triggered, I'm not triggered. I've made it very clear that I'm not triggered by this.
What's next for Scott? Is it the Amish? Because, the Amish community has a very strict, they have their ways and their beliefs.
I think he's going to be on Scientology's back for a while until either he ends up in jail or he learns that, they have a right to their beliefs and they have a right to practice, their religion.
I know, but
what they call a religion.
But why not pick on the Amish or the Lutherans or the Methodists or the Protestants, the Catholics? Why not pick on them? Because there's just a way that, seriously, it's just kind of like, really?
Yeah. I think he's gonna stick with Scientology for a little while. He's gonna stay in LA, and he may just it depends if something good comes up, right? You know, we got a few more days until November 5th. Who knows? He may find something to get involved with there.
Yeah, keep that popo on standby. You know, speed dial. You know.
Yeah, I don't think Scott's going to protest politics at all. I don't see him as being that guy. Like, I feel like he definitely has Scientology in his crosshairs, and he has his beliefs. No matter how much of a discussion we've had or how much he learns, he's got Lara feeding him in whatever that he does. Her name's Lara. Maybe Gigi. Maybe. So that's a possibility. Somebody mentioned that she doesn't allow him in to take a shower, so that who knows what that actually is as far as relationship goes. But I don't give Scott a hard time about that. What did he say the other day? I'm trying to remember. He acknowledged the fact that I'm respectful to his chat, even though they're not really respectful to me. But I think he gets frustrated with the pushback of what he's doing. That if he allows me to stay in the chat, it's going to kind of spoil his proceeds from his protesting. So yeah, it's.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm not in his chat anymore. So yeah.
No, he almost had a problem with the wrong guy yesterday. There was a truck driver that was there on L. Ron Hubbard Way that he was giving a hard time to. And I thought maybe that truck driver might teach Scott a lesson. But I think that truck driver had enough self-discipline to realize that messing with Scott wasn't going to do him any good, and probably end up worse for him. But he's a closet schizo. His interactions with everyone feels forced now. Really, Godspot, boot. Fine. I'm guessing that's Telescope again. I don't know. It could be anybody. That's great. Come on, welcome on board. The link is free to anyone. It should still be pinned. Yep, it's still pinned at the top. Feel free. Come and say hi. I'd love to talk to you, Godspot. Unless you're Telescope, you're not welcome. You've proven to me you are not capable of a real conversation. So you and I go back long enough. But yeah, we'll see where he goes. I don't see him quitting anytime soon. And you know, the chat feeds him. The other what they call the never-ends feed him. And you know, they all tell the same stories. And anytime you question them, all right, cool. You know, hey, what is it that Scientology's done? Well, they can't tell you. They never can.
Well, you know what? Bottom line is, Scotty is not a free thinker anymore.
Yeah.
He's just not a free thinker anymore because he has so many people that stroke his ego, and he goes with the flow. So he's not.
I don't think some of them are in there actually giving him good advice. I think that's part of the lore is that he will believe pretty much any nonsense that he's told in his chat, and that feeds him, right?
Yeah.
More info asked. Am I related to Zero Dark Tony? No, I'm not. We're just both handsome older men. That's all it is. So. And I'm sort of jealous of Tony because he has more hair on the top of his head than I do. That's why I've had to grow a beard. So I have a little something. It's a as you get older, it reverses from the top to the bottom. That's how that works. Oh, no diggity's here. Oh, welcome. You're one of my favorites. Zeno says, stop playing hard to get. No diggity. I'm not going to beg you to come up here, but I would love to have a conversation with you. I literally made you a special link last time. Am I Truth or Cop's father? No, I am not Truth or Cop's father, but if Truth or Cop was mine, he would be a much better human being than he is. That's for sure. That's definitely for sure. Those nasty beards are right wing. Everything's right wing. Hitler drank water. You should probably not do that, Trixie. Seriously. Have you seen that meme? One of these. That's fine. Please don't fiddle with your beard. Oh, don't you worry. I won't. Golden is a good person. Oh, Susan Knox is here. Welcome, everybody. Let me show you something from the other night. While we got a second. I'm going to show you this really small, because it's going to come from my phone, a little screen recording. All right, Julie, I'm going to bring it down for a second. If you don't mind, I'm just going to put you in the back, and we're going to have another guest here for just a second.
Okay.
This is Jack Talcott, everybody. This is somebody I've never talked to, but I've seen in other streams. How are you tonight, Jack?
I'm feeling blessed, my friend.
Yeah. Are you here for good or evil?
I'm here for the experience and an introduction.
Okay, wonderful. Tell everybody who you are. Tell me who you are, because I've only seen like moments of you, and I've seen you on Truth or Cops or panels with Truth or Cops. You tell everybody about yourself so that I don't miss.
I'm Jack Talcott. I'm an interesting character.
Okay.
Veterans for Peace. That's my purpose. Finding a way to end wars. Found myself on a real spiritual path. Love is the religion I practice.
Good.
And it was Truth or Cop, his recommendation for me to come and visit. He joined as I was wrapping up my live stream and said, hey, Wizzy's live. So some of us came over here.
Okay. Yeah, I saw a group and I saw some notifications and yes. All right, well, cool. Do you have any background? Do you know anything about Scientology?
From an outside perspective,
right?
Not directly. Most of what I've I've heard the bad side, but I've also heard some good sides too.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
If I can, when I was showing up, you were asked if you were Truther Cop's father, and your response was something like, "If he was, he'd be a better man than he is," or something like that.
Yes. Yeah. And I wanna be clear as to why I say that. To go back to when I first met Truther Cop, it was back during the truckers convoy. He was following along, and he was doing some videos that he was posting. He was not a live streamer. He was posting up videos. He posted a video that was very out there and sort of conspiratorial and just made no sense to me. I did not get his humor. And so it had to be explained to me. And once I kind of understood, okay, I'll give you that. Then I was like, we had conversations. More recently, in the last year or so, he has been continuing on with these conspiracy theories that I get he's humorous, but I think that there's other people that don't understand that. Take what he says as fact and then repeat it elsewhere, right? And so it's disingenuous to me how he portrays me and what I'm about. And that's why I said that my son would never do something like what he's doing to the people that he talks about. Just so everybody understands that. I don't dislike Truther Cop. In fact, the last time he sort of backed off because he was commenting on a video that I did where I had a life-size troll come up to me in DC and try to hurt me with the fact that my significant other has cancer and that she was still alive. And Truther Cop thought I came on live stream to cry about it. But I was asked to come on live stream and address what was said, and that cancer is a bitch. But Truther Cop didn't watch the video. He didn't understand what was being said and was almost as bad as the AP troll that exists out there in real life. And somebody who I thought, we're not friends, but like, I would think that he'd be a little more understanding of the situation and what that means and how that comes off, because that's not love. It's not kindness. It's certainly not strong. It's not strength. And as human beings, I would expect we would treat people a little bit better and have a little bit more of a moral foundation, because that's what I have done and been attacked for, sort of showing the immorality of people in their fight for a political side, if that makes sense, Jack. Because the reason I'm hated in these YouTube streets is because I showed who these black-blocked terrorists are that took to the streets of Los Angeles 4 years ago, attacking people. And just for showing them, I get a lot of hate, right? And so I don't know how else to help people understand that. But I would give you the shirt off my back if you needed it. I'm not the person that some of the people in this chat would like you to think. And those who truly know me defend me on a regular basis. And I do appreciate that. And it means a lot to me because they know who I am. So hopefully you understand where I'm coming from a little bit better, Jack.
The thought occurred to me. I was listening, and sometimes I laugh when it seems inappropriate. I didn't mean to laugh when you were sharing, but I heard my story.
Did you?
I can relate to you. And,
okay.
and if I may, I know I've heard your name a while back. Maybe it was probably through Tommy or whoever, Truther Cop or whoever. But recently, Truther Cop was playing a conversation with you and Illumitami. What stood out to me is your ability to communicate. And I had no doubt when you said you'd give me your shirt off your back. I get that energy from you. You're a good dude. I mean, that's my assumption, just a little bit, but I'm actually pretty right.
Yeah, I'm guessing the conversation with Tommy was just a recent one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Tommy's an interesting character too. I love the guy.
He is, and I'm saddened that he took some sort of offense to the fact that I didn't like a anti-Semitic joke that he told in my live stream. But yeah, no, it's that's all. It's just not me. It's not so.
As I understand, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you
Nice to meet you, Jack.
Thank you for the hospitality and the opportunity. And I didn't mean to disrupt or interrupt.
Yeah. Chuck says you're a socialist. Are you a socialist? I know that's a very loaded question, and I'm just...
It is, because that term has so many different interpretations. Here's the truth.
I understand that.
Here's the truth of me, though.
Yeah.
I see through the corruption of our world.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned enough. Behind all the wars is the banking system.
Mm-hmm.
It's selfishness and greed that has men and women selling themselves out for a nation or for a corporation. So what I see as the solution is no more secrets and lies.
That would be an amazing thing. I don't know about you. I'm tired of getting fucking lied to by people.
Brother, and that brings it to our real life experience here online. As I understand, you came out when the convoy time-ish. That's what I got from Truther Cop.
Yeah, just so everybody else understands and maybe hears it one more time. My friend Captain Sparrow, who's a journalist who does documentaries, asked me if I would tag along with him and drive a vehicle. And I took a little convincing, and I had to see some video from the convoy before it had even left the day before, and realized that it was a thing, and it was big, and it was.
All right, here's the big. Here's the nuggets. Here's the nuggets right here. All right, catch that. Julie caught that.
Some video from the convoy, like before it had even left the day before, and realized that it was a thing and it was big and it was real.
Truth or cop themselves out for a nation or for a corporation. So what I see as the solution is no more secrets and lies.
That would be an amazing thing. I don't know about you. I'm tired of getting fucking lied to by people.
Brother, and that brings it to our real life experience here online. As I understand, you came out when the convoy time-ish, that's what I got from Truth or Cop.
Yeah, just so everybody else understands and maybe hears it one more time. My friend Captain Sparrow, who's a journalist who does documentaries, asked me if I would tag along with him and drive a vehicle. And I took a little convincing, and I had to see
He does documentaries. So that's why I asked Sparrow, when is the documentary coming out? When is the documentary coming out? Now, Sparrow, this is like a huge fucking dot, at least for me. This is some of my constant pursuit. He was a major player in the J6 narrative in J6. He was the third person to crawl through one of the broken windows. The first protester that was shot, he filmed them. And that's a shot that a lot of people that were there on January 6th claim that the crowd got riled up on, or the belief of the guy getting shot got riled up on, which I agree that is what a lot of people have said to me personally, and I believe that. But Sparrow was there for that shot. Sparrow was there for the shot when they went up and they got into the scaffolding. He was there. He was there when Ashley Babbitt got shot. He was in that little room. And he allegedly, according to some, rendered aid. And then according to others, wasn't rendering aid. He touched Ashley Babbitt a bunch of times. Whatever you believe about Ashley Babbitt. She was at Portland when the People's Convoy went through Portland, and Antifa shot at the convoy. He was the cameraman who was on the fire truck when the People's Convoy ended and the 1776 restoration began. He was on the fire truck when that happened. That turned it into the group 1776 restoration movement. That was the group that I was protesting. I started protesting at the National Mall. And Sparrow was there filming Santa, the Proud Boy, the head Proud Boy guy. Now the Proud Boy that broke the window that he crawled through is the famous Proud Boy paraded on all the newspapers. And so Sparrow's family is from, I believe, Africa. He's his father's a wealthy, not true? What's not true? He was on the fire truck when the shots were fired in Portland. Yes. Allegedly Antifa. Sparrow, Young Kim, same person. Yep. I watched her state it herself. Asian. He is a, well, I think After covering the 70s movement, he disconnected. I hope one day he share all the rest. Well, I saw him at the DNC. What White Snake said. Watch her state it herself. Her daughter talked about it herself. Whose daughter? What's fake news? Tell me specifically what's fake news. Specifically. Oh no, I don't want to get into politics. How did this get into politics? We're not talking about politics. Pelosi's daughter. No, Nancy Pelosi. No part of them all. Nice. Yeah.
See, I had to see some video from the convoy that, like, before it had even left the day before, and realized that it was a thing and it was big and it was real. And I was like, oh, okay, that did it for me. I'm going to go out there and see what this is all about. I was not hired by the convoy. I wasn't hired by a Scientologist named Lee. None of these people were on my radar. I didn't know anything about it. What I did know, Jack, the one thing I knew for certain was all those activists in Los Angeles that fucking hate me and what I show them to be were attacking this group of truckers that they knew nothing about. They're right-wing extremists, they're terrorists, they're this on social media. I'm like, I'm going to go and take my camera and live stream and show people what's really going on and let people decide for themselves. And that is what I did.
Good for you.
Yeah. So.
That Captain Sparrow.
Yes.
He's another one I don't know much about, but I heard maybe the word wasn't used, but the connection of agents, you know?
No, the thing about Captain Sparrow that I find amazing is, you know how people have special abilities?
Mm-hmm.
He has an awareness level. For a person who is very quiet, and it's hard to get him talking, and we've become good friends over the years, and I appreciate the time that I get to hang out with him, and the Unicorn absolutely adores him and loves to have him come hang out with us. He finds himself at the right place at the right time. And one of the best examples was he was on the airplane when the pilot went off on the people in the cabin leaving DC. I go, dude, how the fuck do you find yourself every single time in just the right place? And he just has this really incredible ability because he's perceptive, right? And I think that's what makes a good journalist. Like, I just traveled with him to North Carolina to document the destruction of Hurricane Helene and what people were suffering with in that region, in the mountains that still hadn't been, rescued and whatnot. The things he captures when I'm at the same place and not capturing the same nuances is a different type of storytelling that he has the ability to do. And I can see why Truth or Cop, because he cannot possibly understand that somebody might have a perception of the world different than himself. That Captain Sparrow has the ability to go, this is where the story's going. There's 100,000 people in this crowd. These are the people I'm going to follow, because guess what? Some of us actually pay attention. And we know who some of the faces are. We know who the players are in the game, right? And when you see those people, you go, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on what they're doing. I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on around me, And it's just that simple. It doesn't take some sort of... I get, like, I'm not... I believe the term conspiracy theory and how it's used to dismiss somebody's view of something different, right? Jack, I'm gonna say something I've never told anyone on a live stream. You ready for this? Because I am the ultimate conspiracy theorist. I saw the original Zapruder film when I was in high school that clearly shows how JFK died. And that is why, for me, I never voted. Because I saw and remember, this is late 80s. Late 80s. I was shown this original spool of 8mm film on a kitchen wall in Detroit. Well, not Detroit, but suburb of Detroit. By a kid that was putting in my car stereo in my vehicle because he was like, it was his hobby. He built the coolest fucking box and fans and all this stuff in my Eagle Talon when I was a kid. Okay? That's like, and it came out of nowhere. Absolutely came out of nowhere because you want to see something cool? Sure. Okay. This is also, later on, he was like the first person that gave me the ability to shoot a gun and shoot a gun at a range. And, I grew up very differently, but this kid, had, it's complicated. The point being is that I recognized what I was watching, and I also recognized that it was so very different from every other version that I've seen. And so since then, these conspiracy theories and the movies of the hidden film in the church pew, and I'm like, no, you got it all wrong. So those things change how you look at the world. And for me, that conspiracy theory that I saw the reality of, because still to this day I can't explain it. When I worked for the federal government doing training videos for the FLETC, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, I actually got to meet and record a class taught by the ballistics expert who did the JFK assassination. And after
for the federal government
class and cleaning up all my camera gear and everything, he and I had a discussion. That was very different. And that, once again, sort of codified what I had seen, right? He wasn't allowed to see the body. They didn't allow a proper investigation. There's a whole lot of stuff going on there. But anyway, with that, I get a good conspiracy theory, and I get how people dismiss conspiracy. But Captain Sparrow is not a federal agent, right? I'm not a federal agent, right? I think it's hurtful when people make these assumptions and these claims. And it's irresponsible, Jack. And I don't want to shame Truth or Cop. I don't want to shame Scott. I just want them to fucking stop. Because, they're free to say what they believe, but you have a responsibility to the things that you say that those two cannot quite figure out how it affects somebody. Because, Jack, I've lost my job in the film business. I couldn't make a living in California anymore because of my, these people and their claims for showing people the truth and the reality. What you see is what you got of what people were doing. And so it's not a joke. It hasn't ever been a joke. And Captain Sparrow, when I first started this, I met him very early on because he was out covering and doing some of these things. He's like, are you prepared for what's going to happen? I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen. He goes, are you willing to lose everything? I go, why would that happen? Right? I'm not out to hurt anybody.
Right.
But for some reason, this is where we're at. And then I get gaslit into the fact that what I've done is I've been the bad guy. No, you can't tell me that. I still stand on morals.
You've been tested.
Right. See, here's this person, Jack. This is Destroyer. It says Captain Sparrow was at Wee-Spa when Wizzy got his ass kicked out of the West Coast. Right? So this is a violent extremist that's in this chat. And they are, one of the things that happened was, here's some fun lore. Give me 1 second, I just gotta do a little housekeeping here. Because one, you're not gonna come in here and do that, so congratulations. Wee-Spa was a protest where a woman, a Cuban woman, she went by Cubana Angel on Instagram. She had taken her daughter with one of Cubana Angel's best friends and her daughter. So the two adult women and the two kids, the two daughters, went to a spa in LA called Wee-Spa, which is in Koreatown in the LA Hollywood area. It's a famous spa. I had never heard of it before this. I didn't know it existed. Famous spa. Apparently it has multiple floors and it has one floor that is just for women. Women only spa floor. And these women thought they were safe. Cubana Angel one day posted a video of her outrage that a man was in the spa exposing himself to the young daughters and these women. And the video that she had with her claims that she's making, she doesn't show him in the sauna, the spa where they were at, but it shows her going down to confront a woman who's working in the office reception area to say, hey, what are you going to do about this? There's a man in the women's sauna exposing himself to my daughters. And they're like, well, we can't do anything. He said he was a woman. He identified as transgender. Okay. So then this started this protest that the women in Los Angeles who defended what Cubana Angel was saying were going to go out and protest the Wee-Spa for allowing a man into their space. And that's when the activists in LA showed up. They showed up 2 hours before the protest was scheduled to happen. And as anyone who showed up to protest arrived, they attacked them, they assaulted them, they beat them. I captured that on camera during my live stream until they turned their aggression towards me. And they chased me down, a dozen or more of them, led by a young man named Vishal Singh, who is a quote-unquote journalist in LA. And they tried to take my cameras. They sprayed me with mace, right? I protected my cameras. I kept my gear, but they did their best and were only stopped because fortunately, a police car showed up out of nowhere. And I don't know what would have happened if they would have gotten their hands on it. These were all people who were upset because in the year prior, they had attacked me in the past as well. Because I had shown their violent nature, as they want you to believe that right-wingers are the violent, racist people. It turns out they're the ones. In the end, which was sort of the weird portion of this story, is it turns out that the man who was accused of these crimes by several women was actually a sexual predator who had been arrested in the past for sexual behavior and a number of other issues. And there was a second We Spa protest after the first one that when he tells the journalist that he broke the story with about what had happened, it turns out the very activists thought he was a right-winger because he drove a black Cadillac Escalade and was there at We Spa 2 protest. And it's just a really funny story. And that story, it's one of the, it's not a conspiracy, Jack, right? It is what it is. It's like people as real as they want to be about helping others, they step on their own fucking toes, Jack.
It's the way we're designed.
Is it?
We are our own worst enemies, individually and collectively, until we grow up and we learn how to treat each other with respect.
Yeah.
You've been facing a lot of challenges, and Chris, I appreciate this. I hope this is just the start. I'd like to hear more of your story, and I'm sure you've shared a lot of it, but
sometimes you have to share it multiple times because people don't hear it, they don't understand it, or they just want to come in and be the Almunsons of the world.
There's a time for all things.
Yeah,
I become a man of faith, sincerely. Faith in the unknown, in the unknowable. Faith that miracles happen. You're living a very interesting life. I mean, I was listening to your stories, and so you got signs when you were young. You saw things that others had not, and that allowed you to see things that others do not, right? And that's what I started realizing about myself. I spent most of my life tunnel vision, worried about the budget. I knew when 9/11 happened, there was something not there, but I had bills to pay and I had a job to do. I didn't have time to look into that stuff. My life changed in 2018, and I took a new route. And thankfully, there's been a lot of people stepping out, not just intuiting that something's going on, but being willing to put themselves out. There's been people reporting, documenting, putting together the pieces of these true life conspiracies that have been happening. But see, I think we are the wild cards. You're on the outskirts, right?
Yeah.
You've also been facing, as I heard, no way to earn a living. You got to restart, reinvent yourself. You got to continue on.
Sure, yeah.
That's me too. I'm at this point of transition still where upwards is the path we're going.
Yeah. I would love to have a real conversation with you sometime, Jack. How would I, well...
Here, I'll put my contact in the back. Okay. And then
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I don't really know anything about you. I know I've seen a little bit, and I like how you talk and express yourself, and I think we can have a really interesting conversation. But I have to end this for the night, and I want to bring Julie back up on stage real quick. Julie, I realize you've been hanging out backstage. Is there anything you'd like to say, comment, whatever, before we end this?
No, basically, it's fascinating to hear about Sparrow.
Yeah.
I did actually call in on StreamYard to one of your shows before because I'm a hobbyist with cameras and I'm Nikon. But I did end up finding out. Yeah, I did end up finding out that Sparrow uses Canon.
Right. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to bring it back up. Jack, I'll bring it back up. Give me 1 second. We're just going to do this real quick, and we'll be right back. 2 seconds. I might have to start wearing a diaper when I live stream because I had to go to the bathroom. It was so bad. It was about to come out of my eyeballs. I lost Jack, but Julie's back. Jack, I will reach out to you and we will definitely have a conversation one of these days real soon here. continue that. I'd like to do that. Julie, I'm sorry, I had to run off so quick. Tell me what you're saying.
Oh, no, I was just simply saying that I had called into your show, I don't know, over a year ago, I think.
Okay.
And you, I think, were waiting for Scotty to, it was one of your streams where you were kind of like, come on up. And I came up just to simply buy time.
Oh, yeah.
Asking about Sparrow's equipment.
Oh.
It was innocent. It truly was. I found out that he's Canon, I'm Nikon, and truly, just I think you're good people. Okay.
Try to be.
You know, I'm not a D.O.A hater. Okay, but
are you Julie B in his chat?
No. Oh, no. Good grief.
Somebody asked that earlier, but my gut tells me you're not Julie B because Julie B is just a nasty person.
Yeah, no. I am not Julie B. I'm Julie Curtis.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's who I am. There was a joke for a bit of time, $20 Julie. I don't know. I don't know if that rings the bell, but
no, it does. But that's good for you. Good for you.
Yeah. So and that was just that was a joke. And
what was it?
I just don't care. I have thick skin, so it's like whatever. I don't care.
you got to have a little thick skin to be on these streets, right?
Yes, absolutely.
This shit. You
You
can't make this shit up.
I'm glad I called in. It's been great talking to you.
She's from earlier seasons, y'all.
I just don't agree with what's happening, and it's just kind of like, okay, well, my opinion is not worth much to Scott. So it's like, okay, well, all right, well, good luck.
There's the fucking.
I get that. I've seen how he talks to his chat and how he
dirty little fuckers
responds to the people who support him, and I'm truly surprised that so many people still continue to support him after that. I know that I personally have a hard time remembering the channels, the screen names, because I've said it before. Like when I've talked to you, I now have a voice to put to this Julie chatter, and I don't know what you chat as, what your name is. But
it's just Julie Curtis. So.
Okay, so when I see Julie Curtis, I'm gonna be like, remember this conversation. I now will hear that voice in your comments, right? And not everybody have I had the opportunity to meet and whatnot. And so I'm not perfect about remembering who's chatting, and sometimes people, it slips by, and I gotta go back to my phone and check a couple things and go, okay, that's who that is. His disrespect for his chat sort of blows me away, in that I don't think most people are there for the right reason.
Well, this message is to Scotty, to D.O.A, aka the Ant-Man, whatnot. I was actually following you prior to him.
Interesting.
And I'm still following you, and not him. So,
okay.
Snap.
Damn.
Snap. Oh, Scotty, where'd you go wrong?
What are you seeing that has changed your the conversation? Or are you just this is just you're speaking to him?
No, that message was for him. That I was actually following you prior to him, and I'm not following him anymore. But I'm still following you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, maybe Scotty, you need to take a step back and think.
Scott doesn't care. Scott has shown how much he cares about friendships and the people that are close to him, because as soon as it's convenient for him, he shares their secrets, right? We saw that happen with 86 GOP, these other people that, he basically destroyed trust when those people shared, personal things about themselves. He was very quick to throw them under the bus. And it just, for me, that I hope people saw that and understood and noticed, because that is Scott. That is what Scott has done to a number of people.
I think he has good intentions. He's just confused.
I thought that too, and I gave him the opportunity. And the unicorn gets upset with me. She throws it at me occasionally.
I do have good intentions.
Who's the unicorn?
My lady.
Oh, okay.
She's my unicorn. She's
okay.
She's the unique, special. I refer to her as a unicorn. She hates it. But
okay.
But so that's it. But
don't tell me your secrets.
She
too.
Tried to tell me,
don't tell me your secrets.
And I'm like, I give people the benefit of the doubt, and I try to find the best in him, and said, I'm going to go sit down and have dinner with him and have this conversation. And
you were a good person.
Try to get him to stop.
Even that patch.
The whole thing, I carried it all the way back to California, because that son of a bitch left it when he ran off. And I saw it, and I knew what it was, and I held on to it for him. I carried his crap all over the United States until I got back to California, where it stayed in my shop. And then, tried to give it back to him, and he claims that I stole it. That son of a bitch, for that decent thing, that it turns out that his dad's patch, that means a lot to him, was a complete fucking asshole to me. And went around the country lying about me every chance he got. And then when I finally get a chance to go, hey man, I'll bring the patch, I'll get your stuff back to you, meet me for dinner so we can sit down and talk like men, face to face. You can look me in the eye and hear, all your answers, or all the questions you want answered. And that's what we did. He met me in Hagerstown as he left DC, and I thought, okay, Scott finally gets it, and then he started back up again, because I guess it meant him making money, whatever. And the unicorn was like, see, I fucking told you. I go, you're right. He is not a good person at all. Whatever. And that is Scott-Hochstetter. That's just
Well,
who Scott is.
if anything would have been genuine about that, then he would have live streamed it. But that's where he keeps his viewers confused.
Hold on. This
Because
is what he says. What the truth
the
is.
dinner was not live streamed.
No, yeah.
So the conversation, the dinner, etc. So the only thing anyone knows is what he is telling them.
Correct. And he made a decision to do something very different and tell a very different story and make up lies about me for his personal gain. And that is despicable.
Who paid for dinner?
He did, actually. He bought dinner.
Okay, well, was dinner good?
We didn't really. I had some French fries. He had a sandwich. So I was there to talk. I wasn't there to eat. So I just had a little snack. What's up, Tony? Welcome. We're just towards the end here, but yeah, no. So that's what it was. And I can't remember how. It was at least a couple hours we sat there.
Well, you can't call me cheap by that, I guess. Shit.
About, TNC and how I got going and the work that I did and Hollywood and the shows that I worked on.
I'm glad I paid for that. That was a good decision.
We talked about family. We talked about all kinds
Who knew that at that very moment?
Mind wanted to know about it. Sparrow, all kinds of things.
Whew.
All these questions.
That doesn't happen much.
And I honestly believe to him, he goes, wow, it was an honest conversation. And like I might have for a moment seen possibly the real D.o.A. Even though he says, no, I'm a magician and I was just doing that for Wizzy. Yeah, good. You took advantage of my kindness and giving you the benefit of the doubt. So if you feel better about that, okay, cool. If you have to deceive people to get what you want, were you really honest about who you are? No, you're not. It's like we see that happen a lot, Julie, especially right now. Like we are seeing that happen left and right. And if you have to tell somebody that you're something else, and then later on it comes out that you're some Russian whatever, you lied to people, and then you use the fact that who you really are to attack that person. You deceptively create a situation. How is that? No, I'm sorry.
What fascinates me is he will tell his chat that he's a magician. And at the same time, he has told his chat that when he says that, he is lying.
Yes, that's what that means. But most of the people that are watching him don't know that, because we all know that unless you tell somebody something right then and there in that moment, that nobody will remember or understand when you go, I'm being a magician, wink, wink, wink. Yeah.
That is the cue.
I'd like him to come back to the Midwest. Come back this way.
I better hope, Julie, I never see him ever again. Well, he better make sure he never sees me again.
I personally want to protest him. I just need him to come back this way.
I haven't been that's the clue, man. If you're paying attention, when I say I'm a magician, that's when you don't trust anything I say, and that's just good form when talking to any magician. They are really good liars. You can't be a good magician without being a good liar. It's just impossible. There's no magicians that are not liars.
You live with it, right? And so, I say that we're too great. You never really have perfect, but she's awesome. She's the unicorn. She's kicking ass.
Yeah, my mom has had 4 different cancers, and she's beat all of them. She's in her 80s. So there's awesome treatment out there. There's awesome
I don't know if they're my biggest fans. They got quite a few haters.
Thank you. Speaking of the best, I have a dinner date, so I'm going to go have dinner.
Dinner date.
It has been fun hanging out with everybody. I'm glad you came up and hung out, and I think we'll find a time to have a longer, more in-depth conversation about Jack Talcott, because I think that would be interesting. And all of you that are in the chat that endured the troll invasion that came in.
I'll have to go back and watch because I'm only on my phone, so I can't see it.
Trust me, Julie. Like during some of these conversations, I don't pay attention. We have conversations, and I can't pay attention. I can't focus on the chat going by, and I miss it. So I will go back and I will look at the chat and see what was going on and see what I missed. But it is what it is. Life is what it is. So we're gonna have fun. We're gonna meet people and have discussions, and I appreciate you very much. So, all right. Thanks, Julie.
Welcome to Rover. As pet parents and pet lovers ourselves, we know how important it is to have trusted, loving pet care.
My Chinese name is Xiang Kunzhu, and my English name is Elvis. The course I took in HBS Online is Management Essential. The thing that
behind closed doors, saw the mess they control. Elron's legacy built on broken trees, but notice here, tearing apart at the seams. Lays in the code, found truth on the screen. Therapy sessions where the pain's unseen. Healing from the past, with the story
right. Thank you for joining me again here at Raised in Scientology. That's me, Nora, your host. Today, guys, we are going to be talking about something very important that's been all over the news. Fat Grammy was talking about this earlier today, but I want to go into a little bit of the rabbit hole I got into and talk to you about the conversation I just had. So here we go. So I have an article here pulled up from Bakersfield.com. That is a news outlet that was covering this story. Yes, we're going to talk about Sarah Specs. No, I'm just kidding. This is just an ad. So this is from today. This is their article from today, October 24th. Law firm of Sari, Boscovich, and Allard files sexual abuse lawsuit against Delphi Academy. Why does it look like I'm sitting in a child's chair at my grandpa's desk? Okay, much better. I have to reframe all the things now that I'm in this other chair temporarily. I brought my old chair back, guys, and then I'm going to get my new one on Tuesday. I'm much excited. Anyway, okay, so let's get down and dirty with this here. A lawsuit has been filed. Los Angeles County Superior Court, case number 24NNCV05136.
Los Angeles?
Note that down because we're going to be following this case, guys, against Delphi Academy on behalf of former student who was sexually abused by former basketball coach and athletic director Randolph Clifford Jackson. When people have three first names as their name, it's always bad, guys. It's never a good situation. The lawsuit claims the former student, identified as John Doe, was molested during the 2011-2012 school year by Jackson. The lawsuit claims that Jackson made him an athletic department assistant.
There's proof.
Okay, he was a student, but he was made an assistant and provided him with car rides and isolated him behind closed doors. This is abuse 101. Jackson allegedly went on to repeatedly abuse Doe on school grounds, in the athletics office, in the sports shed, and in the boys' restroom. 3 different locations on the Delphi Academy campus. Despite alleged knowledge of Jackson's misconduct at the Delphi Academy, the complaint alleges that the head of Delphi Academy, at that time she's no longer the head, Karen Dale, instead recommended him for a job at Albert Einstein Academy in Santa Clarita after his contract expired. So they kept him there until his contract expired. Jackson was arrested on February of 2015, okay, 3 years later, after reports were made that he had continued to molest students at Albert Einstein Academy. He was sentenced to 17 years, 8 months in state prison after pleading no contest to the molesting of 6 boys between the ages of 13 and 17. At the Delphi Academy, the lawsuit claims that Jackson would spend alone time with kids, expose his genitalia, make sexually inappropriate comments, show porno images to minors, and lavish gifts and meals upon students. This is a classic case of passing the trash, attorney Mark Boscovich said. A predator could have been stopped before abusing countless young boys, but instead he had a second chance to do what predators do, and that is to molest more children. Delphi Academy is one of several Delphi schools, a group of independent private schools operated by Delphi Schools Incorporated. The schools use the study methods known as study technology that was developed by Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard. Boscovich is asking anyone with information about Jackson's time at Delphi Academy between 2011 and 2012, okay, or any time that he was employed there. If you were a student, if you were a parent of a student, if you know of a student, please call their number. It's also on the thumbnail here, okay? 408-289-1417. Now, I want to show you, I was going to say this to the end, but this is the lawsuit, the law firm rather, okay? This is why they're on the thumbnail, okay? These are the people in the law firm. They specialize in sexual misconduct cases. This is their specialty. This is amazing. Okay, a named partner is handling this case. Okay, Boscovich is this gentleman. That is the gentleman that is handling this case. He practice areas: abuse of adults with developmental disabilities, coach sexual abuse, school bullying, and trucking accidents. That's a fun mix in there. Okay, but this is the gentleman who is handling this case. Okay, so this is the office number. If you have information, if you were a Delphi Los Angeles, Delphi Academy Los Angeles, let me get the name correct, student between 2011 and 2012 specifically, or you had any interaction with Mr. Jackson, please call that number. I will be bringing it up, pasting it, all of those things throughout this live. And if I can get the mods to do that if they're in here, okay? We need to get that info to them, okay? So let's talk about this in depth here. So I spoke to the private investigator that Mona was speaking about earlier today, that Fat Grammy was talking about. I had a very nice hour-long conversation with her. She's fantastic. Please, feel safe reaching out to the law firm. They will put you in touch with her. Tim Greenglass, if you say that really fast, a PDF file, then it sounds like something else. But you can write PDF file, and it's like legal to say. Okay. I have messages up under website. Oh yeah, no, I'll show you that, Sandy, in a second. I'm going to show you that because I want to do an experiment. Thank you, Rox. Thank you, Rox. That's the phone number, guys. This is the phone number. Please call it if you have info regarding this, okay? Because this case is very important, this John Doe case versus Delphi, because this John Doe was a minor at the time of the assault in between that, it was a whole year of assault between 2011 and 2012. And then this man was shipped off to another private school. It's not Scientology affiliated as far as I can see. This is the Albert Einstein School's website. There is nothing to indicate that they are Scientology affiliated in any way. They don't have the applied school. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. I apologize. Let's just put this, I'm gonna make this a little smaller, Rocks. Here we go. And I'm just gonna put it up in the corner here. There we go. So you guys can see that throughout. So this is the end of their website. This is, AECS.org. It's the Albert Einstein Academy, dealy Bob. They have a network of schools across the country and in other places. They're a charter school, all that kind of stuff. They do the baccalaureate program. They do the German English dual immersion program. Yeah. So they're in San Diego, right? This is the San Diego website. But anyway, there's no, Applied Scholastics would be on here if they were a Scientology affiliated school. So I do not think that they are. Okay. Unlock the Vault Edition today. Yeah. So I went to, okay. Why am I getting off the Sharesy screen? We need the Sharesy screen. Apologies. Okay. So this is Delphi Academy's website. I went to the faculty page because I wanted, somebody in Fat Grammy's comments was like, hey, do you have to be a Scientologist to, work at Delphi? The answer to that is no, but it is preferred. And we're going to go over that. Okay. So the following, this is the thing that I had popped out here. And I'm going to talk about that because I popped this little dealy bob out. I'll pop it out again here in a minute. But we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait on that for a second. Okay. So this is the faculty. Let's go over it. Now, this is the new head of school, Cindy Gainsforth. She looks very familiar to me. I believe she may have gotten married. I do not. Can I put a banner across? Well, can you guys see the number here from Rox? I don't know how to put another banner with that. Let me. Oh, no. What is that? I don't even know what I did. Okay, whatever that was, I don't want to do that. That was very scary. But this is the number here. Can you guys see that okay? That phone number?
Okay.
With rocks there? Yeah, it should be visible.
Oh, that's right there.
Okay, so yes. Okay, perfect. So please, absolutely, call that number if you have info. If you were a student there between 2011, 2012, please call that number. They want as many people to come forward as they can to get this case where it needs to be. Okay, so let's look over the administrative staff. Now, Karen Dale is no longer the head of school. Okay, they removed her after a lawsuit went forward. She's in Scientology purgatory now. She was definitely a Scientologist. I believe she's related to Jean Dale or married to one of the Dales or something like that, but that is a big Scientology family, the Dale family. So now we have Cindy Gainsforth. I don't know her. Her face looks really familiar to me, but let's go down the line here. Nancy Smith, this lady right here, the preschool director, Danielle Wolfson, second gen. Right there. This lady, and I call her a lady now because she looks much older, the admissions director, Julie Richardson. Formerly Anjali Hubbard. Now she just goes by Julie instead of Anjali. I was her teacher at Lewis Carroll Academy of the Arts when she was very, very young. Longtime girlfriend of Johnny Lewis. R.I.P. Johnny. Then we have this guy. He looks kind of familiar, but I don't know nothing about him. This lady, Allie LeBarton. Here's another person that's changing their name. Now she's married to LeBaron, into the big LeBaron family, another big Scientology family. She married into that. Formerly Allison Pace, as I knew her. I was besties with her sister, Sarah Pace. Also a second-gen Sciento. Okay, this lady I don't know anything about. This woman looks extremely familiar. And then I don't know this last name, so I don't, a question mark on her. Okay, I don't know any of these ladies. This one right here, Junior Dragons teacher, Diana Rodriguez. She looks familiar, but question mark. Leslie Toth, the Toth family, absolutely Scientos. So she's definitely a Scientist. She's the lower school examiner and consultant. So every time one of these students finishes a course, they got to go see Leslie, got to get that FNVGIs. I don't know anything about these guys. Sue Miller, I think, was one of my students. This lady, Katie Reinhardt, second gen. Absolutely. This guy's got Xenu eyes, but I don't know anything about him. Oh, and then who do we have as the Form 5 Spanish teacher? It's Lucas LeBaron. Where did we hear that name earlier? Oh, right, Allie LeBaron. It's her kid. Her child is the Form 5 Spanish teacher. Guys, it's not just me that I'm 48. This guy looks like he's 12. He may be 18. I'm going to give him as much as 20 because he's got a baby face going on. But I would not... well, they're the Dragons because that's their mascot. That's their mascot, Sandy. Yeah. So... just like I was a teacher at a Scientology school at 18 after I graduated legit public high school, this kid has graduated the Delphi program and has now been hired as a teacher. Now, here's something even more interesting. This girl, definitely second gen. I don't know anything about Joff, but this face, hello, it's Scottie. Now, Sebastiano, Seb, as he was known in the cadet org, or just Scottie, he was born into the Sea organization. His dad, Angelo Scottie, used to be the commanding officer of the Advanced Organization of Los Angeles. Okay? But what happened to Angelo? Where did Angelo go, guys? Where did Angelo go? Angelo was brought here to America on an R1 visa from Italy. And then around 2000 or so, or just before that, he SA'd his 14-year-old assistant. AOLA paid her dad a huge sum of money. Angela was sent to the RPF with me, to the Rehabilitation Project Force, the reconditioning camp that Scientology has for every thing that you do that they consider to be a crime, actual crimes, and then crimes that aren't crimes. Like why I got sent there for kissing a girl, which is not an actual crime, but it is a Scientological crime to be the gay. So Angela was there for being a PDF file and essaying his minor assistant. They kept him there until he graduated the program. And even after he graduated the program, he stayed there until the statute of limitations ran out. And then they shipped him back to Italy and told him, bye.
That guy?
And he got declared after that. He was basically expelled from the church. after he finished a whole program and just had to sit there in hiding. He wasn't allowed to show his face outside. Yeah. So it is, it's just, and now he's there as a woodshop teacher. He's a woodshop teacher probably because he spent some time in the mill at the pack base and knows how to like use a bandsaw and shit. He has no formal training. None. Now, again, in California, if you are a private school, which Delphi is, you do not have to have teaching credentials. I'm going to repeat that for the people in the back. If you are a private school, still to this day, in the year of our Lord, 2024, in California, you do not have to have a teaching credential of any kind if you are working at a private school. This is, I don't understand how that's still a thing. That's how I became a teacher at the age of 18, with just my high school knowledge. Yeah. It's really ridiculoso. Who sent me to the RPF for kissing a girl? Was it a female? Can we find her and go kiss her right on the lips? Yeah, there's several people. They're out of the Sea Org now. I'd love to do that. Just to see their reaction. That would be kind of hilarious. All right. It's the same in Idaho. Where did Rox's original thing go? Where did you go? No. See, now I lost Rox's comment. Can you put the number back up again, Rox? I'm going to put you back up. All right. So here we go. That is how the Scientology school works. That's how my second and third gens are there. This is what they do. They stack the deck with, Scientologists, second gen Scientologists, graduates. It's similar to what they do in Narconon. Okay. So, what we found out, which was really weird, is that if you want to get funding, like I say, you don't have the money to pay for Delphi. Thank you, Rox. Thank you for that. Let's say you don't have the money to pay for Delphi because it's a lot of money. Okay. You can sign up for funding through, and the same thing for Delphi, Florida. Okay. Not for Delphi here in Oregon. They use Clarity. Okay. This is some sort of like school, what's that thing called? A firm. Yeah, I got right? If you want to buy a mattress, but you want to pay it over like 10 installments, you use a firm. Or there's like a bunch of other ones where you can pay in installments. They charge you like a little bit of interest kind of a thing. Okay. They use FAST, built just for schools by those who understand schools. I did such a deep dive on this. I really think there are Scientology connections, right?
How old are you?
It's made by this company, ISM. It's a whole private school, like one-stoppy shoppy. Okay, independent school management. Yeah, it's very weird. But I don't know where to go with that, just other than it's just another layer of Scientology weirdness. Okay, if you go to Delphi Academy's Facebook page, there is from 2022. Okay, she is right there. There's Karen Dale. That's her. When I click on this, it tries to open FaceTime, and I don't like that. It's so weird. So weird. Okay, but that is her. That is Karen Dale. Okay, so I went to their actual page. Okay, so this is the Delphi Academy of Los Angeles. Their posts are, the normal BS. Look at we won a playoff game. They did that today on the 25th. They won a playoff game for their volleyball team. Here's some stuff with their, they have I don't know what this is. It's a prom, it's a play, it's something. It's just usual, like, kind of school weird stuff. Undefeated and ranked number 1. The Lady Dragons. Why can't you just be dragons? Why do you have to be Lady Dragons? I hate when schools do that shit. Anyway, so their volleyball team is good. So I went to the more section here, and I want to see their followers and who are they following and who's following them. Because Scientology is one gigantic teeny tiny town that is, it's all the Truman Show. You all have to be together. You all have to know each other. And this is how all these little front groups operate. Delphi is a front group for Scientology. Okay, they use Scientology technology from running their organization on down. Okay, so that classifies them as a front group for Scientology. Okay, so then they have things like the Laurel Academy. It's a private elementary school in North Seattle. That's a Scientology school. They've got Able on their page, right? They've got the Delphi Academy of Florida. They got the Athena School. They've got Delphi Academy, right? Applied Scholastics Las Vegas, so Citizens Commission on Human Rights. This is who they who are following them. Let's see who they're following. Oh, Delphi Academy of Santa Clara, CCHR, Citizens Commission on Human Rights here in International and London. Applied Scholastics Online Academy, the Delphian School, right? It just goes on and on. It's all of the Scientology front groups. They all the Khan Academy. That has nothing to do with Scientology, by the way. Yeah, Mom's Got Ink. Okay, somebody clicked on something once and didn't realize, right? Here's all the other, they checked in at all of, at their own school so many times, and here's their likes, right? So if we go to one of the followers of them, this was the Raz line, guys, which, by the way, if you guys didn't know what the Raz line was, it's defunct now, but this used to be the place where Scientologists would go to get the 411 on everything, right? And connected to the Raz line, you have like the Learning Connection, another Scientology front group in Clearwater, Florida. Okay. Okay, there's just so many. So then if you look at this likes, then they're related to Ken Ferrara. I knew Ken Ferrara. He was in the Sea Org. His daughter's a photographer, apparently. There he is. Here's Ken. Let's look at his profile. That's Ken Ferrara. I was on the RPF with this man. Right? And who's Ken Ferrara connected to? Oh, Dee Lewis. Okay, this is Michael Lewis's late wife. Okay, Devonna Lewis. But they left her page up as if she's still alive. There's not even an in memorandum. There's not even like we miss you. Her last post on this page. Happy birthday, Johnny, wherever you are. You are loved and missed. To her deceased son, Johnny Lewis. Okay? And if you go to her friends, right? We have all the big guys. Marcia Powell. Okay, who used to run the Affinity Exchange, the original Scientology Tinder. Okay, and look at all these. Oh, no, guys, this is like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Who's this? Who's K. Kilo Curtis? That's my stepmother. This woman was married to my father when he passed away. She's now remarried to Ben Curtis, whoever he is. But like, that's how closely all these things are aligned. That I would go like 1, 2, 3. There's my step whore right there, staring me in her stupid face. Okay. And all she posts now, oh, Craig was appreciated by David Miscavige. Diane describes David Miscavige. Oh, she posted that one twice. He sounds great. Like, as if she didn't know she was posting about David Miscavige. This is such a great article. He's quite the accomplished religious leader. Oh, Freedom Magazine. Woo! Ruling stops patients from being electroshocked without informed consent. Oh, that's called just regular medical stuff. This is the only contemporary religion. It's the best. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Like, she just posts ridiculous shit. Okay. Then in August, she was posting like regular stuff and a little bit. I think she got a talking to because she posted about Simone Biles punching back at Trump. And then all of a sudden, the next 3 days, she clearly went and had an ethics handling, and now she only posts Scientology stuff. Like, oh, sorry, I was off purpose. I was talking politics. I should only be talking about David Miscavige. She is the founder of Curtis Nutrition and Curtis Education, which are also front groups, except for Curtis Nutrition is just it's a placeholder from WordPress. K. This is sad. And this is her front group.
Level up game day with Fantasy View. The best way to track your fantasy team all on one screen. Fantasy View. Only on YouTube TV. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Listen to Nora for a little
Curtis
bit.
Education. Enjoy learning again. Look at her about section, guys. No shame. My 35-year career in education started as a teacher at Lewis Carroll Academy of the Arts with no certification. I don't believe she's ever gone to college to become a certified teacher or even get a degree. Right, taught kindergarten through 12th grade. Doesn't that sound like fun? She taught English, y'all. She taught English. I went on to become the director of education at the school, not like in an official capacity. During which I developed their phonics and math program, English curriculum, and specified history, science, and geography curriculum. I direct oversight of the teachers' classrooms, quality control, and the educational programs that were specifically tailored to each individual student. Do you guys know where Lewis Carroll Academy of the Arts is now? Defunct. Yeah, they broke up because it was completely horrifically bad. That's where I taught. In the last 25 years, I've tutored students ranging from those in need of homework help to those enrolled with IEPs and special education programs, from those diagnosed with learning differences such as ADD, ADHD, and processing disorders to the exceptionally bright or the gifted. I also served as the director of the Hollywood Education and Literacy Project. Oh, another Scientology front group, which is a nonprofit charitable organization whose mission is to eradicate illiteracy and empower the individual to become competent, independent learner with sound communication skills that make it possible to succeed in life. Licensed by who? Applied Scholastics. Because she's a Scientology front group. Even an individual person, guys. She's just one lady. Can be a Scientology front group. Okay? That's how diabolical this is. Okay? So let's get back to these lovely people. Let's look at this one here. Anjali Hubbard. Now when you click on the Let's Chat, who pops up? Oh, it's Anjali. Let's see if it's really her. Hello.
Yeah, well,
is this Julie?
I've already been close to, I went to LACC. I tried to do something.
Let's see if she answers. I think I saw you.
I had a friend. He would program.
On the website.
Hi.
Oh no, she went away. She went away. Hi there, welcome to Delphi Academy. How can I assist you? Oh, I thought Julie was going to talk to me.
It helps some people focus. Totally.
River is on the line. Who's River?
It does a combination of.
Sorry, my name is River. Oh, that's weird.
Motivated, and sometimes it makes me not motivated.
Where did Julie go?
What are we gonna do?
She said she was online.
Yeah, I've been trying to clean my van. It's been a hot mess.
So crazy.
That's what. Let's like.
Confusing. Confused. All right. We'll see what happens here. I can pop out this widget.
I need to download an app.
Pop it out.
Oh, you do? Yesterday, I tried to do it yesterday, and the app.
That was the messages that I had up earlier. See, it's like so. This is so, deceiving.
Oh, you know what?
I think that was an automated message. We're still trying to update that. Oh. Would you like to schedule a tour or have someone from our admissions team contact you? Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
The Scientology parking lot. They cut through the walls. That's why
yeah.
they can.
All right, we're gonna leave it at that. If it was Julie, I was gonna be totally stoked to talk to her and see if she remembered me and if she would actually talk to me. But she's not the one answering the chat. It's a lie, like Scientology.
Oh, it's not so much.
Like Scientology. So, guys, these people, thank you for understanding. Can I have your name? Your name, email address, and best contact number. Like, that is very pushy. My name, email address, and best contact number. No, you may not. Not at this time. Hi. Thank you.
Film all the properties that have
that's a lot of info.
The notice that says private property. Because that's stupid. They're giving away their strategies and they're marking the properties. They're telling you guys.
Is there anything else you can help me with? No. No, thank you. I'm just gonna be polite. I don't need to be rude. Just no, thank you. Bye, River. Bye. What'd you say at the end? You're welcome. Thanks for chatting with us. Okay. No worries. Okay. But what we need to talk about here is who hired this guy. Okay. Who hired Mr. Randolph Clifford Jackson out of these gems? Okay. Right? Somebody in here, this lady's probably innocent. She's just a receptionist. This guy is literally just trimming the bushes, okay? But somebody in here, right, did the interview process. I don't see an HR person here. Who's doing that? I bet Julie interviewed him. That's my bet. She's the admissions director. It's probably her and the former lady, right, who did it. Rice and beans for you, bot. Yeah, roll call, River. Yeah, that is another way to get your information, honeybee. Correct. So, once again, let's bring up the law firm here. Wrong tab, Nora. Boom. Mark J. Boscovich is the attorney of record for John Doe versus Delphi Academy, Los Angeles in this matter. Okay, the case number right here, 24NN CV05136. And it's going to be at the Los Angeles County Superior Court. Let's see. Let's go here.
Please stop turning on your camera. Don't turn on the camera when you're like half a mile away or something, you know?
Schedule.
Turn it on when
Let's find out when this is. Blah, 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 blah. I agree. Search by case number. Let's go here. We're gonna 24. Let's searchy. Paste. Search.
Yeah, I got the scanner.
There are no future hearings.
Oh, that's no good.
Oh, this is the probate. Calander always takes you here first. We don't. It's not a probate case, Nora.
They use scramble. I don't know what they use, but it's not.
Let's go here.
As a civilian scanner.
And we want to look at.
They are probably using other scanners.
I believe it's a criminal case. Let's see.
Because my neighbor, Bob.
I agree.
He's a psychologist. He fucks around with ham radios, and I asked him.
This is the Los Angeles Superior.
Ham radios and this and that.
Where are we here?
But I can never hear what the security guards are talking about.
It's not the East Los Angeles one.
Yeah.
Which one is it going to be?
Did you really move through those? Everyone in the chat.
None of these are the correct one. Let's see here. Let's go back. I must be in the wrong. I mean, that has to be a criminal case, right? It's not going to be family law.
3 hours away.
Am I totally... Maybe it is family law. I don't know. I would think it's not.
Oh, okay. Everyone says Lancaster.
No.
3 hours out here now?
It has to be a criminal law case, right?
How many miles? Damn.
It's a civil case. Okay. Thank you.
Dude, and there's so many ways to locate you guys. Oh my god.
Criminal, family, probate.
So if
how do I find that?
Screenshot of where you're located, I can just upload that picture and see. Oh, you're located right there. So I'm like,
I don't know, you guys. I'm trying to find out where we can. It's a civil case. Thank you. Everyone's telling me. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's.
I'm trying to find when this court case is scheduled.
they fucking swat you.
There we go. Civil case search.
Yeah, I'm hoping they arrest Zero Dark Tony.
Who does it?
What?
Aha!
Who does it?
Found it. Okay, so it's actually going to be at the Alhambra courthouse.
I'm not sure.
John Doe. It was filed on the 17th.
I think he was doing
Future hearings. Okay, will be on December 18th. Okay, in order to show cause, read failure to proof of service. And this is going to be at the Alhambra courthouse.
The morning that
Okay.
I was
And then
scratching off that shit.
party information. Okay.
Call the cops on this guy.
And these are all the documents filed.
They try to get you to call the cops?
No.
There we
they
go.
did that to Rob.
Oh.
They did that.
No proceedings have happened yet,
Call the cops.
but future hearings right there. So at 8:30 in the morning at the Alhambra
Who did?
courthouse
Security?
on December 18th, which will be,
I don't know, but it was.
let me look what day of the week that's going to be.
Yeah,
I don't have that on here. Oh, there we go.
Buy a water hose.
December, what did they say? 18th. That is going to be a Wednesday. Wednesday, December 18th at 8:30 in the morning. Okay, scroll up, Mr. Tommy. Okay, so here's the case number. All right, John Doe versus Delphi Schools Incorporated at the Alhambra courthouse. Okay, other personal injury, property damage, wrongful death, general jurisdiction. The status is pending. The first hearing will be on the 18th of December. Okay, at this address. Okay, so if you're in the Los Angeles area, if you can put this on your calendar to be there at 8:30 in the morning to stand up for this John Doe who was a child when this year-long assault occurred for him in all those locations on the school campus. Okay, to support him through this case. We need to show support here. We need to be there. We need to let Scientology know that we see you, and we're going to make sure that you guys are put on notice. So heads up to the protesters that are in the Los Angeles area: MD Media 18, Henri, D.o.A, Lara, Surge, Audit LA. Who am I missing? Confident Chris, Dan Walks LA, Jessica Palmadessa, Streets. I know Alhambra is a drive. I used to live in SoCal. It's no joke. It is a drive to get from LA to Alhambra, but it will be worth it. Also, there'll be lots of parking, and there's really good places to eat around there. So it's a win-win to go out there and show your face on that day on Wednesday, December 12th. No, I'm pretty sure this is in Los Angeles. Alhambra is also a city in SoCal. Right, let's look at the address. Let's look at the address. It's loading a map. Open in maps. Okay, so this is Alhambra. Let's zoom out. There we are. That's the Alhambra that they're talking about. They're not talking about Alhambra in the Bay Area, which I can totally understand Bay Area scooter couple because I grew up in the Bay Area. But this is the Alhambra. P.S. The best Chinese food in all of SoCal in Alhambra. P.S. Because I used to live right here, guys. This is how I know. I used to live right here. Sierra Madre. See? And then Alhambra was right here. Just go poof, right over here. This is the racetrack here in Arcadia. Santa Anita. Very famous racetrack. Lots of horses have died there. And then there's a great mall right next to that where also great Asian food. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. But anyway, Alhambra, it's a very expensive area to live in. I lived there once, also in Alhambra, at a house that my godfather owned. So, yeah, I paid very little rent. It was great. Can I place the case number? Yes, I can. So, Alhambra from LA. Obviously, for you LA people who have no idea where Alhambra is, because you don't go to the east side, it's going to be over here. You can get there by going through Glendale. You can also get there, okay, guys, surface streets. For the people who like to take the surface streets, check it. Huntington Drive is going to take you right in there, okay? And you can take that all the way down, right through Boyle Heights, all that kind of stuff, okay? In Boyle Heights, it's Soto. And then if you just stay on Soto all the way up and you turn right on Huntington, you'll be there. Or you can get onto Huntington. It's also Mission Road, okay? And it takes you up here, okay? So there's two different routes that will not have you going on the 10, which sucks. It's like one of the worst freeways in the whole world. But yeah, I would recommend surface streets 100%. And you get on either of those from okay? And Soto goes all the way down. If you take Soto, you can get into it from Hollywood very easily, okay? So that's my recommendation. This is one thing about LA that's great, guys, is that the entirety of Southern California, from the coast all the way out to like Arizona, you can take surface streets to get there. It's just one gigantic grid. Yeah. Okay. Let's get to your comments and questions here. The number again to call if you are a former student of the Delphi Academy Los Angeles between the years of 2011 and 2012, or if you are a parent of a student or you're a friend of a former student and you have any information regarding Mr. Randolph Clifford Jackson, please call 408-289-1417. All right, let me get to somebody sent me money. What is going on? Matrix Tech Solutions, thank you very much for sending me the super sticker. I appreciate you. I love little Shiba dogs. I saw a Shiba Inu in real life last night. There's always like a food truck, different food truck that comes to our neighborhood. And my wife and I strolled down and got some delicious spam masubi and beautiful chicken and rice thing for dinner last night. And yeah, there was this beautiful little Shiba Inu, and my dog Charlie and that dog played, and it was wonderful. All right, let's get your comments here. First, Fat Grammy in the house. Oh yeah, here we go. What? Apostate Alex, I haven't caught up with everybody's streams today, but I heard you gave us a big shout out. Yes, you and the SP chef. Yeah, absolutely. You guys were doing great work down there. You were very busy, so I asked the SP chef many questions about that wall they had erected and other stuff. But if you hadn't had a chance to go either watch Apostate Alex or the SP chef to watch that fantastic protest that they did in that route I showed you guys yesterday, from the pub all the way down to St. Hill and East Grinstead, please do yourself a favor. And if you're a Bagpipes fan, you're going to be loving it. Aubrey Fletcher in the house. It's Nora time. Thank you very much. Trisha, I cannot get enough of that intro. I love it. I'm glad that you love it. Thank you. Snotface, anyone else experiencing delayed YouTube comments? Yeah, YouTube is it's a little weird today, maybe. Please type comment or question so I can find it. Please help me out. I'm poor. Hey, Kim Gray. Hi, Nora. At a high school football game, so I catch a replay. Well, go whoever your kid is on team. Score. Yes. No, your comment did not get deleted, Snotface. I saw it. I see you. YouTube's been weird. Yeah, you're good. I don't see anything. This, Nora's my hero, and your second account. Thank you so much for that. No, Aaron's not blocked in my chat, guys. That's weird. Comments, I bet they probably can use the Florida school voucher in the schools, unfortunately. I'm sure they can. I'm sure they take advantage of any money they can get. Khan Academy is the best. It helped me with math. Yeah, it is wonderful. You would never let those folks near your daughter. Please don't. They are bad. Bad people. Bad people, Aubrey. Questions? Capricious Caroline, who sent you to the RPF for kissing a girl? Yeah, it was a bunch of ladies. I answered that earlier. Cute Staffy in the house. Were you on the RPF with Emilio Bertinato? Yes, I was. Yeah, he is dairy free, so we would make pizzas. He would make us like real Italian pizza, guys, because Emilio Bertinato was from Italy, and he would make us these pizzas once a year when it was Searg Day. We weren't allowed to go celebrate Searg Day, right? Because we're on the rehabilitation project. First, we were bad people. So instead, we got to have this lonely, sad little like extra dinner. So instead of 20 minutes, we got an hour to eat dinner. And Emilio would make the whole RPF pizzas. But because he has a lactose intolerance, he would make some pizzas with no cheese on them whatsoever. So yeah, Emilio Bernardo, that's somebody I haven't thought of in a long time. Seriously, I was a huge fan of the OC growing up. Chili was a great character. Will you ever open up about Johnny Lewis? I love Johnny very much. He invited me to his bar mitzvah. And I don't, even though my wife is Jewish, I don't ask her that much about Judaism and stuff, but I was one of the people during the ceremony that he chose as one of the most influential people in his life. And I got to like light a candle and be part of him becoming a man, in the Jewish faith. And yeah, it makes everything about Johnny's passing makes me incredibly, tragically sad. And one day I will have to talk about that. Today's not that day. He didn't go to Delphi. So it's not really on topic. Yeah. He was a born-in second gen who went to his mom's school. Yeah. So, yeah. Did I get your Instagram message? I haven't checked Instagram in a couple days. I need to do that. So I will look, Mandy. I will look. I thought they didn't believe in neurodivergence. My step-whore only has that on her site so she can bring in more people. She, of course, doesn't believe in ADD or ADHD or special needs, because she'll just use word clearing on them to handle that, like Tom Cruise handled his dyslexia with word clearing. Yeah. Anchored Love, can you make a community post with the details for the court date? Yes. I will do that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. All right. D.o.A stream lagged all day. Yeah, I noticed that in the protest stream too. It like paused and got weird. But it's like, it's all good. Guys, this is a quick one. I'm gonna do all of that. The phone number is on the thumbnail. Okay. Did I get your TikTok message? I have not checked TikTok today because, guys, literally I went to therapy. Then I was talking to my buddy Serge. Then I ran some errands. I had to do some Amazon returns. I came home. Fat Grammy was on talking about this PI. I was like, give her my info. I talked to that lady for an hour. And then I made my thumbnails, and here I am. That's what's happened.
Who's that PI?
I have, I have not been on my phone, all day.
Oh, that was not
It's been so crazy. Yes, Capricious Caroline. John Travolta's son was special needs. Jet has autism. Yes. And then later tonight,
Because
later tonight, where can we find the front groups that are for Scientology? I want to make sure I don't support any. So I thought about this because there's so many. There's not a centralized website for that yet. I'm going to start working on that so we can get them all in one place with links to their websites, links to the things that they are doing that in. But this is a hefty project, Honeybee, so I have to get cracking on that. Oh, Dwight. I don't know who you are, but I don't know why you're causing so much trouble. I don't know why you're causing trouble. Anyway, I'm going to be on at 7:30 p.m. Pacific with Stand Against Fear and Exploitation. Please tune in for that. We're going to do a Q&A with the founder there to get all of your questions answered, okay, on what this new foundation is, what their purpose is, what they're going to do, and how you can help out. And that's going to be at 7:30 p.m. coming up. All right, so please tune in for that. As soon as I'm off here, guys, I'm gonna make a community post with all of this information on it so you guys can find it. You guys can reach out and contact the law firm if you have helpful information specifically about that time period in Delphi. I did, Stacey, I did see your message. And Blake, if you're watching, I miss you. Come contact me, we'll talk. Yes. PTS for Life and Phil Jones have also been discussing that on both channels. They did an excellent stream, I think it was yesterday, about that. So please tune in for that. Also, absolutely. I love both those guys. They are fantastic and they're so Canadian and I love everything about Canada. That's not an insult. I love Canada. All right. I will see you guys in literally 90 minutes. Please tune in for that. Tell your friends. I'll make a post about it. Otherwise, I will see you guys on the flippity dippity.
No one thought this could be done.
That's Gavin Newsom signing the strongest rent control law in America. But Prop 33 repeals key portions of California's historic law, making the housing crisis even worse. 33 makes rental housing harder to find, eliminating existing protections for seniors and veterans. And 33 stops new affordable and middle-class housing. Gavin Newsom and housing experts agree. We can't afford to go backward on housing. No on 33.
You want to come on in?
No, it's okay. But where did D.o.A? Where did Danny go?
I don't know. It's people could come in now. It's almost clean. I'm struggling to try to get the fucking place clean. You got too much shit. It's better than not having enough shit, I guess. Well, yeah, I hope they don't try to push you out faster.
Man, at this point, it's like
almost want to get it over with if it happens.
Yeah, I'm like, it's gonna, either way, it's gonna happen, so.
And is all the tenants there Scientologists?
No. It's the Asian people are not Scientologists.
In your apartment complex?
Yeah, it's like three apartments that are not Scientologists, me included.
Are they getting evicted too?
Yeah, they got the letter today.
They got the letter today. Everyone got the letter today?
Yeah.
They put it on the door?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's why the elderly couple called me today, and they're like, "Hey, Arthur, what's going on? Did you get any news about the property, this property?" And they said, I said no because it was still there.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, because they normally put the receipts in envelopes, and I'm like, oh, these are probably the receipts, and threw it in.
Okay.
And I'm like, fuck, I better go check. That was probably it.
Damn. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, wherever you go is gonna be better. You've been there. So have you seen it? What's the craziest thing you've ever seen?
Nothing, because they keep everything under wrap. Oh, I'll tell you. Yeah. There's this lady, Barbara. She lived in apartment number 7. This was like 15 years ago.
Okay.
She's like, give me back my son. And I think they disappeared her.
She disappeared?
Yeah. She went to my neighbor's apartment building.
Okay.
1318. And he said, well, I can't have a white lady over here because they'll just do me dirty.
Okay.
And he's like, I'm worried about that. So I just kicked her out because they're gonna try and fuck me over like this.
Yeah.
And then after that is like no one knows.
She just disappeared?
Yeah. That guy, Bill, he tried to play both sides, you know? He tried to be okay with them, but at the same time he was like, oh, I don't want to get too close because he was the manager.
Yeah.
You have to play politics.
Yeah. No, you do have to play politics because if you show your hand at all, yeah, they have control of it. That's crazy that you've been there for so long.
Yeah, I've been through 2008 when Anonymous was here, and you know what, you guys, I'm like, how can a handful of people be giving Scientology such a hard time when they got rid of like hundreds and hundreds of people?
Yeah.
Like Anonymous.
You think we've been more effective than the Anonymous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know how.
Yeah.
Like Anonymous? Oh, I know how. It's the internet.
Yeah.
Back then there was access to internet, but streaming wasn't.
Yeah, that wasn't a thing.
That wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Angry Gay Pope had to. He was always dressed so nicely, but at the same time, he always had his camera on his hand. Because, as you know, you can't fuck with them without a camera.
No, you can't. No, I'm like, I don't want to be here without the camera on. You know? I'm scared to be here without the camera. The camera is my lifeline.
I should take my own advice. You know, Mr. Phone.
Thank you for your service.
Hey, no problem. It's because I'm getting evicted, so now I can say, fuck Scientology. I'm getting evicted from Pink Building.
Well, I'm glad you could come and hang out finally. I've been trying my best to keep you a secret.
You did it. By the way, you did a horrible job. I saw that video.
Which one?
Like when I was trying to mask my voice, and then you said, "Oh, he lives right on the street." I'm like,
I said that? Yes. Oh, my dumb ass.
And fucking Audrey did the same thing to me.
Oh.
You both fucking suck.
Oh, damn, I'm sorry.
I'm like, why? It's okay now. And the only people that were like, well, to be fair, you said I didn't know this. To be fair, you don't like keeping secrets, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm bad with them. I'm just bad with, like, I just sometimes just forget. I'm bad with it. So, like, I'd rather not be in possession of any of that.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh god.
I didn't realize, but I've tried my best to not say anything about you. I didn't realize I did it once.
Yeah.
Look at that fancy ass thing he's got.
Yeah.
Fancy. Oh. Those are the flyers, Danny.
Thank you.
That whole thing.
Portable?
What?
Portable charger?
Do you need one?
Yes.
Yes. You got a wire? No? Type C?
Actually.
Yeah, but just trying to figure out where all these cords go in here.
Yeah.
That's been like half of the battle.
Oh, by the way, Sassafras, the first time I met Sassafras, she was accusing me that I told her that I wanted to kill her. And then I'm like, I was upstairs when she said, well, that was probably the guy that told me that he wants to kill me or something like that. And then I had to go downstairs and confront her. Hey, Sass, that was not me. That was probably my neighbor that went upstairs.
She's
Rob again.
Insane.
Yeah. Audit's phone number?
I don't have Audit's phone number. I don't have Confident Chris's number. You gonna reveal yourself in chat? You gonna stay? Not yet.
Chat wants to know if you need assistance. Yes, chat, I need assistance. Those assholes kicked me out of my apartment.
You hear him? You guys hear him, chat? It's our undercover got evicted.
Yes, chat.
I wonder if there's any foundations that help people.
Yeah.
How long you been living here for?
38 years, unfortunately.
38 years he's been here. He should pick his own nickname. Is there a nickname? They're already character unlocking you.
Call me. I don't know. Involuntary Scientologist.
Involuntary Scientologist. That's a long one. That's a tongue twister.
I guess that's everyone in this building, and all these buildings.
How to help him? So they've been here. They're just getting evicted. It's in a rent controlled area. It's been $500.
Yeah.
It's been $500. There's 2 other residents in his building that are being evicted. So basically, they buy these apartment complexes and just evict non-members to take over. This is not Mold Guy, no. This is, if you've been paying attention in the streams, he's always sitting on L. Ron Hubbard Way.
Oh shit! They called the cops.
They're here right now?
You can hear the cops.
Are they? Don't scare me like that. Are they circling?
Oh wow! I sound like a dumbass.
I hate hearing my voice, or I used to hate it. Now I don't care.
Oh, they're calling me evicted man.
Evicted man?
Evicted guy.
Evicted man. Dun, 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 dun. And his father, he's still driving around, right?
Yeah.
He's got cancer though.
Yeah.
He's got cancer. No, we're not calling anyone reject.
We call him reject.
Yeah, so he finally was able to come and say hi today because he got the eviction letter earlier today.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we could get something. Kelly says I think we could get something set up soon to help. Muffin?
I'm still calling him Muffin. Oh.
Why? Why Muffin?
Oh, that's funny that that person said that because that's that's what Kelly calls me on Signal.
Oh, that's what Kelly calls you?
Well, that's my name on Signal.
Oh, that's your name on Signal? Can we call you Muffin?
No, I'd rather get evicted man.
Evicted man? All right, evicted man it is. Evicted man.
Kelly's embarrassed.
Hold on, he calls himself that? We could come up with something better than evicted guy, yeah? Come on.
Yeah. I call myself that.
You called that the evicted man?
No. On Signal.
He calls it himself that on Signal. Well, yeah, I don't know where Mold Guy's at. I'm not sure where Mold Guy is. Do you know that Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man that lives on blah, blah, blah? How about Secret Squirrel?
Evicted Muffin. Someone has paid attention.
You got jokes. I second evicted muffin.
Whatever. I don't care.
Does this look centered?
He lives on the L. Ron Hubbard Way. Right in the middle. He's been here his whole life.
The Muffin Man is seated at the table in the laboratory of the Utility Muffin Research Kitchen. Reaching for an oversized chrome spoon, he gathers an intimate quantity of dried muffin remnants, and brushing his scapular aside, proceeds to dump these inside of his shirt. He turns to us and speaks.
I like Secret Agent Man or something.
Some people like cupcakes better. I, for one, care less for them.
It's him, his dad, and his sister. And mom. Was it a 2-bedroom apartment?
No, it was Signal.
A single apartment. 007. Yeah, I like 007. In the same spot. A little bit. I'm trying to get the van together.
FBI cupcake.
FBI cupcake. Yeah, well, can I read the letter?
Just leave out the
names.
Just leave out the names.
Yeah. I'm going to show you the letterhead. Church of Scientology, Continental Liaison Office, Western United States. As you are aware, this has been a long-term plan to vacate the rental units on L. Ron Hubbard Way with the aim of taking them off the rental market. This letter is to inform you that we are planning to move forward with this in accordance with the Ellis Act. You will be contacted with the relevant information and instructions as the process proceeds. We want to provide you with some assistance in relocating. Specifically, there's apartments opening a new property on North New Hampshire Avenue. We are coordinating rental agreements with them and may potentially be able to get reduced prices if there's something you are interested in. Where's New Hampshire Avenue? Is that this one right here?
Yeah.
Is that the ones that they're building right now?
Yeah. I suspect those are Scientologists, by the way.
Yeah, we saw, who saw that? Who the fuck saw that? Ashley? Someone saw, one of the security guards with the helmet hat over there.
Yeah.
With the hard hat. So that's the address, a new property on New Hampshire Avenue. We are coordinating rental agreements with them and may potentially be able to get reduced prices if this is something you're interested in. Once we have information back from the owner, I want to provide you with the options that exist. The new apartment building called Skylar on Sunset has smaller furnished studios with kitchenette and a large shared kitchen for $2,200 a month, and for larger studios with a personal kitchen it is $2,400 a month. A larger apartment with 3 rooms and 3 bathrooms is $4,500 a month. I will be able to provide more pricing information if reduced prices become more available. If you wish to resolve this matter sooner through a buyout agreement, please contact property management through me right away. Please be assured that we will pay the buyout to every tenant, no matter the way each tenant vacates the unit through the Ellis Act or otherwise. Ellis Act says there's a relocation help up to 10 grand.
Yeah. I know. I'm contacting Auditing.
Okay. If anyone could help with that, would you?
I think Audit can.
You think Audit could do it? If Audit can't, we'll find someone who can. I think it's legal, but moving to a new Scientology-owned building is not cool. If it's not court order, tell them to fuck off. Take them to court. They want him gone to expand COS. You give this notice. Need to get this notice to Will because he deals with this kind of things all the time, and I'm not the one that we always say call Will. I wonder if it's legal. Another one with the strolling and mask. I'm pushing a kid to the hotel. Are you here to just do this and they rent? Again, here you can't just do this in rent control property. That's fucking bullshit. We have to reduce price of those buildings. Got approved. What happened to the ducky vans? They doing this? Okay, he said that actually they've cut holes in the fences running behind the properties. So the sign toes, not all the properties, but most of them have been. Where they like cut the fence?
They cut the concrete.
They cut the concrete on the back behind the residential thing so that they can move from house to house. That's why they come out in a whole bundle sometimes when I turn around.
Yeah.
So do you see them move like skirling through there? He'll be fine. 4,500. You need to leave this insane city. Audit would possibly know. Texas, this is highly illegal. Auntie says in Texas this is highly illegal. They'll claim since they own all the properties, they should be given the right to close the street permanently for their use. He needs affordable rent. Good fucking riddance, man. Yeah, tell him to fuck off. Get a court order. Make it a gated private road for the residents. Anything but doesn't make it true. And then at that point, well, what have you guys been? Have you had a yearly lease every year?
No, it's not lease. It's rent.
You just pay weekly?
Yeah, monthly.
Monthly for how long though? For 28 years.
38.
38 years.
Me 38. My mom is longer. You know, because she's older than I am.
There was there ever a lease?
No. There's no lease. There was never a lease.
Shit, man, that's a lot. But isn't that the whole purpose of rent controlled?
To keep the rent down. They can only increment it like 0.03% a year.
Can I say the property manager's name?
The property manager's name?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Can I say it?
Let's keep it on the wraps right now. Because I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. God.
It's wild.
Yeah. End of an era.
Marissa says, do not accept an eviction. It will damage future assistance, Section 8, HUD, and other programs.
Oh, yeah, my sister knows about everything about that.
Okay. This is not a court order. Fuck off. But there was no rental agreement?
I think there have been several, maybe. I don't know. I can't say. If I say something definitive on video, then they might use it against me.
True.
So I don't know.
I think he's got till a year.
Yeah.
Ellis Act evictions generally are used to change the use of the building. Most Ellis evictions are used to convert rental units to condominiums using loopholes in the condo law.
Either way, it's been like 5 years since they told us to leave.
They told you to leave 5 years ago?
Yeah. They tried so many times to push us out. This was on Christmas, like 5 years ago.
They tried to do
during Christmas.
During Christmas.
And they had their Scientology tenants tell us, hey guys, we have to get out of here. We're being evicted. and that was a lie. They were using their Scientology tenants to say to push us out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then we had to go to the county and ask them for help. And they said, as long as it doesn't have a county sign, it doesn't count. But eventually, I think, well, I can't say it. I don't want to say it on video. Because I'm not sure, then they'll use it against me.
Yeah, no, that's smart. They have more rights than they think, even without lease. We could probably get you a copy of the lease. Or I'm sure there's some type of lease. Do you have the letter from 5 years ago?
Yeah.
You still have it?
We have it. Yeah, we keep track of everything.
Oh, damn. He says he's got it from 5 years ago. Someone was at a meeting about this on video not long ago. I thought they voted against this. They went on the property so they could get a street vacation.
Well, that means I have to get a camera now.
Yep.
That
We might
means-
have a new streamer. You could put a camera going out the back.
That's the first thing that Sassafras told me when she was accusing me of something. I don't want to say.
Sassafras. So Sassafras. Sassafras accused him of wanting to kill him.
Wanting to kill her, but that was my neighbor. And Sassafras also told me, you know what you can do? You can stream 24/7 here if you wanted to. And look at what's happening. Look at what's happening.
You have tape?
Yes. If that one does work, I got this one. Yeah, so Sassafras said that new streamer activated. That alone, you just do 24-hour stream saying go and have a GoFundMe for a place to stay.
I have to wait. Yeah, I have to make one.
It's not that hard. If you need help, I've set up a few.
My sister can do that.
Yeah, set up a GoFundMe, and someone could help write up the story, or you guys could write it up.
Just don't. Just go easy on me, Reddit.
Go easy on him, Reddit, he says.
Some of that Diddy lube might go.
Multi-camera security GoFundMe ASAP.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That thing. Remember when Kelly was out there? That was actually a fire. They had chemicals in there. It was thinner. They had thinner in there, and
Paint thinner.
paint thinner. Yeah.
Oh, did they have paint
And
thinner on the
that's what
rags?
exploded.
Ah.
That's what exploded, and then there were a whole bunch of cops, and there was nothing on record.
Ah.
That's when I told Kelly, hey, go look over here.
And so where was the actual fire at?
It was right there. It was on.
It was on a pallet?
It was in the parking lot.
It was in the parking lot.
Yeah. And they fixed it so quickly that when Kelly got there, there was fresh paint. It was all charred. It was black, like it was all charred up. The vegetation was also kind of blackish on my side.
Okay.
But she couldn't see it because it was at an angle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shit's wild, man.
And you know what? The what's it called? The manager didn't even tell. He never even woke us up. It was a big fire from what I heard.
Yeah.
We slept through it.
And it was on the side of your building? That's your building next to it?
Yeah, the parking lot next to my building, the pink one.
Jacob will be on his way.
Oh, Jacob? Oh yeah, I've been in contact with Jacob too.
You've been in contact with Jacob?
Yeah, most of the people, yeah.
Yeah, so he's always sitting out on the sidewalk just watching, hanging out. And he tracked me down when my car was broken, when I was working on my car for a couple days, and he found me over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, he can't. He has a camera. He was pointing the camera at some truck, and I'm like, I know where that truck is.
Have you been entertained?
Yes, a lot.
Yes, he says yes. This feels so liberating. Shitty, but liberating. He's spilling the tea right now.
Yeah.
Did I ever try to recruit him? No, I got his phone number, and he's giving me a message or two here and there. That's what hanging out at the Blue Building, this is why it's important. It sounds stupid, but that's, you build friendship. We were just talking about friendship, building friendships. A few hours ago.
Yeah.
Muffin tea?
Muffin tea.
He's been following all the things for the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's had front row seats.
Do I know Bert? Who's Bert?
I don't know who Bert is. Is Bert the butterfly guy?
God, I follow it, but not. It's too much.
Yeah. He makes it, we will come help out.
Yeah. I have my phone camera, We have several cameras.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was telling my sister we need to get fucking cameras, because we're in the den of the lion.
You are in the den of the lion. You've literally grown up in the den of the lion.
Yeah. You know how many times they've tried to recruit me? Oh my god! Since I was a kid, I was like, no, I don't want to join Scientology. No.
Do you hear him? He said how many times they've tried to recruit him. Do they have black mold like the other guy always yaps about?
No. Inside the building?
Yeah.
No.
Is it decent conditions?
It's decent conditions only because of the previous owner.
Okay. Before Scientology?
Yeah.
So how long has Scientology owned that building?
For 5 years.
For 5 years. And
No. Around 5 to 6 years now.
All right, so they bought it 5-6 years ago, and then on Christmas 5 years ago they tried to evict you.
Yeah.
How many suitcases have you seen go by?
Thousands.
Thousands.
I've seen I've seen lots of faces on this street that have changed. They change orgs like regularly. Like recently, they went to Florida, and that's about it.
Who went to Florida?
All the tenants from 1318.
From 1318?
Yeah.
They all went to Clearwater?
Yeah. That's what I imagine. Some of what I'm telling you is also kind of speculative.
Yeah.
Because they would never tell me, even if we were neighbors.
Talk about that person, the neighbor who disappeared. That you think that might have been Barbara?
I think she was disappeared like maybe 20 years ago.
20 years ago?
She was looking for her son.
She was looking for her son.
And
any idea what the son's name was?
No. And that's about it. Even though I live here, everything is done so secretive that sometimes I can't. I don't know.
Could you imagine like just growing up here?
What about Miss Timmy?
Who's Miss Timmy?
I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to find out who that Barbara lady was, and if she did disappear, what happened to her. If her son was still in it. You talked about having a sleepover. We'll see. Maybe later on. We'll have pizza parties there every night.
I don't know Laura since I was a kid, but I've seen Laura like at the beginning of a protest. Yeah. I was worried I was being rude to her because I didn't want to talk to her because of my proximity with Scientology.
Yeah.
And I was like kind of cold towards her, you know?
Yeah. Kelly says she needs a place to stay when she comes back.
I guess.
If there's 4 of you in a 1 apartment house, man, there can't be a lot of room in there.
There isn't, but I don't know.
Are you happy there?
I was happy until they kicked me out.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen the city council meetings and from the 2000s, that lady with the dog, she was not happy because they wouldn't let her through and her dog died, and she was complaining to the city council.
They killed her dog?
No, the dog needed medical attention, and they wouldn't get out of the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like the dog needed to come out of the house?
She needed to get her car next to her apartment to load up her.
Oh my gosh.
Her dog. And I didn't know her until a few years later. I saw her on video. She was testifying about something about her dog
at the city council.
City council, maybe. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Interesting. Because of the road closure.
Yeah.
Wonder if we could find the meeting footage. That would be a score. She wasn't Polish, was she? Because that's what that video, that lady sounded Polish.
I'm not sure.
That was 20 years. That was 20 years ago. You said, right?
Okay. What?
That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was plenty of years ago. Yeah, 2018. Are you listening to me? Okay. I'll be up there. Okay. Okay, pumpkin. Yeah.
Well, you let us know when that GoFundMe, and we'll get that shared, and
yeah, it will.
Everything's gonna be fine. Sometimes it's probably super stressful, but you'll come out the other end.
Yeah.
In fact, you might fall into something that's 10 times more amazing.
Maybe.
You know, you gotta think. Look, hey, listen, you gotta at least think it. It might not happen, but if you think it, I know that sounds stupid, but like that, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, man. Like
I'm just
stay
a
positive.
very negative guy.
It's all right, and I'm a very positive person. So, fuck your negativity, and I'm just, and it's much easier said than done. But
yeah,
you'll get You get on the other side of it.
Yeah.
I'm thank you for coming and telling just what you said. That's huge just for the world to know.
Yeah. It was mostly an FU to Scientology.
Yeah. Did it feel good?
Yeah. Yeah. Because who wouldn't be angry after being kicked out of the building, you know?
Yeah. And how's your mom's health?
She's fine.
She's good.
Well, I can't really say everything. That's why I'm saying, she's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
Yeah, sometimes a move is as scary as it is, or how impossible it seems that you could get a great place. Sometimes once that's over and you're in somewhere else, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe I finally left there. So,
Yeah.
is it possible? Would you guys ever leave the area out of LA?
No, we can't leave LA.
You can't leave LA.
No. I mean, LA is very expensive, but we have family members that live around here. I mean, we can't leave.
Yeah. And they're not even going to change that. They're going to keep it exactly the same.
Yeah.
And it's not for like a condo renovation or anything.
I'm not sure.
It's all for more Scientologists.
Yeah. That's what happened to these people.
Really?
Yeah. That used to be a normal building.
Was it a hotel?
No, apartment buildings.
That was apartment buildings right there?
Yeah.
With the parking?
No. Just the apartment buildings, and then it got bought off like in 1998, maybe.
Okay.
And the people still live there for about 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
And yeah, then they got kicked out the same way I'm getting kicked out. And also that place that the place that Chris likes to get his the liquor store.
Yep.
The apartment buildings from there are they belong to Scientology, of course.
Wait, where's the liquor store?
Over there, the bodega that you went to.
Oh, okay.
I think.
I call it a bodega.
Yeah, but it was like a liquor store.
Yeah.
And yeah, those apartments belong to them. They're colored white, so I guess they finally realized, maybe we should color it something else besides blue.
Yeah, because the one around the corner at the light, you make a left, and right on that corner there's a retirement one, and they got that one white too.
Yeah.
It's a single family house.
And those people got mad. That's when I was going to high school, I think, or college. And I think they thought I was a Scientologist, and they were saying "fuck you" to me or something like that, thinking I was a Scientologist. And I'm like, why would they say that? Oh, they're getting evicted. That's why.
Oh, in this apartment building here?
No. The one next to the liquor store.
Okay. They were mad. They were mad.
Yeah.
That they were getting evicted.
Yeah, they were mad. Yeah.
Danny was just told by that stupid guard he has to keep moving. The one with the gun? He just did that armed on the empty fucking road? Should I go give him a verbal lashing? Verbal lashing. That sounds like a verbal lashing.
I think I'm just going to head home.
All right.
I'll go with you.
All right, cool. My first stroll with our informant, the inside man. The inside man.
They had a school over there.
That's where Laura grew up.
Mary's schoolhouse. That was Mary's schoolhouse over there.
So would you see the kids there when you were little?
When I came home from middle school, yeah, there were kids over there.
Kelly just said we inside and outside. They gotta stop closing this damn curtain.
Yeah.
Who yelled at you? Who yelled at you and told you to keep moving? This guy?
Yeah, that guy.
What are you yelling at him? You know this is a fucking public road, and we have a right to walk on the fucking public road. That's fucking stupid shit. You wouldn't be selectively enforcing the people that are allowed to be on here who are critics of Scientology again, would ya? No, it's a public event. Look at it. There's nothing here. It's a whole lot of fucking nothing. It's like it's not the yellow brick road, it's the red brick road here. I heard that he was told to keep moving. That's enough for me.
Is that yelling?
That's enough for me. Why are you telling him that he's got to be moving?
You've got what you do.
Yep.
Yeah.
And?
Turn it into something that's not.
And?
I'll leave it at that.
And? Right. You telling me that guy keep moving?
Yeah. I will selectively enforce that.
You telling her to keep moving? Ma'am, you got to keep moving here. You got to keep moving. We should call it. I would probably stay there and just, ooh, you like the Kendrick Moxon one, man? Weak litigator and major court whiner. He's a fucking, it's an embarrassment. No, I didn't say yelled. I just said that you said that he had to keep moving. I was like, how would anyone tell him to keep moving when we're on the public sidewalk? That's silly. That's silly.
There's no need to yell at anyone.
That's silly. Yep, later.
You guys good?
Hey, you guys all got to keep moving. Everyone's got to keep moving. Private event. Private event. Keep moving. Keep moving. Don't stop. Don't stop. Keep moving. Everyone keep moving. Sir, you stopped. You can't stop. All right, good job. Keep moving. Everybody keep moving. It's a private permit. There's a lot of people out here. Keep moving. Don't you dare stop. Oh, you're stopped, ma'am. Keep moving. The briefcase doesn't grant you extra privileges. Keep moving, ma'am. You stopped. Come on, keep going. Everybody keep moving. Keep moving. How fucking ridiculous does that sound? Ma'am, you can't stop. Ma'am, you got to keep moving. Ma'am, this is really important. There's a lot going on here. The road is all filled up with people. There's so many. Oh, you can't sit on the bench. Benches are not meant to be sat on. I bet you he's not going to tell you to move. Ma'am, you got to move. Uh-oh. Now there's an issue. Ma'am, you got to move. Oh, she's so kind and nice. She just wanted to enjoy the bench. Oh, sir, you can't sit there and eat. It's a private event. It's a private event. He's going to tell you to go back inside. We love armed guards telling people to go back inside. Yep, go back inside. It's okay. It's a beautiful day. There's just some madman, but he's moving. So he's allowed to be here if he's moving. If he stops, then there's an issue. You got to keep moving. Keep it up. Keep it up. We're moving. Selective enforcement is crazy. It would help with the Title 42, 1983, deprivation of civil rights, though, if you continue to selectively enforce who may and may not walk down the sidewalk that is publicly owned by the people, we the people. Ma'am, you cannot stop. You cannot stop, ma'am. That gold blazer does not allow you to stop. You are still loved, and if they're taking your Social Security money, there's lots of things wrong with me. Slightly overweight. I talk too much. I'm a little cocky, but I'm trying my best. They call me a gadfly, but I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of other things that are wrong with me, but I have freedom and you don't. Well, cool. I settled that, making sure everyone is moving along at all times on the sidewalk. We wouldn't want to stop anybody. You guys like coming outside of the van, don't you? Keep moving, ma'am. Keep moving. This is a permanent event. It's private. There's only two Hispanic families here. It's their fiesta. You're not invited. You're not invited. Keep moving. Ma'am, sir, you got to keep moving. The road is closed. There's a big event going on here. You got to get off the thing. It's a private event. I can't wait for the police to come. I think they're going to come and they're going to put me in jail for not stopping. What maniacs run this place around here, huh? What maniacs run this place? Gosh, you would think that they might have like weirdos in there or something. By the way, the arbitrary rules that they enforce. Ma'am, keep moving, please. Ma'am, the sidewalk, we got to keep moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. That makes total sense. This is a public sidewalk, but people tell you that you got to keep moving. It's very, very busy here. Very, very busy. Very busy. Very busy. It's so busy here. I'm so glad the streets department is issuing permits. I'm so glad they're doing it. Oh my God. It's a fiesta here, everybody. You feel it? You hear the music? What a crowd we got here. What a crowd. Holy cow, they're everywhere, ma'am. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. No megaphone needed here. This is what freedom is. This is what America's founded on. Freedom. They may take our lives, but they'll never take my freedom! Don't walk on the public road, the public sidewalks! I'm going home! Man, you can't stop! Man, you gotta keep going, keep walking! Keep walking, ma'am! Hurry, hurry, busy, busy, busy! You got work to do! How are you gonna clear the plane and sitting around right there to chip yapping to him? You gotta keep moving! Always gotta be moving! All you gotta do is do a little step, but you gotta be moving! It's the rules! We follow the rules really good here! Keep walking. Oh, there you go. You got an escort, you got an armed guard, man. That's more than most get around here in LA. You should be pretty safe. I'm sure they'll probably say that you feared for your life. This doesn't sound like a Spanish fiesta here. I don't like these curtains being closed like this. It's a trip hazard for the ADA. Yeah, I keep... Why you keep hiding behind the curtains? It's like the Wizard of Oz. Totally normal. Francisco Sosa from
Have you eaten?
No.
You want something from Wendy's? I'm gonna go.
You gonna go? Yeah, I don't have any cash, so I could give you Cash App. Just like a burger.
Which one?
A small one. Like a double cheeseburger or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a party last night, and right now I'm a little bit,
You had a little drink. Okay, good.
And I don't feel like I didn't feel like arguing.
Grease always helps, man.
I didn't feel like arguing, so I was like, okay, I'll just follow whatever you want at this point. Alright, yeah. You guys can stay with D.o.A. if you guys want to stay here. I'm gonna go get something. You want something to drink? Or you have?
No, I'm good. I'll drink water. Thank you. I'm not sure if you could stop there. You could come by. I'll go away. Yeah. Yeah. I'm home. Honey, I'm home. W. Frank. Sure, Frank Sosa. That's his real name? Francisco Sosa is the owner of many businesses that began with Global. Well, yeah, I think somebody sent me stuff on him. One-year notice for senior and disabled tenants, 120 days for all others. So he's disabled. So that's cool. We is inside. I love that they that's very brave of him to come and talk to me. So that's a huge asset, but also a huge. We have a structure of people and support where we could provide help and we could get help and we could make it known at the city council what's going on there. Seven 583.3 guard card must be provided to anyone that requests it. They're not allowed to direct anyone on public property. Danny's driving a far ass distance to come here. All right, I'm gonna try to get access. I'm gonna try to set up this thing real quick. My mind map. This way. Oh, there's that. Okay, I was looking for that. Just shared MD Media's help for a computer.
Here you go, miss. Now what?
Have you heard of carparts.com? Check this out.
They have over 1 million quality parts
That are guaranteed to fit
at incredible prices.
and hassle-free returns.
Oh, I guess you didn't need my help after all.
Nope, I just need carparts.com.
Available at your fingertips 24/7.
Now that's my speed.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connected.
It was generation altercation. I had a godfather, Frank Lucas. I done been confronted by so many law enforcement for the CDs. Even my studio equipment was counterfeit.
Now, peeps, we have an exclusive on the Lionel B Show today. A Diddy insider sat down with me to talk about the Diddy celebrity tapes he has possession of, and also exclusive details surrounding Diddy and Gene Deal's involvement with Biggie's death and the origins of Kim Porter's alleged memoir. Now, make sure you stay locked into this whole entire video so that you don't miss nothing.
Man, Diddy, we was having altercations from the early 90s to today.
What type of altercations were y'all having between each other?
It was generation altercation. I had a godfather named Frank Lucas, and for Frank Lucas, he had a father that was under Frank Lucas. He supposed to have snitched. His father was a snitch, foreman. He got killed. So I was in Big B with K1, and they didn't know I was down with Pop as well. So around Lil Kim, Diddy, Mark Wahlberg, they didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Coming around Jay-Z at shows, other artists at shows. They didn't know. How they found out, one day, Haitian Jack came to Relativity Records and told him, he was like, oh, you know, Wildcat from the food. I said, yeah, we grew up here. We went to Lincoln. We know it. Yeah. From 5th grade. He said, yeah, I just got this bracelet from him. He said, what you gonna do for me? He pulled out probably a 9, put it on the table. I looked at him like, I'm not doing anything. So from being from North, we used to carry Tech 9. That was our favorite Tech. So I pulled out mine and said, I ain't doing nothing either. So one word with the other, he said, cool, I like you. You understand? I said, well, I'm gonna like you the person until you change. So he said, yo, I heard you got a group over there in Artifacts at Atlanta. I said, yeah. So he informed Diddy that, yo, you got somebody right up under you. You understand? And that's when Hit 'em Up came out. You know, it went from there. You know, back in 2000, I got shot 6 times up at the Storms, 361 Avenue, on a month in Central. So from there, it was on. You know, we kept going back and forth beefing. Did a song with Mike Geronimo. DMX's first song called Unusual Suspect. Yeah.
Jay-Z was on that record as well, right?
Not on that song.
Oh, okay.
He took Diddy got mad, took Hussein through the wall, put the locks up. They pushed up, I guess, politics, went up, they paid him. So he went up against Mike Geronimo, made him change it. That's the only person that changed the song. It was how he did it, why he did it, I don't know. But because we was with Pop out.
So he ain't gonna have nothing to do with Pac or anybody that was affiliated with Pac.
Exactly.
Tell us a little bit about, I know you have information regarding like Gene Deal and him working for Diddy at one point and him getting fired. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, nice. I met Gene Deal, he probably remember, it was up in LA. It was a big party. Everybody was there. I mean, deep, all the industry was deep. I forgot what it's called. And it was fighting. Fighting with bats. It was deep. It was like Badger Central Park, or big park, where everybody fighting. You know that. That's what I know about Gene Deal back then. I didn't know his name, but I know her face. I know her face. Gene Deal, he speaks about, you know, the incident with Biggie, but he speaks about he knowing that Diddy had something to do with Super Pop. I'm not here to snitch. I'm not here to jump on the bandwagon. Man, Diddy been fighting since day one, generation. It's generation family curse. You understand? If you know me, you know, I don't take shorts. You understand? So I'm not gonna let somebody keep doing things, especially I know his background. Back then, 94, Wendy Williams used to call me, and she used to say, "Boy, I know you think it's the gay rap." Not sure. It grew up. So I had no problem saying that was back then, 2024, 35 years later. So what happened was, he speak about he knowing he did it, and he keeps saying that he gave it up to such and such. You know, I'm looking at him, he's watching Ja Rule get hit in the plugs, and that's on the back of the book, the history book.
And so that's the plugs that was used on Ja Rule?
Yeah. So he telling the story. I'm listening to him. What man sit there watch two men have sex?
Right.
You understand? Like, I won't watch a man and a female having sex. You understand? The only person I'm watching is myself. You understand? I'm not watching man, period.
Right.
He speak about, he told Diddy and all of them that they was coming for him. But I see him in the car with Diddy. You understand? We should have been driving for bigger. You understand? I respect Nation when they said. You understand? He didn't go because why he didn't be around people who don't like him.
How did you get involved initially with, because we're talking about Kim's Lost Words.
Yeah. Because I knew Kim back from Uptown.
Oh, okay.
Way back there. Heavy D, all of them, I knew way back there. You know, because don't forget, Pac and Biggie was friends. You understand? Him and Diddy was associates. The problem was, Pac was sleeping with all the girls that Diddy wanted. From Madonna to Jada Pickett to Kim Porter to anybody else. I'm not sure about Cassie. I'll figure with Cassie. But, you know, that bothered. So, you know, not to take away from Kim Porter. If any female, I'm not going to say her, females like to be on top. Men have destiny. We got destiny. Females have dreams. So every female wants that white picket gate in the big house. So I understand. You know what I'm saying? Not saying Pop was broke. If he wasn't broke, he just wasn't ready to make her his wife. You know?
So basically, initially, Pac had Kim Porter first before Diddy got involved with her. Okay.
I got the email 6 months before she died. Before she got sick.
So she was still alive when you got
She was still alive.
Oh wow.
So I didn't think of it, you know, to go into it like it did down. But when we got into it, I got a phone call after she died. So I started doing my homework. Andre Harrell, Black Rob, Craig Mack. Even what happened to Albie Shore, Heavy D, a man from Death Jam, I can't think of his name. There was too many murders.
All these mysterious
his name kept floating up. And that's when I did the book. Okay. I took it in, I didn't alter, I just dropped it and let it print up the side system. So I got another phone call after she died. I said, "What you doing?" I said, "I got to get this book out." So I got a phone call from a guy named Wade. He had a iPod, he had a crime TV, and I spoke to him. I said, "How you get the book?" He said, "I got it from such and such." He said, "Yo, will you talk to this guy named Ty Chris?" I said, "Yeah, Chris Todd." I said, "Yeah." Talked to him. We made a deal partnership, and you know, I told him I ain't want to be the face of it, and let him be the face. And everything he said was true. It's the same book. The book changed because I had Kim Porter face. So I like to apologize to the family of Kim Porter for putting her face. Let her rest in peace. This is for not to bring down Kim Porter. It's to fulfill her dream that she wanted her story out. You know what I'm saying?
So the original book that was on Amazon that had her face on there, that's not the original book, correct?
It's the PG book.
The PG, oh.
It's the PG. This one got the director chair. I call him director. I call it Diddy director because you can't go nowhere. You can't move to the next level unless you sit on his lap. So like, when he say action, you got action. You understand? And it's proven. Look at Rick Ross. Rick Ross wasn't doing nothing after Every Damn Hustler until he started sitting on his bed for black. You understand? He was Snoop. You understand? A lot of more people, their career went up when they sat on this man's lap. That's the director. You understand? And that's why a lot of them sold his soul to be on the director chair.
Tell us some of the differences between the PG version of the book and the R-rated. Like, to the PG version.
The rated book got Snoop letting Diddy rub on his hand.
Damn.
You understand? And that's where one of the exits come from. Snoop.
Oh, can you hold it up a little bit more? Let me see how that. Oh yeah, damn.
You know what I'm saying? We don't hold our man hand. We shake it and get it back in our pocket. Right there. They got Diddy and Neo. And if you heard Neo wife call him Little Diddy, they like freak off, get high, get freak off. They all baby roll you up.
Oh man, what the hell is that?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Not him and the son. That's the son, right?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Damn.
And you got Andre Harrell. He hugged up like they finished tongue kissing.
Yeah.
You know, we don't hug on our boys like that. Sitting like those on each other's lap. You know what I'm saying? Then we got Snoop and Diddy, you know, in an appropriate way. But the reason why they in there is speak about that. And with Biggie. Now, how you roll with Pac is a big question for everybody. If Pac came to death row and he was there, he went to court with you on, you know, death row. You about to do some time. So, and I ain't talking about the record label, the murder charge. How do you find yourself with somebody rolling with you, like rolling with you, and you with his ally? Sweet with his ally. Snoop's son grew up with Diddy's son, and we know it. We just see how far he was going. He was a double agent. You understand? He was a double agent for the record label, and he was a snitch for the LAPD. You understand? When he had the murder, he got caught with some weed. Shit went to bail him out, but he already released with no paper.
Damn.
He bought his way out of a charge of two white 50-year-old young ladies. You understand? He don't respect no female. The black females, he put dog chairs. You understand? So he's no better. He just got his own type of way. You understand? We was at a party, well, a show again at the park. That's now his brother was coming out. Pop was going in. Turned around. Snoop made the way out, ran, left his sneaker. They wear Converse tied up like Gilly. But he take off running. You understand? Pop was nice. They exchanged friendly words. They hugged, made peace. They went to the right, went to the left, we go in the park. Snoop caught up with us with the sneaker. I thought it wasn't that serious. But you walk around.
Snoop, you just automatically assumed that something was gonna go down and he took off running?
Yeah. But see, that tell you that, you know, we deep. You got cats from Montclair, New and Day. You got cats from Death Row. We deep. 75 or 100 deep. You understand? Who gonna shoot? You know, who gonna do some shooting? It probably have been a fist fight before it would have been a shootout. But he took off running. Now it's confronted like, yo, it wasn't that serious. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about you gangster, you this and that, you're not gangster.
How did you feel, man, just seeing Snoop take off? I know, was y'all clowning him later on after that happened?
At that time, I already knew he wasn't a stand-up person. He just was a rapper. Like, you got some people, rapper, boxer, rapper, entrepreneur. He just was a rapper. After he was a house dog. You know what I'm saying? BMX is the dog. You know what I'm saying? What I mean by house dog, he stayed under Suge. When Dr. Dre left, he wanted to stay there because he wanted to be the star. But when Pop came in, you look at all the pictures, he looking real suspect. Jealous, envy, hate. So when he leave there, he run over to the Diddy house, he give him the thing. Look at the album. Pop did something with Bone Thugs first. He told him about it. Biggie did something. You know what I'm saying? He tried to laugh at Hit 'Em Up. No. Who Shot Your Soul? Biggie ain't make that for Pop. He made it for LL. They had their little thing. It just was in an archive for music. So, you know, even when we landed in New York, he ran to Angie Martinez at Hot 97 instead of coming upstairs and record. You know what I'm saying? So you want to keep it real. Just thinking, my thought, he would have didn't get that money from Diddy to have Pop knocked off that. He tell you when he got on the plane.
That was the same night.
Yeah, he got on the plane, say he only got a butter knife. Come on, who you cut with a butter knife? You only get one swing. You know what I'm saying? He set up there because that's a gift. If you got kids, you don't want your kids do something guilty. Or a puppy, a dog do something guilty. They go hide in the corner.
Now I remember there was a section in the book where Diddy was like trying to hype up the Who Shot Ya because he felt like that would generate a lot of money because they, you know, it was known that Biggie and Pop was beefing. But you saying that song was for LL, wasn't for Pop?
Nah. Because if you look at LL, he like E-Sheet, Hollywood, he pointed at Diddy for Hollywood and talking about Biggie with E-Sheet. You know what I'm saying? The I don't know why they put the translate in the video. I believe that was Hype Williams' girlfriend. I think that's when Diddy started trying to push same sex into the rap game. Because nobody really paid attention, but he had to because she was standing up in the bathroom music. So, you know, he tries best to push it on the ones who's not. So
now another part of that book as well. I want to just kind of switch gears just a little bit. Now, in the PG version, there's X's. There's a bunch of X's for certain people's names. Like who was the X's that was taken out of the book?
The X's was for Snoop. Yeah, it was for him. About him sleeping with, supposed to be in the bed with Diddy.
Whoa.
And they caught it. You understand? Like I said, we call him director. You don't sit on his lap or do what Diddy want to do, it's cut. You do what he wants you to do, it's action. I ain't never with Diddy. Never will. Never scared of. Not scared. No names I called. I see games spoke about he ran with Diddy for 2 years. He won the record. Who run with a man that long if you ain't Diddy?
What's the purpose? Like, what do they have in common for real?
Right. I think I sent you the video with him giving little Justin Bieber a bottle of liquor. You know what I'm saying? He was appropriate. It's that little child pornography. This day he was at the party and he gave him a drink. He was only 16. Whatever was in that bottle knocked him out. You know what I'm saying? Why they knocked him out, who knows?
Now, you also talked about previously in one of your interviews about Kevin Hart being set up at some type of party. Tell us a little bit about that.
He was doing a house party for Diddy. And Diddy took him into the bathroom and handled mouthwash. Like, yo, here, put some of this shit. But I don't care how many parties I've been to. If I'm drinking liquor, I'm drinking liquor. You understand? 70 proof, 80 proof, 40 proof. You don't need no mouthwash. But what made him look suspect, Diddy made his bodyguard come and watch him. So he couldn't pour the mouthwash out. He had to rip his mouth out. Then a lady, a hostess came in and gave him a drink. And he had to drink that. And then that's when his world changed. You understand? What everybody think that was baby oil. It wasn't baby oil. GHB. It's a date drug. It's a date drug that you mix it.
He was basically mixing that inside
the cut. It's called cut. Baby oil is the cut. You don't see it. It don't. It poured into liquor. It poured. You know what I'm saying? To break up the thing. So if you squeeze it on somebody, you get in their balls. Same thing, like Spanish fly.
Yeah.
You understand? So it's a date. Like Rick Ross said, I put that. See her drink. She don't know. You understand? Exit, you know what you're doing. It's not exit. Whatever he's trying to put in. They corny. And that's why a lot of people out there who try to get record deals, you ain't got it because of these guys. They don't want you to know that. They don't know. They want you to let them know it ain't about changing the way you dress or your voice. It's about changing your manhood. Selling your soul.
Let's talk a little bit about these tapes. Now, a lot of people want to know what's on these tapes, what celebrities are on these tapes, you know, and I believe these are the tapes that the feds actually came and got from his mansion. Correct?
Does the door open?
Just like copies of those.
Go in the driver's side.
So these are not those because what happened was Casey got whipped down. Everybody seen that, right?
I guess. By the way. Hi guys. Now I have two phones. Oh, they're all leaving now. How much you guys want to bet? They're about to say to go inside. Fresh air. So crowded. Really, really crowded. It's really, really crowded. Oh, there they are. Hold on, I'm gonna tie my shoes. I'll tie my shoes real quick. It's when you get the chance to look up all the bad doings of Scientology. I don't think you would like to get paid $50 a week with so much work. It's okay to leave. Good music tonight. Really good music. I'll be honest. Really is. It's one of the biggest crowds ever. Night, Leela. Leah, did you ever answer? I just can't yet. Sir, you know about Scientology credit card fraud, right? It's all a scam. Freeloader debt isn't enforceable. Alright, I'm gonna put you guys back in the van. I know we need fresh air. That was quick. Yeah. Carrying 2 phones is actually pretty heavy. It does get a little bit heavy. I had to mute. Oh, who's in the van? Oh, yeah. I'll put you guys in the...
But I don't know if you saw the
Danny?
Hey, what's up, Jacob?
Hey, Danny. Good to see you, man. Congratulations to you, too, on beating your restraining order.
Thank you. Now I'll go to the back.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get this set up so that people can come and hang out, have I got a bunch of battery banks and wires.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So that people could just like come.
What's up, Danny? Good to see you.
The whole closet's full of flyers.
Oh,
you want some stickers?
Sure, yeah. Why not? So you pretty much here, like, is the RV usually here if you don't need to go somewhere? Like, this is kind of where you...
I've been trying to park. I've only been back for like 2 weeks, but I got 2 tickets already. I'm parking in the red zone and just like, fuck it, like whatever. And I think what I'm going to do on L. Ron Hubbard Way is do an actual occupation, like an encampment. Just pull the wheels off my RV and take whatever tickets, and they'll have to get the city to remove me. So I'm thinking about putting like a tarp around and everything. So
Cat says, "Oh, a little reunion, a reunion indeed." Very nice.
Yeah, we got some awesome new flyers. Give you a little bit of everything.
How's things been on your end, Danny? Really good. Very nice, very nice.
Those are laminated.
Scientology used child slaves to lay the original bricks on a public road. That's right. Look at the condition of your city. Oh yeah, I'm not looking forward to seeing Tom Cruise play a big part of LA Olympics.
Well, and I didn't know that he was with Karen Bass at the Sydney Olympics.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
That's what that picture is.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, that's no good. I thought that she had learned about Scientology, because she got called out for being close to them or something a few years ago, and I was thinking that she was reaching out to ex-members and trying to learn the truth, but that's too bad. Oh, is that Heidi Feldstein-Soto?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I gotta not get too much on her bad side, because she's the one who technically has a year to choose if she wants to press charges on me for unlawful assembly.
You don't have to. These are cool.
Oh yeah, let's do that. They don't trust the city. They just want to throw your shit away for the Olympics. Ain't that the truth? Wow, yeah, you put some work in. I'm impressed.
These are all Davy charts. This one's cool, especially Halloween ones.
Oh. Scientology uses children to audit adults. Stop using children as sex therapists. For real.
All right, and here's the stickers.
Wow. These like car stickers, like these. Okay.
Yeah, they're just stickers. They're just.
Thank you.
Peel off.
That's sick.
There.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was all Davy. I'm trying to disperse it to everybody.
Davy mismanaged?
No. Davy Narcon Charts.
I don't even know if I knew who that is.
Yeah, he's been in the chat a lot. He's been sending flyers out to Salt Lake City.
Gotcha.
And MD Media. He's been sending out to quite a few streamers.
Very cool.
So he made
oh yeah.
Sorry.
No worries.
He made all these. Just big ass ones.
Okay.
Danny Masterson.
Oh, dang.
HPTV.
He owned a big printer or something?
Yeah, he's got a UV printer, so if there's something
nice.
maybe specific, boycott Magic Castle, kids can't consent, Diddy shit goes on, isn't cool. So Stan Gerson, the magician, I just started protesting over there, but
He's a psychologist.
How specific. Pension Magic Castle, Stan Gerson groups children by having magic shows at Big Blue. All sorts of Diddy stuff. So yeah, I got this one's cool. If you thought P. Diddy was disgusting, this is what Scientology freak off looks like. So they're humorous and like fun, you know.
Yeah.
So it's super cool, and he just made one yesterday because I got attacked in Magic Castle.
Yeah. Oh. Are you still in the chat?
They basically sent out.
I'll probably start in that.
This was Friday night. I got attacked. Magic Castle hired goons to assault protesters, revoke their liquor license.
This is Friday night, just 2 days ago?
Yeah, that happened. He already has this printed out. Isn't that fucking
Good for
cool?
him. Good for him. He's dedicated.
Yeah.
Sorry that you got attacked. I actually didn't realize that. I've been
You know
a little
what?
out of the loop lately.
Yeah. The attacks are good, man. Like as crazy as that sounds, it brings awareness. Like that video has 50,000 views.
Oh wow.
You know.
Okay.
They trespassed me from the city hall the other day.
Oh dang.
The city attorney, because I went to the city attorney. I have 6 charges sitting right now with the city attorney.
Like there's charges are filed, or like it's just within the.
It's within the
Technically, they could still file.
Yeah, and so there's 6 disturbing religious proceedings at the office right now, and so I asked to do a FOIA request right in person.
Oh, that's the Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they just went into emergency mode. The cops came up. They trespassed me. I went kind of ballistic on them, and then they got me outside. Right before I got outside, I asked for a supervisor. The lieutenant came. The lieutenant's like, "Oh no, they have to file the FOIA request." And he ended up coming. He's like, "I'll go talk." And he came back out, and I asked him, "Am I trespassing?" He's like, "Oh no, you're not trespassing."
Yeah.
So I went back in. I flicked off the cop. I was like, "Yeah." So that one had like 70,000 views.
Wow.
So I've been trying to do, and I've been doing vertical.
Oh, okay.
Those were both were verticals when I got all those views.
Yeah, I've noticed with the vertical streaming, like it shows up in people's shorts feed. So if they're just scrolling through shorts, it'll show up.
Yeah,
So
and I've been doing it like I've been watching shorts, just flipping through, and it's just local. A lot of it's local proximity that you're seeing their lives, because I see a lot of Hollywood and LA lives. So it's a good way to get more like views and more subs.
Yeah, good for you. Is that a camera right there?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a trail cam. I got that for the occupation. I'm gonna set them up again. I got 4 or 5 of them.
Okay. Wow. Nice.
So I was gonna use this because I kept getting swatted. I was having the camera on here.
Okay. Oh, I got one. Oh, do you want me to take a
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
If you
Sure.
whatever you want to do with them.
Sounds good. Thank you.
They're nice to just have, even just to give to somebody if they're asking about it. And how's your court stuff? Is it over yet?
Yeah, I mean the court date it went about as well as it could have. They declined to file charges.
Oh,
but
good.
I mean technically the statute of limitations is a year, but they've pretty much told me like as long as you don't get arrested again within the next year, if they haven't filed charges by your court date, you're probably good. So so I think I'm probably good. But
you showed up and did you even get arraigned?
No.
It was a DA reject.
Yeah. And it was the same thing for all the same, because there were 210 of us that got arrested that day.
Well, it's all
So,
bullshit. That was a bullshit arrest. You know that, right? Say it out loud.
That was bullshit.
All right. You can't arrest protesters. We were supposed to be able to freely assemble.
Agree. Yeah.
If you break the law, but what they always do, they declared it an unlawful assembly.
Yeah.
They do that all the time, and that's
depends on where you go.
It's civil disobedience.
Yeah.
We were there to stand in solidarity with each other.
No, yeah, I think that's beautiful.
Heck yeah.
I don't know. Did you ever see the video that with Streets when Streets got arrested?
He did. Yes, and he was in the back of the car with the live still going, just yelling at the cops.
Yeah.
And they let him go because he was there as press, as he said. And I was not streaming the day that it happened to me. So I mean, I'll probably do more of a full deep dive into it once the full year is up and I have nothing to worry about. But it was an informative time for me. I've definitely learned from it. I'd say.
It gives you activist wings, man.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know, like you can't be an activist before, but like taking an arrest for something you believe is like the next step. It's like the next level.
That's
like,
right.
And a lot of times people do get arrested, and you have to be willing to get arrested for something you believe in. So it's the biggest way to fight for freedom.
Civil rights movement, like
Yeah.
apartheid in South
All that.
Africa, all Vietnam War, like
all
all of that.
Dorothy Dorothy had her Palestinian flag on the computer when she won Danny's case.
Oh, right on.
And I was like kind of shocked to see that, like that she would risk even a possibility of. Yeah, I
think
know.
her name on Twitter is actually, it says Free Palestine like in her display name on Twitter.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
No, she's totally about the Palestinian stuff.
Oh yeah, she seems pretty cool.
Her speech after Danny's thing was so amazing.
Oh yeah, I think Dodge did a live that he got some of her on. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean she's a huge asset. And did you have a public defender, or did you just go in without a lawyer at first?
I didn't go in with we basically Faculty for Justice in Palestine at UCLA had a volunteer attorney come with us. So we had advocates there with us, and there was a pretty good support team there once I arrived. So I didn't personally hire an attorney for myself.
Okay.
But also the public defender's office, they were willing to do a lot to help us out too.
Really?
Kind of the vibe that I've gotten is that you generally are advised not to trust a public defender in many types of cases.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like your constitutional rights being infringed upon, which arguably is happening when protesters are arrested for exercising their right to protest.
Yeah.
That's like we were kind of advised by Faculty for Justice in Palestine, and other advocates that this is a case where we could trust the public defenders to be on our side, but I mean, thankfully, no charges were filed, so I didn't even need to.
On
worry about that
everybody.
anyway. Yeah, on everybody that I know of. They didn't give us all the same court date because there were 210 people arrested, and there were about 10 people who had the same court date as me. So I think that week and maybe the week after, they kind of split us up. So it was like 10 to 15 people each day or something like that.
Okay.
But everybody who was there the same day as me had no charges. And then a buddy of mine who was had his date 2 days later, he said that nobody that he was there with got charged either.
See, that shit's so crazy though. That shows that it was bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, they just could arrest you and you pretty much, and then you have to like kind of halfway be on good behavior because it's a threat that they could pick up the charges, which is another just bullshit. Like I still don't have my cell phones and stuff from when I was arrested.
Oh,
in February, and then I had my phones confiscated again by the San Luis.
Oh, that's right. I do remember seeing that.
So they got 4 phones, a computer, and my fur coat.
Oh, the fur coat still too?
Yeah.
What evidence could they even?
There, Danny.
You had it at Danny?
Yeah.
Danny, what's the vibe like on Big Blue or on L. Ron Hubbard Way right now? Are we able to walk up and down it without being bothered? Okay. Maybe I'll take a look there.
And let me know if he says anything to you.
If he does,
if any of the guards say you gotta, he was trying to tell Danny that you gotta keep moving. So there's no truth to that.
All right.
I didn't feel like arguing up here.
Yeah, they told me in chat, so I was like, I'm coming over there and fucking saying something.
Okay. Well, yeah, then I'll check that out. But good to see you, Danny. I'm gonna come out here too, and then I'll let you know how it goes.
All right.
All right, Scotty.
Later, Danny.
Have a good one, Danny.
You too.
Oh, cool. You're welcome. I was wondering about you. I can't imagine what you're doing right now. You're what? Oh, I see that. I hear that. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. You gotta do the. I'm streaming that blue and trying to get this RV together, allegedly. Just cleaning it. Like, I just had so much shit come in, and like I'm just trying to get everything together and spray painted and all the little details, basically, to get this thing all finished up. Just spray painting shit. Don't you go dying on me now. I'm playing. I know. I'm playing. Yes, I do. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. You showed me a love I've never experienced. Have her moments, but I love the fucking all. But I love it. Yeah. It's tough to get through it sometimes. Okay. Yeah, I could come up with something. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's not doing the last shift. It could be a so. Yeah. Well, sometimes there's solenoids in the transmission that sometimes go bad, and it doesn't allow you to shift. I would. Yeah. Yeah. Pull over and take a picture. Did you see that? What's his name came out here? I don't know if you saw any of the streams today. I don't want to say his name, but the one who's always sits in the on Elron Hubbard Way. They got the eviction notice today. Yeah, they got to vacate. I think they got a year. Yeah. 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 And he said that they cut the fences so that they could walk behind the houses, except for the one Chinese couple. They didn't cut the Chinese couple. They're not. But they're getting evicted too. So they're evicting the 3 non-Scientology people. They cut the concrete walls so that the Sea Org members could walk behind the houses.
Ladybug got screwed because she kept hurting her knee. Because I was actually giving her driving, but she kept hurting her knee. So it was her
Yeah. So he came over and spilt the beans today because he didn't have to worry about getting evicted anymore. He didn't go on camera, but he came right next to camera and was talking to it. So I was actually really proud of him because he's Yep. He purposely did it. I read the letter that they gave him, the Scientology thing. And then he said that he talked about somebody who like disappeared 20 years ago. Some lady who was looking for her son, trying to get her son out. And she just kind of disappeared. So I thought that was interesting. Yep. He had the name of her first name, but I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him again. So it was pretty wild. Yeah, and the guy, not that guy, the girl from a couple days ago, who I said like just recently got out of. They said that that they had hit a rapist. That one of the people was a rapist. So. Yeah. So, I think it's a waste sometimes being here, but then like shit like that happens, it's like I had to be here. I know. Yeah. 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 I know, those are awesome, aren't they? I get Jacob just came by. Yeah, they're funny. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. 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 Well, I did take Foxy out for a long time today. She got to play with the other dog. Yeah.
What time you ship me the loop? It'll be at 4.
Nice. Nice. Well, I could do it with my other phone. I was gonna do another stream. I was gonna do some connecting the dots for a little bit on my other computer while I'm here. No. Actually, I won't. There's some other things I gotta do on my computer, just in general. I haven't had my computer on for quite a few days. So I'm trying to get this place fucking organized. I feel like I just walk back and forth in circles half the time, trying to know where to put it. But things are finally starting to, like, find little. I'm starting to get it finally together. I feel good. So. Yeah, no, I need help. I need some help. Yeah. I'm gonna glue some tiles up there. Yeah. All right. Well, that's at 8. What time would you maybe want me on? Like 9? Do us separate. Yeah. 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 Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I hear that ego coming out on this on you now. I know. Yeah. 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 No. Yeah. Well, it's you're strong for talking about it, so it takes a lot. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, you could text me if when you want me on. Okay. Or you don't want it that way. Okay. Text me. All right. I love you. Bye. Hey there.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm over here at the Scientology building because I was here earlier.
Okay.
And they kicked me out.
They kicked you out?
Yes. And then I saw you over here.
Okay.
And they didn't kick you out.
Because
Go
ahead.
Is it because I'm a woman? What's the deal here?
Because I just actually won a court case saying that I could be on that road, and they think that they own the road. I'm Scotty.
You're Scotty?
Yeah.
Katie.
Katie?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so I saw he's over here. That guy escorted me off the property.
Just now?
No.
Or earlier?
Today?
The
Yeah,
bigger
earlier.
guy?
No, this guy named Ben.
Okay.
He's a security guard.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a.
It was rude. It was like he walked me from one side of the sidewalk to the other.
So you came back with your camera just
Yeah.
to talk some shit.
Yeah, because I thought it was really rude and unfair.
Yeah. Do you live close to here? Or
Well,
around here?
I was born and raised in LA.
Okay.
So I've been seeing this movie my whole life. And
They've had the road closed since June 1st. We did an occupation here in the front, and all these planters are because of me.
oh, really? An occupation?
Yeah, because we were speaking out about the church and the abuses of the church, and they closed the road since then, pretty much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but this has been this has been an ongoing thing though. There's a YouTube channel we just found that 16 years ago, one of the residents was talking about how they closed the road and they kick people out, and so they think that they own that road, and they don't. It's a public access. Yeah. Well, it's just a public street. It's a public sidewalk. Yeah, you have a right to walk off the sidewalk. They try to say that you have to keep moving, but it's selective enforcement.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
So
tolls.
if I go walking through there
Yep.
right now?
Yep, I'll walk with you if you want me to.
You will?
Yeah, hell yeah. Let me grab my camera.
Okay.
And we'll walk. They won't say anything to me.
I want to see if they say anything.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'll let you go ahead and see if they say something, and then I'm right behind you.
That'll be discrimination, so you be my witness.
Yep. I got you.
Yelling and screaming and cussing.
Yeah, I live for this. I live for this. I'll let you go a little ahead of me, and I'm right behind you. Yeah, character unlocked. That's Katie Kidman. Who's Katie Kidman? Who's Katie Kidman? Fresh air, you psychos. Scientology blogger. Hey. They kicked her out. They kicked her out. She was walking by earlier, and they kicked her out.
They kicked you out of over on Hubbard Way?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I saw him, and I said, wow, they're not doing the same thing here.
Well, no, they tried to do it to Danny. They said he had to keep moving, and I came out and I yelled at him because they don't. Hey, why are you guys yelling at this lady? She's trying to use the street. This ain't your street. You know better than that.
I was just trying to walk through, just like this guy. You guys know each other?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
I've been into this protesting for a little while.
Yeah.
Are you into the protest scene now too?
No, she was just walking by this morning.
Oh, okay.
I came in here and I went to walk through the building and I was taking pictures of it like, oh, this is tricky.
Yeah.
And then this guard, well, actually, I walked down there.
Okay.
And I went to go in the restaurant.
Okay.
And he came out of the restaurant, got right in my face and was like, and I said, what are you doing? He's like, oh, you can't be in here.
Well, yeah, it's a cafe. It looks like it's a restaurant. No, that's private.
Oh, okay.
That's private.
So he told me to get out of there.
Yeah.
Are you a content creator too? Are you live streaming?
Yeah, I'm live streaming.
Oh, right on. Are you on TikTok or YouTube?
No, YouTube.
What's your name on there?
Katie.
Katie.
Oh, they were right. You guys were
Nice to
right.
meet you. Oh,
They said Katie. I was like, how do you know? Katie?
Right on. Are you do you follow the Scientology protesting or SPTV or any of that?
No,
okay.
not really.
Okay. Yeah, there's.
She might look into it now.
Yeah.
Katie Kidman.
Well, I might because the reason I came over here is because I have a twin sister. She probably wouldn't want me to be here to talk about her, but she's a Scientologist.
Oh.
She was born 11 minutes before me.
Oh.
Twin sister.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, these people here, they try to teach these Scientologists about communication and all this stuff. So when we're getting along, she'll be telling me stuff like, I invalidated her, or I don't acknowledge her, or I'm out of exchange because she gave me something and I didn't give her back something, like fast enough. Or I'm like, we're twins, we grew up together, we're best friends, how would you even...
That all sounds like the Scientology's
like,
typical way that they'll handle.
Would judge me or whatever, but it's weird because we are we grew up together. We were born here in LA.
Okay.
Grew up here. Best friends and everything. So she marries this dentist. And the dentist is a Scientologist. His name's Raymond. He's a cool guy. But so before that, because we lived over by the Flag Building in Clearwater.
In Clearwater. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And so we
Wait,
both,
so you were born in LA, then moved to
Yeah.
Clearwater?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So were your parents in Scientology? Or
No.
you weren't raised in it? Okay,
No,
okay.
not at
Got
all.
you, got you.
No. Matter of fact, when we were over there, we would see them all like walking around in their black outfits
In
and their white
uniforms,
shirt, and all of them like, you know.
Uh-huh.
And we would be together, her and I, and we'd be like, that's weird. Look at them, you know. They look. So we both thought the same thing. And then I moved back here, and she stayed there for like 5 more years. She met him.
Okay.
And then when she met him, she found out he was a Scientologist. So he started taking her to the Flag Building and on cruises.
That's how it starts.
You know, they have that cruise ship and all that stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so then all of a sudden, you know, she starts like changing, like getting all like when I'm talking to her and stuff, she's just standing there like, you know, and I'm like, what are you know, like judging me?
Yeah.
Seriously. And I said, don't judge me. I'm not perfect. As a matter of fact, I'm the furthest from the perfect as you can get. So don't judge me because I'm, you know. And if you're going to do that, then it doesn't feel very good, you know. Like, but if something happens that, see, she has all these friends that are Scientologists, right? And they live in Florida, some of them live here, but most of them over there. And so if we have trouble or disagreement or whatever, she talks to them instead of me. And the next thing I know, here comes the police.
No. Security.
Oh, okay.
He ain't gonna say anything.
And so, so, you know, she'll talk to those people over there, and then the next thing I know, she won't talk to me at all. She won't answer the phone. She won't respond. So I came over here. I'm like, you guys, you've gone and brainwashed my twin sister. She won't even talk to me now. She like puts me on a train car.
Is she here at this building?
She studies in here. Like goes up somewhere around here. I don't know. There's rooms in here where you study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I'm sorry to hear that. That's a
hold
real
your little
bummer.
hands on the
Oh, and
stand.
the e-meter? Yeah, the cans. Yeah.
And then they make her think that they're removing some kind of
Reactive minds.
engrams or
Engrams.
Thetans.
Yeah.
And all this stuff.
Yeah.
Learning about her past lives, working
All
her way
that.
up the bridge
Yeah.
to total
Yeah.
freedom. Yup.
And
That's
then
how it all
she gave me
goes.
some books, and I started reading it. She listens to these tapes and everything in her car.
Oh, L. Ron Hubbard tapes?
Yes,
Oh,
she has
gosh.
she has money.
Yeah.
So they're, you know, probably banking. She makes good money. So she's, you know.
Yep.
And so I'm like, are you giving them money? Because I need money too. Like, don't give them money. I need some money. But
Some big tape coming by.
so the weird thing is to me that these guys preach communication.
Yep.
And she does not communicate. And I'm sitting here like, what did I do? What did I do? Because now all of a sudden you don't talk to me and your son doesn't talk to me. So it's not just you, it's both of you. That's ganging up.
Yeah. Is he in here too?
No, he doesn't like this.
Yeah.
So is your son, your son?
Grandson.
Her
Grandson.
son.
My
Sorry.
nephew.
And you still have a relationship with him? Or
Nephew,
he joins
yeah.
Too?
No. When she gets mad at me, he follows suit and they both give me the silent treatment for about 10 years, you know? So it's a long ongoing thing. Because we didn't talk to each other for like 5 years. And then when we finally did, just recently, just like this year, she finally, for some reason, said something to me. And I was like, oh, it's you again. Oh, okay. So, then when I'm sitting there talking to her and going over everything that she thinks happened in the past over there, I'm like, I don't even say anything. Because I'm like, whoa, that is not even what happened. Like they will blame everything on you. Everything. Like it's all my fault, I'm the one. And then all of these people here will go along with what she's saying.
Yeah.
Like agree with her not to talk to me.
Well,
you toe the party line, you do what you're
yeah.
told. It's all about control. I mean,
If anyone messes with you, I'll be at my RV. I'm gonna go back. I don't want them stealing shit.
oh yeah.
I park my van over there.
I'm probably gonna get out of here before too long too. But did you want some of these back? Or?
No, you could have them.
The whole stack?
Yeah. They literally sent me like 4 or 5 boxes.
Yeah, I've got, you wanna see some of these? Scientology uses children to audit adults. Stop using. I gotta zoom out on here. I'm super zoomed in. Yeah. Stop using children as sex therapists, because that is true. The children will be trained to be auditors and interrogate adults about their sexual histories. Yeah, it's really disgusting.
Truly, what are you doing here, man? Why don't you go over to Wizzy? We just had someone come and talk about all the school of Delphi, all the molestations and rapes. That's not enough proof. You go to talk to Wizzy, the one who supported a level 3 sex offender. The fuck? You eating paint chips? What's going on?
Are you sticking around here for a little bit, or are you just gonna find us to stop by? I'm Jacob, and then you're Katie Kidman, is that right? Yeah, people in my chat were telling me, so I'll be sure to subscribe to you too. Yeah, nice to meet you. Hey, have a good night, Scotty.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
nice to see you. Yeah.
Right, Scotty.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
If you got, I'll be around here. If you ever got a problem or anything, or need a battery or a place to sit or water, just come by.
Okay.
And if they ever mess with you, come and find me. They won't. I'll give them a verbal lashing. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
She wants her 20 back? You can't get it back. I'm poor. Yeah, well, we'll infiltrate chats by being the mods. There's that. There's always that. Oh, that looks so much better now. Being black. I just spray painted the thing, getting everything spray painted. I got this all spray painted. Can't really see it. Got that. I think I'll put that on the outside of the van. Maybe I'll do that right now, because this would be super cool outside. Well, the riff, sometimes people don't know what the riff are, man. Damn, there's 668 people in here? What you guys all doing? Damn. Hi. Now I get broke. How was that? You're timed out for 30 minutes for saying Tori's name. You're not allowed to say D.O.A's name in Tori's chat, so you get instantly timed out for saying Tori's name in my chat. Truly seeing Katie happen. Two sheep showing Matthew the King just strolls up. Yeah, okay. I love a new character unlock. I took off my I I don't think this is gonna be a sleepover. No, I think this is gonna be. I think this is going to be. I don't know. I'm just hanging out for a little bit here. I'm cleaning. I'm getting everything. The little small things, man. Is sleep beside? No, I think I'm gonna try to sleep with my baby tonight. We'll see. So Katie is a total weirdo saying that she's going to spray paint your van because for bow. Now she's sneaking up behind your van. Just watched the ladies live from this morning. She tried getting into the cafe at Blue. Laura's live with Liz. Yeah, hey, you can't park there. It's a tunnel boss. Yes. Everybody loves me, I guess. Again, Julie P has me blocked. I do not block anyone. I can't believe you're on Wizzy's stream, Julie. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. What the fuck? You're like Vaughn. You're just like Vaughn. And that's all I could say. However you want to take that. My shower schedule? Why is he worried about me being naked and wet? What's the... I'm not a librarian. The libertarian. I'm more libertarian than you. Shit. I don't associate with anyone protecting pedophiles. That's for sure. The fuck is wrong? What the fuck happened to you? How's this my life? On what? No, he isn't talking us to. He's got a couple more 18 VR 23, so you got one in 2018, one in 2023, one in 2024. I gotta get this backup camera working. I gotta get this fucking... I gotta do the low voltage wiring. I'm like scared to do it because I just... Why am I scared to do it? What is the actual issue? Because I think that just what, like doing pigtails is not enough, and then I need to like do something fancier. Is that what the fucking issue is? Or that I have to get it all into the batteries? 2 more, huh? Is the GoPro still not right? I have to get the fucking battery. I have to get the charger. I got the wrong charger. I never just... The GoPro. My body cam. I don't even see it. I'm not sure where... I think it's there. I just need another charger for that. But I got the 360 camera that I just pulled out. Again, I think I'm going to try to static record it from my computer. Because I got the setup for the computer. And I think I'm going to get another set of panels so I get a little more juice coming in. I need more juice coming in. You know, hopefully she's not coming over here. Jack Whiteside Parsons. God damn. Why does shit's gotta be so fucking weird? Trying to drum up friends. Has she streamed before? Fun times. Since 2017. Yeah. No, the cop meetings. We're gonna city council. I'm gonna make some of my whole lore is gonna be going to these city councils. We're gonna cover it. We're gonna cover the homeless encampment clearance. I'd like, if anyone has any information on that, that's email. That's the type of emails I want to have. She's talking about me, but talk crap about someone and is too scared to confront them. I'll say it. Okay, that makes sense. You should make some magic muffins for all those city councils. I think I'm really getting the character for all these council meetings and shit. Cape, pigtails. I think some of the rainbow camouflage. Alright, I'm going on my computer. I'll get this shit done. Oh, yeah, plug it in. That's why.
Damn.
Plug it in, plug it in. Oh, D.O.A is SPTV headquarters. Francisco. Buckethead's a great band.
I just finished, so I'm
Pound steak. Email address to share. Can edit, can view and copy. Okay, so let's go to her. Where are you at? What is the email that you registered? Mind maps. Hello? Hey, can I make this real quick? Allegedly, maybe. Do you have? Did you join that mind maps perchance? Do you have a email? Do you know what email that you use for that, perchance? Yep. I'm like I'm in the back of the RV. They can't hear you. They can only hear what I'm saying. Oh. All right. Well, if you do join it, like I'm putting all the little different incidences in there and all the different characters, and I want to do all the different orgs. So if you'd like to be involved with that, like I'd like you on there, and I'm going to give you access to be able to edit it. And you could copy it and like when you have it, like I pay for it, so there's. But you could edit like all different information. You could move stuff around, and I trust you enough. I'm gonna have a few people on it. I'd like to have Chi on it too, just so that, and then you could like upload it to your own computer, like so that you have your own like map of it, so you could like delete or change or alter it. If that makes sense. Yes, exactly. Yes, I have that. I've actually entered most of that information into. I think I entered all the information onto the mind map already. The dates, the incident, who it was, what time it was, from her sheet, and the sheet is actually on here too. I put it on here. So, and then I have somebody else. Someone else had a PowerPoint, or someone else had an Excel too, and I added all those. And then I have to take the one from Audit LA's email and get that one on here too. To have like, because that one has all the incidences that happened in like February, December, January that I didn't have. They had a breakdown saying that streets in Jessica were running a hate group. So they broke down like it's a four-page paper written by Moxie of every little incident. So I have to get all those in there. That all happened before. So, but I have all the pictures of all the police officers and most of their serial numbers for every incident. So I'm going to watch the watchers, and I got the pictures of each officer that was there, and yeah. But like okay. Okay, I got his arrest, and then I have even the officers when they came back and gave the car a ticket. I have that incident on here. And I know there's missing incidences, so I have to plug them in. And then I have all the Scientologists. I'm going to put all the front groups in here, and then whatever like articles or stuff associated with those front groups, because I can put links on there, images. It's really cool. Yeah. Well, just let me know when you get it uploaded or whatever. Just if you could message me your email, and I want to get a couple people on this, so it's not just me who's doing it. And I think it could be very valuable because like Pearl could do the Austin one. You know, you could maybe plug in some of the stuff on the Sacramento one, like the key. You know, it doesn't have to be everybody, but I think like a lot of the key players. And then I'm gonna tag in because I know Pearl's got a bunch of like the interactions between the Blue Building and Austin, and I wanna put those emails and that information in those links. And then I met a former Scientologist who just blew in March, so and their kid's still in here. Yep. Oh, okay. All right. I'll check it out. I suck at following up, but like if we have a couple people on it and like it's like people are like seeing it like getting bigger and like the information is being plugged in, I think it will like motivate everybody because it's just it'll be all the research, all the little things where people, the incident numbers, all that shit, it'll be all possessing this, and everyone could download it to their own mind map and have that information in front of them. So I think it'd be super helpful. Just, I don't know. I think it could be super helpful, especially if there's any type of litigation. Who? Which lawyer? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and like this, what this is I'd like to make like two, like one like specific to, well, it's like all gonna be one big one, but it'll have all the information needed for any like paralegal or any type of action, like on a major lawsuit, because there has to be a major suit for the road. That's the only way that's gonna get like secured and bundled up. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, this will give like, and this will give all like, it's really a map of, I'm trying to figure out who's being safe pointed, where the money's coming from, and what the front groups are. And so that's what I'm trying to have it in one place where all the information, and then it's not owned by one person or in charge of one person, that it's set up in a bunch of different areas. No, I could write it right now. No. I'm basically, once you got the thing set up, I put in your email address, and like right now I have it to where people could come and look at it without they can't edit it. They can only look at it, right? And so I could make your email address that's associated with the mind map it has access to it. Yeah. I'm switching up what phone I'm on, not streaming on. So. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay. Yep. .com. Okay. And can edit. Can copy. Can copy. Can edit. So, all right. That's sent to your email. Cool. Yep. Amazing. And the other person I met too, just blew. They talking about knowing of a rapist that was brought back in and was involved with a bunch of the different orgs around here. But he's just figuring it out. He's just like figuring it out. Like he's like going through the like, oh my, like his eyes were opening. It just started happening. Yep. $35,000 debt for the ring, and so he tried to sue them, and they're like, no, we'll take care of it administratively, and he never got any money, and that was what broke the straw that broke the camel's back. He was in for 15 years. So, thank God I was here yesterday. Nope, somebody else. Yep, and he said that he knows the cops that are safe. Yeah. And he's yeah. I think he was just a public for 15 years. Yeah, so he's going to be a huge source of information. Yeah. Yep. I'll keep the lookout for it. But I'm gonna go. Yep. I'm out. All right, later.
Right? So, like, you remember that as a seer member, you couldn't even, like, admit, or not even a seer member, as somebody who left the Sea Org and somebody who left Scientology, but you just hadn't told anybody that you left, it was definitely not okay to even call yourself gay. No. Like, that is, like, it was almost embarrassing. Don't call me that. I'm my own thing. I came from Scientology. I'm not gay, but I do like the others. I do like the same stuff. I used to say
I can admire beauty. I can admire beauty in women. That's what you would say.
Wait.
Yeah, I was not practicing. Practicing gay. So you knew you were aberrated, right? Yep. Okay, so I have a question along with that question just now, since we're the guy right into it. When did you know you were gay? Like, when did you know, oh, I like women and I need to, I don't know what I need to, so I'm just giving you only 3 options to answer. What age were you when you knew mentally, oh, I am this thing that is not okay, so I'm going to pretend that I'm fixing it, but I do know what it is. When did you realize that, whether it was called gay or not, even if you were in the Scientology or not? My swim coach had the biggest pair of jugs that I'd ever seen in my entire life, and she used to, when she would teach us certain swimming things, she'd wear a tiny bikini, and I would always think, wow, she's just skinny, and then watch her boobs bounce, and yes, is it inappropriate, guys? Yes, it was. Wait. No, don't start judging yourself. Let's go back into that moment. So all you see is, when you say she's so pretty, are you saying like you're so beautiful and I'm attracted to that, but you don't realize it? Or are you being like, I love this whole body, I love the masculinity of her, like swimming strong, like what do you think, like, would you be attracted to that person right now still, or no, God, but no, exactly. Okay, but I had a whole different.
Hey, quick question for you. Are you recovered from not sleeping? Yeah, whatever. There's nothing they can do, you know. Psychopaths. No. I'm fine. Did you want to be involved in this mind map thing? Have you downloaded the app, or do you have it yet? All right. I'm gonna. What's your? Would you be able to verbally tell me your email, and I'm gonna add you as an editor. SHE. Okay. Yep. Activist.com. Okay. Can edit. And send. All right. I sent you a link, and yeah, you should be able to. I'm assuming it sent it to that email, and then you'll have a link, and you could download it. You won't be able to see the pictures, and I don't know how it's going to look without the pictures, because I paid for the year, paid the monthly for images. So if you're not paying, it won't have the images, but I have all the pictures of the cops and all the people on there. Yep, and what you could do with this thing is the map. You could download it to you could copy it and make your own one, like if you want to add to it, and then we'll just have my main one, and then if you see stuff that yeah, you could take it and then edit it and what. Yep, and I have all what I'm doing for each incident. I have the pictures of all the different police that were there based on their serial numbers, and then I need to link all of them. Like you can link the YouTubes to it or TikTok or whatever right next to the incident and the bubble, so that you could just instantly have the video for that incident. So it basically be for any lawyer coming in. It would basically be a whole timeline. I have all the swattings, and then I'm gonna have somebody, Bay Area couple. She's gonna work on doing some FOIA requests, and and then we could plug in any text or paperwork on that, with sound, anything. I'd like to start FOIA requesting all the fire calls and getting the actual 911 call to service attached to each incident, and then the goal. There's a couple goals. One is like covering the swatting stuff real thorough. Another goal is for a lawsuit, a big multiple claim lawsuit for them, stopping us here at the street and on the road and all that. So all those incidents, and I want to do all that legwork ahead of time, so I could just hand it to a lawyer and be like, here's all the stuff. It's all broken down. It's real easy, and then I want to do all the Scientology front groups and some of the big money handlers, the lawyers, the chiropractors, and then articles and stuff specific to them attached to their photo. And so it'll be a real nice breakdown, and then you can connect lines to all the people. This person's connected. And then I have the breakdown of the LAPD and the Northeast Division, their names, and then that will really tie in and start knowing who all the players are who would be in a class in the actual lawsuit. So I put in quite a few hours in this already, so it's pretty thorough. Yes, there's two different Excels that I have like attached in there that I've harvested all the information with the dates, really just the dates, the incidents, and the officers. I got a whole lot more to do, but I figured if I get like 6 or 7 of us on it, it could be pretty easy, pretty informative. So cool. All right. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, bye.
Big boobs and realize later now you're going, oh, I was very into boobs. Like I love looking at tits. When she was 17 years old and she tried to unalive herself, and she's like 5 years older than me. So they thought that there was something going on with her to try to manipulate me, that me and her were doing stuff that was out to be, when we were literally just planning like running away, making peace pipes, building caves, just doing things that were completely out ethics. But they were interrogating me as if I was like that me and her were doing things that were out to be or sexual. Because we got 4 years older than me, and why is somebody like me and her so interested in each other? Why are we such close friends? Yeah, it was once reported like online on subjects, because it was reported that our parents had us take that together. Yes, and yeah, that happened a bunch when the kids would be riding over and whippled up because so and so might have touched so and so, and then they were talking about this story. And guess what they love to do, Liz? Guess what these fucking little pervert fucks love to do that are supporting pedophiles through auditing? They love to read children OWs. They love to read child's overs and withholds. What were you thinking? What were you, and they love to have these men who have issues with minors to sex check people people that are like, oh, let's get Roberto in here. Let's get people in here that are used to hearing about underage sexual shit. Like they get off to the more detailed. Literally, it's a sexual trafficking, fucking laundering, disgusting thing that normalizes this instead of calling it rape or sexualizing it as what it is. They say out to me, or you're just out to me, or you're aberrated on your sexual dynamic. If you hug too long, you're aberrated. That's you were obviously going into your aberrations. What does aberrations mean? Oh, something that was stuck to you from other lifetimes. Pictures. Oh, Thetans. Oh, body dates. What you get more of? OT3. Now you're auditing those sexual body dates. That's the demon. So it's never the pedophile. It's never the person. It's always, oh, these body dates. It was the body dates' fault. And that's why Scientology thinks it's okay to get rid or get, like, just kind of principally, launder the fact that there's pedophiles and people. The only reason they're interested in Scientology so hardcore is that they themselves are paying money to get off their Overton with them through OT3 or auditing body datings or whatever it is. It eventually makes it all normalized and okay, and that only Scientology can handle murderers, rapists, pedophiles, all of it. Only Scientology can handle it.
Polar Road. My first girlfriend was in first grade. All right, nice. She gave me a golf ball as a gift. I'm hoping you like golf balls. Was I out at this? Depends. Was your exchange in?
I don't understand the detailedness of the golf ball, but that's really weird. Yeah, unless you were at Gold Base and you know me or Liz's dad or something. I don't.
Yeah, because
golf ball a little confusing.
I'm not sure how a golf ball would be like it.
And I don't want to know.
Anyone a golf ball? And if there's something with golf balls, it's kind of like you're saying, I don't get them all.
You can see it. You can see the pigs be checked.
Yeah, you have to. Only Liz gets. Only people like me and Carrie can make Liz get dry sensitive.
But was there ever a time when you were out in public and you thought about just running out to get help, right?
Yep.
Every single day.
Fucking yes. This is why me, Serge, everybody who were out there going, kids cannot consent. We're fucking telling you when we were in there, right, ladies? You're going, no. If I had a fucking choice, if I had somebody else other than only my dad or my mother to call, if I was allowed to go to my aunt, I would have. They told me it was out PR. If I was out PR and said, don't be like New York Metro. Not even an out of home, but something that wasn't even in the C organization, let alone an active Scientologist on the bridge, which was my aunt, and now she is. Now she's OT3, and she's the FSMIC in Toronto, Canada, but she can't talk to me anymore. Nope. So the outlets were nothing. Our options, and imagine a child saying, hey, if you're having trouble, you're supposed to go to only these terminals, right? Yeah. Only security, only the ethics MA.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I don't know. Did you? I just got a quick question for you. I don't know if you would want to be involved with this.
Okay.
Did you see this mind map thing that I got going on?
Yeah, well, I have heard you talk about it, and I know that Dana uses one.
Yes, Dana was using it, and I was wondering if you would want to be involved with just having the ability to edit it and work with it.
Yeah, sure. So explain just a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, there's the mind map is pretty much just like you could just connect dots basically. You could have images, you could add YouTube channels, you could add audio files, text, documents. So basically, I've been putting together. I got a couple different little categories. I got one just for the swattings, and I have one for all the police calls and fire calls here in LA. And it's all connected. It's all one map, but I just have like sections of it. Every incident that's happened, I have a date, and a link, or I'm trying to get all the YouTube links to those dates, and then the officers that were involved and their serial numbers.
Okay.
And then, so I also have one for Scientology and all the different lawyers, the chiropractors, their photos, the blue building, who's like kind of in charge. Like,
that's amazing.
Yeah, like the David Sanchez and Jennifer. And I have all the, like Judge Diaz, like all the front groups. I'm plugging in the front groups, and I want to tie those into the money people and the Scientologists, and then any articles pertinent to those front groups, and kind of track down some of the money, but also do the Chicago org, the Austin org, and I like to have like one person from each of the major cities. So that's why I was calling you, and you could download the map for yourself, right? Like, so you could have it, set. You could just be like, all right, I have settings where people could just view it, but they can't edit it. And then there's ones that could view it and edit it, but you could download the map to your own like account. And you could do it on a free account. Now, someone said that they saw the pictures. Another person said they didn't see the pictures. I paid a little extra so that I could put pictures in, because I wanted to put names and faces to everybody. But it's not you don't need to have that. And then I just want to do like, I want to see if Pearl wants to help with the Austin one, and they could put all the pertinent documents in for their court cases and stuff too.
Yeah.
So that, because eventually there's going to be a big lawsuit for the road here, the planters, and all the rest.
You guys are really building good evidence there. It's been amazing, honestly.
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to do is get it all organized, all down in, each date, in the proper time frame, and then the lawyer just has all the information, and it's super easy to get any of the information.
Well, there won't be a whole lot of information, but I could also add Battle Creek in there, because that's where I was today, and that's where the Hart Hotel, the old Kellogg building, I guess it was filmed there, the Road to Wellness with John Cusack.
Okay.
But so it's a historical building, been empty for like 2 decades. So I went and chalked messages on their sidewalk today, and then went down to their little org, which is literally in an old doctor's office in a neighborhood. It's really tiny, and there's like 3 cars and the yellow volunteer van thing.
Okay.
And that's it.
Volunteer
van.
meeting.
Still have that information.
And whatever dates, like even the information about Nance Drew, that specific date, any court papers that we have on that, I'd like to have like that, like just accessible, and then some of the false police calls, and like that officer who ripped down the sign and dumped the chalk, like all those incidences, I'd like to have like that incident, the serial numbers of those officers, and then we could also I'm having somebody who's just going to do a bunch of FOIA requests and start.
That's a really good idea.
FOIA requesting. Yeah, so I'm trying to delegate to each area, and I don't want to be the leader, but I just want it to be like a group thing, and then there'll be all the information at our fingertips for anyone who wants to make a complaint, or if they want to help out,
And it's a little bit leader less. It's just you're a creator, but you're asking for everybody to contribute. So to me, that means, if everybody gets to see the same information, then there's no keeper of information.
Yeah, and it could be that individual map could be downloaded to yours and altered and changed to what you think is pertinent or not pertinent. And
can I ask if I could have somebody that could help me, because she's retired.
Yeah. Whoever. Yeah.
And she has been the person that I go to Chicago, because she gets everything. Honestly, wanting to everything.
Yeah. If you two, yeah, if you want to just give me her email and I could have her, and what we could also do is you guys could do just the Chicago one, and then that map and harvest that information and put it onto the main map, whatever's easiest.
Just retaining the information. I kind of zone out and talk, but I do have my videos where I can go back and get faces.
Okay.
And then if somebody can make them, then that would be great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he is actually good at that too, so he could help me, and then I could do the edits.
Yeah. 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 I'd prefer that. I don't care if anyone helps. I'm concerned about trusting too many people with editing access because they could delete it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so like if you want to like just be the point of contact, and then all the information could feed through you, and like I said, you could download the actual map, your own map, and you could have them come and be able to edit onto your own private map, and then you can put the information over, because it's pretty easy to figure it out once you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I've already put in like a whole fuck ton of hours, and I just don't want someone getting mad at me, and so I'm just gonna have a few select people, and I'm gonna have a download of it, you know, so that if it does get, I'm gonna constantly upgrade it, upload it, and make sure that I have a current map in case someone does go rogue and starts deleting stuff. So yeah, so just it's called Mind Maps.
Yeah. Well, this is good too, because honestly, I'm going to be not boots on the ground after in December.
Okay.
Because we have another foot surgery, but that means I'll be home with time for my laptop. And I was thinking I could start calling in and doing some of the stuff that I see Bill doing besides boots on the ground.
Cool. Yeah. No, I mean.
I can't imagine not being involved.
Yeah. No, and I can't imagine you not being involved either.
Awesome. That people are taking to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like those there in the Chicago that I met are there for all the right reasons. They have good intentions. Yeah. 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 So yeah, just it's I'll text you what the name of it is if you just want to download the app, and then send me the email. I guess, do you have an email? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. What?
And then she can talk to you, but I'll tell her what it's about. She's just got back from Japan.
Cool. I was wondering. I haven't seen her for a couple days, for a little bit.
Yeah, man, she showed me some cool videos. It looks really awesome there. And she actually got to the org too, and she had a sign that it's cool, and then it's like her name. She had it written in Japanese too. So that is just freaking awesome.
Nice. What email would you have it registered under? Because I think I could just send you the email with the access to the edits.
Well, do you have my email?
I do, but I'm not sure where it's somewhere in can you just tell me?
Yeah, I can tell you. It's the first letter. Well, okay, so it's A-K-A-N-E.
Okay.
So, and then the letter B.
Okay.
01.
01.
Yep. That was assigned to me by PNC.
Okay. AKANEB01@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. I'm going to send you it, and you'll be able to edit. And so there should be some type of email sent to you.
All right.
Cool. All right.
And then I am also registered here. Crazy. How do you say the first name?
Chanel.
Okay. And as a child advocate, I'm not sure exactly
Okay.
what I do at this point yet, but she needed some of us to sign up with that.
Okay.
So I found some form.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna get that information on my description. I'm like kind of doing a rebranding in some of my description and all that of what I'm, you know. So I want to have hers in there and whatever fundraisers we're raising for. So. All right. Well, I'm gonna go. You should have an email for it, and just let me know when you actually have access to it, so I know that you're on. And yeah. Cool. No rush. No rush. I just wanted to include you. Okay.
One more thing. Miriam from Scientology.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because she wants to do it without like making a big announcement about it, so that it can just be information. I thought we together.
Okay.
Anyway, but I'll let you go. I thought I'd tell you that while I got you.
Perfect. All right. Cool. I'll talk to you. All right. Bye.
Only can tell them, and that ethics officer will tell. You're ruining my life. All I'm trying to do is give you love. And what is going on? And over the months and over, like, now years, I'm like, wow. I've never thought that we were always so disappointed. We're putting so much effort into love and, like, trying to please our parents or trying to please even our bosses or somebody above us or something that, like, Foxy doesn't need, like, approval. She just needs, like, to feel good. And, like, that's all we ever needed. And there were so many times when I was, like, yelling at Foxy, not so many, but there were times when I'd catch myself. I hated hearing myself yelling at her. I was like, you sound like an abusive adult at the ranch. Like, I was like, no! And I was like, ew, that's so unelegant. Like, even Foxy is not that way. She's so elegant. And I was like, how do I teach her this, like, disruptiveness from, like, elegancy? Because there was so much elegance, and there's so much elegance that I see in Liz, and so much elegance that I see in Serge, and, like, Serge Oblinsky when you guys do the heart, and, like, there's so much elegance that I see in so many of us, that I'm like, that is what we have to shine, because this was always suppressed. Talk about suppression. This is always the thing that suppresses us. Like, being able to just love an animal or somebody as much as you want it in your own free will without being told, like, okay, that's a little much, you know, like.
It's a moment where I tell you, you're so suppressive whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not, like, even though you're doing the most caring thing, you're so suppressive because your attitude for liking something so much different than the purpose of Scientology. Just because you give love and care to something you connect with accidentally without even having to do the technology and pay thousands of dollars and be fucking forced to do shit. I hated you thought shit was normal. And now you're going, I cannot believe I was reciting this at 8, 9, 10 years old thinking like I was so powerful. It's disgusting. Like, what do we have? What do we have from our childhood other than to speak the fuck about it? And then to be as strong and clear as possible about it.
Yeah.
We can help other humans for the next century, literally for the next fucking decade, because we can show how disgusting a manipulative, old group, organization, whatever the next thing will be, that the law that the people allow that is supposed to protect us is literally being manipulated. So how do you get people who are manipulating the law? That
You expose it.
But Liz, none of us ever fucking ever had anybody doing what we're doing right now, for anybody that's being raised to do this at a baby's age. Oh, good. Oh, he was such an oh, he was silent bird. Nobody pops. No connection. Then if the baby's traumatized, he's stepping away. I'm sure Siri and fucking Kate, you know, talk to Kate and Katie Holmes to tell you that from then up until Siri was 4 or 5 no, like no more. At least Siri had the opportunity of a mother who had some sort of gut feeling that said, Dad, I need help. I need help. We need to get away from the whole family and divorce. I'm in a fucking. It's so much.
We had her dad who was a lawyer.
That's what I'm saying. Her dad, who she was able to go to.
Or he was able to rescue and get to her in a way.
Literally,
Very,
her own
very
father. Lawyer not, but her own father. At least Katie Holmes had her own father to go to. Sir didn't have that. Listen, none of us had anybody that we could go to outside of our TC. Nobody. Nobody was allowed to go to the outside. That's the whole point. So when any child is connected to Scientology, they are not allowed to talk to child services. They are not, and if they do, they are trained. You know why? Because they're not allowed to say anything. They are not. They are not allowed to say anything to make Scientology. I don't want to say the church. Make Scientology look out PR. They don't want to say anything that they would be at fault because I broke my leg. It's now Scientology's out PR. I'm making Scientology look bad because I had to get an abortion at 15 or whatever it is. It's out PR for Scientology if the outside world gets this information. You mean the outside world is not listening? Okay, I was like, well, the outside world is.
Meanwhile, the outside world.
Literally, I'm like, this is like, stop telling us, like, what is this child hotel thing? We're telling you. You guys would look at something like Celebrity Center as a fucking hotel. There were children, I'm talking to the outside world, but there were children like me, Liz, and Serge, and Dora, and so many other people that would never have considered this to be a hotel. We considered it to be the elite fucking housing for the celebrities that were going through auditing. We would never have been like, this is a hotel. Yes, we call it a hotel, but that's why it's so hard for people like me. For certain people to, the joke is on you, you're still not getting it. Yeah. It's a fucking hotel. Is it not the 4-year hotel? Is it not the hacienda? Is it not, or whatever, even our Florida manor was considered a hotel in the fucking time. Let's get more. To the FBI.
And it's good to play sound, because the sound brings us to the moment, and as hard as it is to pour our heart out, we do realize that we're coming from being powerful on purpose, and just showing up and sharing and caring and exposing and advocating for these childhood not to be repeated. That's the only power we have to prevent. We don't have to, and that's what's also so triggering, right? Because none of us have been able to prevent what happened to us. So that becomes like the daily trigger, like, oh wait, we were in such jeopardy. No one saved us, no one helped us. We know how crazy they are inside. Because we understand right now how difficult this has been to show up and explain what the facts are and how many decades have taken us to unravel from all the lies.
It's like, even the thing is that children right now in all of these hotels across all of these organizations across all of the United States, they all think what we're like, even if they were to hear something right now that Serge has been talking about, they would have to continue. They would first be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe what he said." But then as they got to hear more and more and more, it's the deprogramming of exactly what Scientology is doing. You're going to start to go, "Oh my God, well it is that way. Oh, okay, well if you look at it that way, then it is that way." But they are just seeing it in a whole different view. So they cannot accept. Like the only people who are advocating are the people who are literally in the chats and on the YouTube and out doing the protesting and out in the courts and out doing their cases as kids that were in it 20, 30 years ago. This is the way that we are doing it because there has been no other way. Even, let me tell you this, even protesters that were in Anonymous and things like this were not advocating for the children of all of this. Okay, they in a way they were saying, yeah, elderly and children, everything, but
that
children
information has been kept compartmentalized. And that is the problem.
Because part of the problem is
that whole entire situation was compartmentalized, kept out of all the narratives of the media. I mean, the corporate media that has drifted away have so much stories, but they've always missed the one area that's been purposely compartmentalized. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
I wonder why.
No, this is just a mistake. It's called, it was compartmentalized for a purpose. And we are here to prevent, we're here to advocate for the prevention, for, calling for a moment of common sense. It's all that it requires. Everyone is going to have to wake up. And you're going to have to come up with common sense. And yes, you were betrayed. And betrayal blindness developed. We get it. We get how you're so wrapped up in all these false narratives. We've already decoded all the false narratives and repudiated all of it.
Yeah, we were there.
There was nothing okay about it. Nothing about it is, all of it is indefensible. So it's like, drop your guard. Stop telling yourself that you couldn't have made a mistake because you couldn't have made a worse mistake is the problem. It's like, it's the magnitude of the mistake, the magnitude of how it's systemic, how it just contaminated all our families. Like, all of them got compromised. Like, none of us have a story where, oh, our parents didn't escape it because they all catch the bug. The bug of L. Ron Hubbard, the cockroach, L. Ron Hubbard, the fraudster, the felon, the disgusting clown that everyone's reported was an incredible humanitarian that didn't give an F about helping humans. He was helping himself and his surrogate. And it's time to stop.
And he was prepping little babies to do that. Like, literally, could you imagine if L. Ron Hubbard really gave a fuck about children and the law and rights and things like this, and not covering up for all kinds of fucking crazy ass shit in the 80s, okay, when he was building the fucking Sea Org with babies? He would have put so many policy letters that were like, the children are the most important. We need to uphold to the law, and the law says exactly. He already made the law.
The children are the adults, and everything is rancid after that. Like, we know further things to make. Like, we don't even have to over-explain ourselves. If the children are adults in commercial buildings and hotels, guess who suffers? That's the equation. Test your IQ. Okay? We didn't go to school, but we're going to put an IQ test for everybody. Question number 1. Hotel or commercial building filled with adults and kids, where the kids are told they're adults.
Normal, not normal.
The best interest of the kids, yes or no? It's a yes or no answer. There's no gray area. It's just check yes, check no. That's it. So we're just so sick of having to over-explain ourselves because there doesn't need to be over-explained. Common sense is common sense. The common sense was nowhere to be found at the people at the hotel. And I'm here to say, yes, we get you. We get how you're so deluded because that's the rhetoric of L. Ron Hubbard. It's been groomed to you definition by definition. All of that word salad completely warps your perceptions of reality in a
And when you say we get you, you're at that moment, Serge, you're talking about the ex-Scientologists and ex-Sea Org members that are still not getting it. You're not talking to the overall broad public. Yeah, they're not at what it is.
The world wasn't saved. enslaved while children were being enslaved. Okay, so contrary fact, let's go back to psychology, everyone. Contrary fact, I'll point. Children slaved, we're gonna save a world. Okay, so it's a falsehood. Okay, so everything's a falsehood. So just drop everything. Stop defending it. Stop being right. Stop being right. That's what you can knock off. Knock off being right. Let's live to you in your words. Knock
It's
off
okay to
being
be wrong.
Yeah.
Try being wrong.
Stop making others wrong.
And stop using L. Ron Hubbard.
Off. Actually, time, place, from an event at the FBI, at the LAPD department, at the actual people. I'm here to cooperate. I was out of my MF mind. Give me a deal. This is disgusting. I know that this is still being done to other kids. Where do I go to testify? Who do I make a deal with here? You can make amazing deals for yourself, psychology parents. Amazing deals. The FBI would love to hear from you and be like, yeah, I want to cooperate. I was defrauded. Like, contextualize your situation. Because all right now we're talking about the broad stroke issue. Kids and adults at an industrial size scale, all inside of a hotel where everyone went with a pitch, and they're the adults too. Nothing to see here. Everyone got the pit, great. They're all adults. So, and we know how far that went. And I mean, again,
the idea.
Inconceivable. And I mean, Liz Farron was, as a minor, working as a slave for celebrities, you guys. I mean, you were at the president's office. That was your job. Your job was to clean up PR messes of celebrities that were doing shit in the restaurants, and now you have to go clean up the LPR, and it's like, why was Liz, as a 16-year-old girl, being used to do that? Who thought that was a great idea?
Yeah, well,
like,
someone thought it was a good idea at 16 to give Liz responsibility and went to Liz and said,
Well, and the fact that, like, being a celebrity.
You guys, like, it was a dog-eat-dog world. Like, he showed us that they were out on a high classroom in your high school link, and they took it very serious. And that was their favorite phrase. Oh, whose head are we gonna put on a pike today?
Yeah. Somebody, it was literally like, who's gonna ride around?
Yeah. We're not talking about like, oh, sir, you're so hyperbolic. Head on a pike.
A head on a pike. Who's going to the RPF? Whose life is getting destroyed?
We're putting a head on a pike in front of everyone because the humiliations came on a daily basis. Like one day you were in, the next day you were out, the next day you're an F-stop, now you're an ethics particle, now you're an upstat. It was all dehumanizing you in this like, grading system that makes no sense. That's all based on word salad. It's all based on dehumanizing all end users. So again, a lot of these things, even the adults are not, there's nothing in it for them. They're stupid, they're dumb, they're getting off on it. It's an adult's game only at best.
And I would say it's also newer generationally. It's newer, even L. Ron Hubbard didn't prepare himself for the internet. Right? Never seen anything. I never, ever, I didn't know about the internet, obviously, until way later than the outside world. Okay. But coming out, knowing that there's this thing, the internet, and even in my learning and loving music video, I did this whole thing to show this, like, coming from Barbie straight to the internet, learning and loving, and like seeing all these flashbacks, like the fact that I could type anything in was so crazy to me. And like, I felt so guilty, being like, oh my God, I can type in Jason Begay or Lisa McPherson, or like, and I was like, I want to know what happened at the end of the cases for the outside world. I wanted to know what happened out here. Programming myself. Literally, yes. I was like, where are the other dots?
The program of information deprivation.
Yeah.
For us. Yeah. Like we were deprived of information. We weren't allowed to know. We weren't allowed to look. We weren't allowed to ask. We weren't allowed to say anything, say that we weren't concerned, even voicing a concern, like, well, what's going on?
It's LPR, but that's LPR.
when that happened with Lisa, like I was at the hotel. I was literally going inside the case supervisor's offices while they were all going crazy, yelling, screaming. I was like with a folder. I was like 15 years old. I had just been told to be a folder page. So what to get you to do? Like immediately start carrying everyone's cases.
Yeah, get all 30 folders to the CS now.
We'd be carrying like 5,
Like
6
quick,
folders.
I'm going up to the senior CS. Yeah.
And then
This case is getting reviewed.
hybrid hours, and they're all there with all their machines, looking, listening, writing down notes, saying disgusting things, which is the audits are disgusting.
Yeah, the RTP reps would be going to the
disgusting thing anyone has ever seen on a videotape. I literally
It's forced interrogation. So like, and then you have Gayla Gualteri, who's in the video room, like, oh, RTCs, oh my God, Lenita McPherson, you know, and so you have somebody who's like, fuck, who at the time Gayla was my age, we were both the same age, and she was 15 years old, 14 years old, in the video room with TVs, like VCR, all these TV sets, at least 30 screens, that she could flip through each screen to see other 5 on every floor of every auditing room at every hotel room. The hotel rooms are converted into auditing rooms. Every organization, because sometimes in an auditing session you have to pause the auditing session to do a touch assist. You need to physically handle the body. Oh, no problem. We're going to pause what we're doing here in auditing session and go give you a touch assist right here. Look, massage table ready, waiting. This is like as an adult, if you were here in a nurturing nature world where you have plants in the river and planting your fucking potatoes in the earth and care, like, how dare you do this to a child, let alone if I had a child and you were doing this to this at 5 years old, already programming and think that this was normal. You have ruined my daughter or son's life. Like, you have already ruined it at age 10. They're already fucking militarized into this. That means you have ruined.
Well, and that's what we're advocating against. Like, just the grooming of the definitions alone is so disgusting. It's full-blown intellectual abuse because you are teaching us to speak language that is not real language. It's just grooming language, sanitizing language, reframing language, PR language. Everything could be. We were handled on command, you guys. As long as they said, "Oh, this has been handled," your needle floated. You were not allowed to complain about whatever they told you was handled or that your needle floated.
Mom would say, "How could we?" But that's what it would be. How could we make it so that your
And it's so manipulated. I mean, I was just like, I've been reading the Lisa Marie Presley book, and it's so sad to see, for example, when she talks about like her loss of her father and how Priscilla Rand sacked her into Scientology pretty much after the loss of her dad. Then she ended up going into the fangs of Scientology, who just constantly re-traumatized her, because we know. Return to the beginning of the incident and tell me when you're there. And it's like they just keep you on a loop for hours and hours and hours. Your only option is to self-gaslight and tell them, okay, this is great, this is wonderful, everybody's a genius, I'm smiling from ear to ear.
And even if you don't like it, you do the self-ethics. You put your self-ethics back and you go, well, obviously I'm not confronting this because it's making me feel uncomfortable. You're literally going, I feel so gross. And then they're going, well, let's dig into it. And so you're going, okay, here we go. Auditor and pre-clear means clear bank, you know? So you're trying really hard.
Having people that complete a 2-week course inside of a hotel become know-it-alls. That's the danger. And Lisa needed mental health from PhDs, not people that completed a 2-week course in a hotel. And for all Scientologists that want to go, oh, but all psychiatrists are bad, that is the most imbecile, stupid misinformation point that anyone ever said. Go and vet the psychiatrist that you want to work with, just like you would with a doctor psychologists, just like with anyone else, don't outsource your mental health to a hotel. Like, how stupid can you possibly be? Oh yeah, they're really handling it there with therapy. Find out what therapy is. Find out the power dynamics that are needed. More important, something is therapeutic, because I will almost assure you that being kidnapped against your will is not any kind of protocol, medical protocol.
And don't you think that's what a psychologist degree and license is all about? Like, you can, and psychology is doing that. There's things like, oh, what they're doing is they're taking the legal thing that they have to have in order to claim what they're doing is legal. They have to have a certificate. They have to have some sort of educational degree that all humans have said, okay, we see this pattern and this is very helpful to humans and this is not.
Underage kids, stop. Like, seriously, like, it's a sham. It's a scam. The certificates are being given by underage kids.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying a legal certificate in the outside world would demand. No, I'm saying in the outside world, like a psychology degree, you would have to go to school for.
Yeah, but
like
it's a word of misinformation. They're just misinforming purposely because they don't want mandated reporters around victims that they are exploiting. That's what starts criminal investigations. That's what starts scrutiny. And for some reason, this scrutiny has never happened. In 74 years, they have a clean record. They never go to the police. They never have a problem. In what world is that not an hour? No lawsuits. You have no criminal investigations. You have nothing. Zero.
Right. Well, that's what I'm getting. That's what I was saying, though. In an outside world, the reason people have credentials or certificates, like a psychologist or a psychiatrist, is because they're held accountable for this. Whereas in psychology, they can just fucking audit somebody, or they can just say, "Oh, I did a course for 5 minutes or whatever." And it's like in our organization, you get away with it because they have the law of a religion.
But then even that's a possibility. Because again, it's like we've all now been to a therapist. We've all now been to an audit, and the key difference is one locked up against your will. It's not the same. That's what I'm saying. The other is so. It's not a therapy. It's literally a torture, and it's being denounced as such. It's a literal criminal act. Is what it is. It's a literal criminal act.
They take rape and they call it out too deep. They take, it's the same thing. They're taking. That's what I'm saying. Is that they're taking. They assume, our enemies are psychiatry and all this, and then they take their credentials and their works and they're taking L. Ron Hubbard's bullshit, saying it's okay, and it's just hiding behind. From what I'm feeling, is only hiding behind a religious legal status and their Irish activism status and allowing children to eat them. There's three things that it should just be insane. If you call it for what it is and they weren't manipulated, the Scientologists never given their status of being religion. Everything right now should be illegal that they're doing. The way that they bring in children, how they have them on the R1 visa.
I know that that's what they're talking about, but at the end of the day, it was always illegal.
It was always illegal. So you're saying no matter the visa status or not? That's just another outlet.
What L. Ron Hubbard said to do is illegal.
Right. Literally. It's true. It is true.
The policies are, we understand they're illegal, and you know what? If you don't understand it, then you go do the research. You figure it out. You start connecting dots. Don't tell us what legal is, because again, the so-called therapy was reframed that it was a bullshit kidnapping operation, that no child should have ever been anywhere near, and our parents were all about getting it for themselves. They understood the power dynamic imbalance involved. They understood how many boundaries would be crossed. They understood everything about it. So before anybody wants to go, I didn't know, you knew. The problem is that you knew. When I talked to parents, you knew. The problem is that you knew, that you were informed, that you read the policy, that you had no misunderstood, that you cleared it, that you signed it, that you signed it, that you signed it again. I mean, how many times have you signed it? How many were getting everyone to be like, yeah, this is really me, I'm signing and I'm consenting. Back to the kids, they put them in. That's where everything goes into electroshock nation. If y'all would have kept this 21 and up, if we would have joined Scientology at 28, and it's as crazy as it is, but then you're just an adult, and then you try this and it doesn't work, and if they were just too extreme for me, then I'm leaving. Like, you're not gonna bring your 5-year-old to that. You're not gonna expose your 10-year-old to that. You should have enough common sense to be like, you know what, this not for them. Given that it is this extreme, given that it is this out there.
Yeah, and our parents never did that. I know I personally got told, like, don't speak in broad generalities. You know, like, they told me, well, who's they? But at the same time, I was supposed to believe that every single psychiatrist was out to get me and was out to destroy my head.
And again, going back to the, we were programmed, we were groomed, right? Like, the word for children is groom. You groom them, like, because you're there and you're just like, what? Like, you're just like, tell me, right? Like, you're looking up to these people.
You're an empty vacuum. You're an empty vessel.
What do I need to learn? Okay, learn this definition, learn this other definition, learn this other definition, and then they are controlling you like a pet, like you were saying, Laura, like out ethics, down stat, up stat, surf hacking, knock it off, blah blah blah, and
they train you to do it yourself.
They use those words when they went into an audit or a coursework. They were using that with you 24/7, 365. So they were manipulating your emotions, repressing them, making you feel bad for having them. You couldn't feel bad after you were getting abused. The more you would express how horrible you were feeling, the more they would double down.
It was your fault. The more that you had to do a longer ethics program or something to handle.
With Lisa, like, you see how much she went into that, and yet she was blaming herself for everything. Like, she died feeling deficient, defeated, that she failed, and that just pains me so much, because I go, she was dealing with the unthinkable trauma of her dad being gone, and then Priscilla swoops in, and then she shoves her in Scientology, and then she's told she's a vulnerable teenager at 9, 11. Again, you're just like, what are y'all saying? And she was convinced that there was something really wrong with her, and that she just was out of control, right? And she was having all this trauma, bad coping mechanisms, and drugs, and all of this, and she was trying to escape an unbearable life for her, and all that trauma, like, she lost the only source of protection she felt as a child, and it opened my eyes to us, right? Because, like, in our cases, like, there was dad or mom were not safe. Like, it sucks to be me, but I had both. Like, what, like, I'm not working with much here. They're both sadists.
That's what that was like. Even in my
on my pain, they're getting
I
off on
can't
my
reach the internet right now. Check your modem or router connection and try again.
Feeling like oh, I'm so self-entitled. You should be so lucky to be in our family, and like you're
hated that.
It's like
and Liz,
we're here. Like, what was special? There was nothing special. It was all a delusion. It's all
literally
phony AF. Like,
Liz only had her dad. That's our last combo was about. Our last was like, I was asking Liz, so why at 9 years old? I was so like shocked that she could have maybe had a choice to either go to her mom or her dad, and I was like, why didn't you go to your, like, what happened? Where was your dad? And she was like, oh, my dad was at Gold. And it was just like an automatic thing in her mind that because he was at Gold Base, there's no way that she was going to go there.
Then see, part of
That's so fucked up.
To actually recontextualize all of those words, right? Because, like,
right, mom and dad, and then the caring of what we thought as children, what that would be.
I mean, I've even started to call Sandra and Pedro by their name, because
Phil Anderson instead of Diane.
It's real. It's just real. It's just, I'm keeping it real.
It's true. It's true.
I wish
I couldn't, if I had a father of my children,
that, you know what, you wouldn't have listened to Owen Hubbard like that.
Right.
Right. Had it worse.
I wish you would have said no.
Yeah, you got muted somehow.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I wish that they would have said no. I wish that my mom and dad, for me, Like, they could have done it, right? Oh, well, they can hear me, honey.
I can hear you. I can hear Laura. I can hear Serge.
Maybe Serge muted me because he didn't want to hear me anymore.
I guess this would be my time to say good night.
Oh no, I think Serge's thing isn't working.
Can you hear us, Serge?
Can you hear us or no?
No, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Shit. Okay.
Good night, everybody. Nice chatting with all of you.
Nice chatting with you.
It's okay. The audio. It happened a few times on other but what I was gonna say is that they made it so like anything that was normal, anything that was to be questioned was so out of line for us to even question that we'd only just keep it in our heads.
Yeah.
And then maybe it would come up in an ethics interview or something as we thought about this thing, and so now it's a thing. So before we could even have our own choice or do anything, it really was like our parents were already planning and programming us to be in the situation that we were in. So like when Serge is like, they already knew. It's hard for me to still grasp. It's hard for me like, well, my parents still don't know. So like to me, I feel like they still don't. But it's hard for me to grasp. It's hard for me to grasp intellectually and without denying it, without putting any like kind of like just seeing things how they were. They never gave us a choice.
The nature
It was
of our
always,
enemy is
you're coming here, you're doing
unclean.
this,
Do about it.
stay in line,
Protect us.
don't fuck up. Whereas I think
In Hollywood at that time, Scientology was just simply a no-go. The lawyers would just say no. And whether they said, look, you're right, this should be completely up for parity. We don't want to risk it, and we don't want to go to court.
I need to just be alone. I need to run off and get drunk and run away from everything. Not to cheat at all, but to feel that I'm like, am I still me? Am I here alone by myself as I'm used to and comfortable, you know?
5 million years ago. Back then, there was a galactic federation of planets, which was ruled over by the evil Lord Xenu. Xenu thought his
Maybe that'll heal it a little bit, so I don't feel alone physically. But I do believe that there's this empty fullness because of this idea that we have of our mom and dad. Even as children, we wanted them to be something bigger and better, but they never fucking were for us. They were always doing something that wasn't that. And when we were asking for help, it was like, okay, how can I word this nicely so my mom doesn't feel turbulated by my letter that I'm sending her about needing new underwear and socks and like, you know, like I felt uncomfortable asking my own parents for things that a child would need that were just tiny basic things, let alone everything else that I didn't even dare ask for.
Or get stuff taken away even if you weren't doing anything bad.
Just because, oh, we know how she acts when we give her type of
A, B, or C, yeah.
Yeah, oh, she gets sugar shock, so we're gonna not give her. When they really just didn't want me to have a nice treat or a nice dessert that I can have without them. They needed to control all my joy so that they could have all the control over me so they could control the areas where I was being. Yeah. That's all the word I can think of. I should have words that say out ethics, that just have golden that just go out ethics. I'm out ethics. Get your ethics in.
I mean, how many times did we get told that as a kid? You're out ethics. You're out ethics. 60 years in.
Totally out. Knock off the backslash.
And
knock off, and also, it lives, knock off the agent.
Feel my finger. I'll be like, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Oh, and a little side boob. Wait, let's go back. Can we go back really quickly to the swimming chick? So you thought, oh my God, that's the first time you were like, I'm something that not every. Did you think there were other Scientology kids or young, not kids, but younger spirits, I guess. Whatever. I don't know, how would you say that? Younger
I
bodies.
thought I was broken. I thought there was something
Okay,
wrong.
you didn't think there were other people broken too, that they were dealing with it?
I was the only one. I was the only broken person.
Really? Fucking.
Because I thought, you know, there's not very many people that are actually the gay. Because when I would think of people being the gay, I thought like maybe there's one out of every 2,000 people, there's one gay person. But for some reason then when I went to the first private, there's you know,
It's Guitar Hero. Stan and Kyle are really good at it.
Well, you can.
Good evening.
Let's see. I probably could do it from here. I should have this on the pivot. Isn't that going now?
Kids want to see something really cool? Check this out. Once I rose above the noise and confusion, just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion. I was soaring ever higher, but I flew too high. Oh my
Dad! What are you doing?
Are you ready to rock?
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are.
I don't think it's going to focus on that one.
Done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
Game over. You suck.
Was that a computer game? No, Artard. It's an MMORPG. These are real people I'm playing with. See? I'm a hunter, level 2. I can chat with all these other people. I can even wave to them. guy, see? Hello. In the outside world, I'm a simple geologist. But in here, I am Falcor, defender of the Alliance. I've braved the Fargo Deep Mine, defeated the Bloodfish at Jared's Landing. Give me the sword. You. I have a Warcraft character. I'm a noob, but I can log on and get the sword to stand online. We can't trust the sword of 1,000 truths to a noob. Sounds to me like we don't have a choice. Give me the sword. Oh.
I got it! Dad! Dad, no! Dad?
Dad. I've never been able to say this before, but I love you, son.
I know you do, Dad.
Your blood work came back great and all your vitals appear normal. All right! Yep, you check out fine. That's great. So can I get a referral from you? For what? Medicinal marijuana. There's a shop that opened in the old KFC and they said I needed a...
You're the secret doctor and you have to be in the church for several years, Stan. Are you ready to hear the truth?
I guess.
You see, Stan, there is a reason for people feeling sad and depressed. An alien reason. It all began 75 million years ago. Back then, there was a galactic federation of planets. Which was ruled over by the evil Lord Xenu. Xenu thought his galaxy was overpopulated, and so he rounded up countless aliens from all different planets, and then had those aliens frozen. The frozen alien bodies were loaded onto Xenu's galactic cruisers, which looked like DC-8s, except with rocket engines. The cruisers brought their bodies to our planet, Earth, and dumped them into the volcanoes of Hawaii. The aliens were no longer frozen, they were dead. The souls of the...
You want to watch about Xenu?
But the evil Lord Xenu had prepared for this. Xenu didn't want their souls to return, and so he built giant soul catchers in the sky. The souls were taken to a huge soul brainwashing facility, which Xenu had also built on Earth. There, the souls were forced to watch days of brainwashing material, which tricked them into believing a false reality. Xenu then released the alien souls, which roamed the Earth aimlessly in a fog of confusion. At the dawn of man, the souls finally found bodies which they could grab onto. They attached themselves to all mankind, which still to this day causes all our fears, our confusions, and our problems.
Want to shop Walmart Black Friday deals first? Walmart Plus members get early access to our hottest deals. Join now and get 50% off a one-year membership. For the deals you desire, join Walmart Plus today and shop Walmart Black Friday deals first.
1, 2, 3, 4. Pay $1,000 property tax. Isn't this great, you guys? Our first family home evening.
I want to watch TV.
We're not watching TV. We're Mormons now, and we're having family home evening.
Dad, did you know that Joseph Smith guy read the Book of Mormon out of a hat?
And? Your friend Sharon?
It's just that the Book of Mormon says a lot of strange stuff, like that Adam and Eve lived in Jackson County, Missouri.
Yes?
But school taught me that the first man and woman lived in Africa.
But you can't believe everything school tells you, Stan. Your turn, Shelley. Ooh, that must be the Harrisons.
Wow, what a great house!
Mrs. Marsh, it's so nice to meet you. And you must be Stan's sister. Oh, I think your brother's the greatest. My brother is a stupid turd. Hey, Stan. Hey, Gary.
Well, come on in and sit down, everybody. You're here just in time. My son was having a little problem with our new religion.
Dad?
Oh, really? Well, that's just because he hasn't heard the best part about the Joseph Smith story. The one that proves he was for real.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's that? Well, you remember Martin Harris, the rich man who wrote down what Joseph Smith read out of the hat?
Yeah?
See, after he was done, he took some of the pages of what would become the Book of Mormon. Oh!
Martin went home too. His wife, dum 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 dum, and showed her pages from the Book of Mormon, dum 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 dum.
And so Joseph Smith put his head into a hat and read to me what the golden plate said. I wrote it all down and we're gonna publish it into a book.
Martin, how do you know he isn't just making stuff up and pretending he's translating off golden plates?
Lucy Harris, smart, 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 smart.
Why would he make it up?
Martin Harris, dum dum.
All right.
And then there's two Star Wars masks on bunk bed things. Like I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, Star Wars. And then like a little bathroom, and I was like,
Oh, yeah, it was a test run.
and then
They
I was
still
like,
have the masks in there.
yeah, the Star Wars mask. And then I was like, and I was like, whoa, whoa, my mom had me here, right in this. No matter how the room looked, even if it was more like shitty and an apartment and a bed, my mom was here with me, giving her. She was nesting. This was her nest before giving birth to me.
All right.
Where the
fuck are my keys?
I don't know this. You know the feeling that I had was that like my mom was doing her best at the time, and this was she was giving us me a good best. Isn't that weird? Yep. I will never forget being in the car with you. Telling me about my
Yeah, and one crack. But
we would share drawers. Sometimes, you know, the taller kids, the older kids would get the top two drawers, and then the younger kids would get the bottom two drawers.
Yep. And then if more people came in, they split their stuff in their suitcases.
Oh, under the bed. Had to be organized though. And nothing, no klooch. They call it klooch. Klooch? You know, klooch is not a normal word. The will clock? The klooch. It's like clutter and it's clutter and no. Klooch, clutter and start like nuts and I know. I'm like, why are you going dirty? Like you're going dirty real quick. Cluttered. No, it was like declude. Remember, it was declude. Declutter. Declutter. Yeah. I think that's what it was. Declutter. Help. The Wilcox was the building that was bought by sign colleges that donated with their money to the board members that were
You're either gonna have to go backwards or forward. Right, come on, lady. Hit the goddamn pedal. Come on, lady, go. Lady, what did you just say? Yes. right, y'all. It's the end of the road. That's all I got. I got no more. Thank you, everyone, for your continued support and love. All right, later.